Il est de mon devoir de...
It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation
for the electoral district of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Westmount by resignation effective Wednesday, March 8th, 2023. Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official language, on behalf of 90 departments and agencies, the departmental plans for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024.
De projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
By Madame Fortier, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Madame Fortier moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When will the bill be read for a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Science at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank all the members of the committee for their input on this particular study and final report, and also to the table staff, clerk, analysts, and the translation team for making our job much easier than what it could be. Thank you.
I believe the Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap is a dissenting report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also bring up that the Conservative Party of Canada has appended a supplemental report to this report from the Standing Committee on Science Issues. The title of the supplemental report is The Crisis of Trust Within DFO Science. For 8 years, Liberal fisheries ministers have failed to deliver on their mandate. They have not ensured decisions are based on science, facts, and evidence. It is now common practice for the minister and her department to announce decisions not critical to science, with not citation of science reasons. This has directly undermined the trust of Canadians had in the Liberal fisheries ministers and DFO. Canadians cannot wait any longer for this government to start making decisions to uphold the public interest, and this includes conservation. I sincerely hope the minister will take this report to heart and take actions necessary to restore the science required to inform her decisions and that of her department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, entitled Small and Medium Enterprises in Canada, Charting a Competitive Future. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee calls upon the government to submit a response.
For Mission Metsky, River Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Conservative members of the Standing Committee of Industry and Technology and table in both official languages our dissenting report. After 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to cope with 40-year high inflations and the rising cost of living. The Standing Committee of Industry and Technology heard from 65 witnesses on the challenges impacting small businesses. We heard about high levels of pandemic debt, labor challenges, and the fragile economic period. We heard that only half of small businesses are seeing sales return to pre-pandemic levels. While we agree with many of the recommendations in the report, it fails to address key measures the government could take right now to help small businesses immediately, namely the suspension on the automatic annual increase in excise duty rates, rates, freezing of CPP and EI increases for SMEs and workers, and that the Government of Canada immediately cancel the federal carbon tax. This committee failed to recognize the struggles small businesses are facing, a struggle they refer to as a death by 1,000 cuts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moves for leave. Oh, I'm sorry. Introduction of private members' bill. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Assaults Against Health Care Professionals and First Responders. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm heartened to see that the Minister of Public Safety and Security is in the House to hear the first reading of this.
I just want to remind the honourable members that they can't refer to the presence of other members in the House. I just thought I'd mention that.
The Minister of Public Safety is paying attention, and I'm truly honoured and humbled to rise in this House to introduce this bill. I want to thank my honourable friend and colleague from Chilliwack Hope for seconding this bill. Simply put, my bill will amend the criminal code to make assaults against healthcare workers an aggravating factor during sentencing. Mr. Speaker, if we have learned anything over the last couple of years is that true heroes don't wear capes. They wear shoulder flashes and badges that say nurses, paramedics, firefighter, EMT, ambulance, mental health care workers. These are the people who keep our communities healthy and safe. They put our health and safety above and before their own. They're the ones who provide us with comfort and care in our time of need. They're our shelter in the storm, bandaging our cuts, mending our wounds, holding our hand when we draw our last breath. Unfortunately, our frontline heroes are facing unprecedented and growing rates of violence. They're being assaulted, belittled, and are forced to confront a growing epidemic of violence against them. The statistics are alarming. Their workplaces are, simply put, not safe. 61% of nurses report a serious problem with violence over a recent 12-month period. 2/3 fear for their lives and have considered leaving their jobs as a result. Nearly half of all nurses, 46%, reported exposure to physical assault 11 or more times. 84% of pre-hospital paramedic and firefighters globally have experienced workplace violence. A recent internal survey by Peel Region paramedics found 97.5% of medics experience verbal abuse. 86% experience intimidation. 80% have been physically assaulted. Mr. Speaker, we are failing them, and this must change. This is the second time I've had the privilege of introducing this important and vital legislation, and I've heard directly from so many frontline personnel about how the status quo is failing them. It's not just a kick when responding to a patient or a punch when changing an IV. It's systemic, constant threat of violence, and this kind of violence has a ripple effect. It contributes to burnout, compassion fatigue, depression, and PTSD. We should be doing everything in our power to ensure healthcare professionals and first responders are able to perform their jobs safely and return home to their families. Everyone has the right to a safe and secure and respectful work environment. Mr. Speaker, violence should never be part of the job description. Thank you.
I just want to remind all the members who are presenting today that the members do have a chance to give a succinct explanation of their bill. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Cormier, seconded by Mr. Arsenault, ask for permission to table a bill entitled An Act to Develop a National Framework to Establish a School Food Program. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the seconder of my bill, the member for Madawaska-Restigouche, who is here with us today. This bill would develop a national framework to establish a school food program to ensure that all Canadian children have healthy food, whether it be at breakfast, lunch, or snack time. all children deserve to start off their day on the right foot.
Obtain enough nutritious food. Et selon une enquête sur les comportements liés.
This has an effect on the health of school children. Almost 1 in 5 children go to school after having not eaten the night before. However, school food programs help to level the playing field.
Is one of the few member countries of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development without a national school food program in place. It's time we change that. J'espère avoir l'appui de tous mes collègues.
I hope all my colleagues will support this bill, which would improve lives for children families throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Cormier, appuyé par
Mr. Cormier, seconded by Mr. Arsenault, move that the bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
ce projet de loi.
When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Ellis, seconded by Ms. Ferrari, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act Mental Health Services. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise here in the House. I want to thank my friend and colleague from Peterborough, Kawartha, for seconding this bill. It's very important. We know that 25% of Canadians have unmet mental health needs, and we know that 1 in 3 Canadians will suffer with mental health issues throughout their lifetime. We also know that this Liberal government has promised many times $4.5 billion in transfers under this Canada Mental Health Transfer, which sadly none of it has materialized, Mr. Speaker, and therefore we on this side of the House want to do things. We want to do something to operationalize the ability for Canadians to receive mental health help, which they so desperately need. We know that with this bill, by removing the GST, HST portion from psychotherapists and mental health counselors, that will approximately allow Canadians then to have 1 in 8 sessions for free, as we might say. That is very, very important. And as I said previously, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we are seen to be doing things in this House, that we actually are doing things, not just seen to be doing them. And that is one thing that we know that's very important for Conservatives on this side of the House. So as we move through this bill, I think it's going to be very, very important for Canadians. And I know that there's thousands of psychotherapists and mental health counselors out there who will realize the importance of this bill and will get behind it. And it'll be important for the mental health of Canadians, which we know are suffering during this time, certainly through the pandemic, and that continues now at the current time. So it's an absolute pleasure to bring this forward and be out there helping Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ellis, seconded by Ms. Ferrari, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' business. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Economic Measures Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge for seconding this bill. And so this bill that I'm bringing forward is about changing the name of the Special Economic Measures Act to the Sergei Magnitsky Global Sanctions Act. As many in this House know, back in 2015, Senator Raynell Anderchuk, as well as myself, had introduced in both the Senate and the House the Sergei Magnitsky Law to sanction gross human rights violators and corrupt foreign officials. And since it was passed in this House in 2017, it has only been used on 70 different individuals. First name on the list is the President of Venezuela, President Maduro. And it is about making sure that we go after those that are creating the greatest crimes against their own citizens and enriching themselves through that process. Now, what we need to do is make sure that the Liberal government is always naming people that have committed human rights violations and are destabilizing peace and security in the world by using the name Sergei Magnitsky. And so this is about the standardization of our nomenclature of our Canadian sanctions regime. And we've got to remember that Sergei Magnitsky, who was a Russian lawyer and accountant, fought against corruption in Russia, and he was arrested, falsely accused, tortured, and killed while in detention.
Wow.
While he was defending Bill Browder, and a lot of us know Bill Browder, who had been a business person in Russia at the time, and has been living in London, England since then, and has written a number of books called Red Notice and Freezing Order, and I encourage everyone to actually read these books to understand how corrupt the Russian regime is under Vladimir Putin. Now, the Special Economic Measures Act has been used roughly on 1,300 times against Russians, individuals, and entities. And so, since the majority of the people that we are sanctioning right now because of the war in Ukraine and the crimes against humanity being committed by Russia, the kleptocrats, and Vladimir Putin himself, then let's make sure that we're consistent with our allies and making sure that when we use sanctions, that we're saying that we're using the Sergei Magnitsky sanctions to honor the legacy of Sergei Magnitsky, and that name is synonymous with standing up for human rights, the rule of law, democracy, and against corruption.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to present a petition that relates to significant public health concern from Canadians. This is from Canadians who are concerned about the overprescription and dangers associated with benzodiazepines or benzos. Petitioners note that these class of drugs carry significant risks associated with both use and withdrawal. A recent study revealed that over half of those prescribed benzos reported suicidal thoughts or attempts. About 45% reported that their use of benzos caused a loss of employment, and over 85% reported related problems with social interaction or recreation. Dr. Sam HoC, physician lead for addictions medicine with the Nova Scotia Health Authority, has identified an epidemic of benzodiazepine use among youth. Benzo use is also associated with greater risk of deadly falls for elderly people. The overpromotion and overprescription of benzos without proper assessment of risk and without the informed consent of patients follows a similar pattern as we saw with the overpromotion and overprescription of opioids, leading to the opioid crisis. Reports such as those from the Nova Scotia Medical Health Examiners indicate that in a majority of opioid-related death, multi-drug toxicity was a key factor, and benzos were involved as well. Petitioners say that Canada must learn the lessons of the opioid crisis and not allow the repeat of the same mistake with benzos. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to work with provincial and territorial health authorities and physicians groups to ensure proper awareness among physicians and patients of the potential risks associated with benzodiazepines, and to put in place clear guidelines limiting their use. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Metsky, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions on behalf of my constituents. The first is in regards to firearms and Bill C-21. Petitioners are outraged that this government would rather waste valuable time and resources on confiscating lawfully obtained firearms from citizens who have done no wrong than actually address rampant gun violence being committed by criminals and gangs in communities across our country. Canada has a long-standing history of hunting. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians have hunted for both sustenance and sport for centuries. Bill C-21 puts unfairly severe restrictions on law-abiding Canadian hunters and puts their traditions at risk. My constituents are calling on the government to repeal and withdraw Bill C-21. The second petition I'd like to table today is in respect to health care. Petitioners believe that access to and the quality of healthcare services and facilities in British Columbia have been in not only rapid but continuous decline for decades, with no end in sight. Patients are receiving rushed and or subpar care due to lack of facilities, a doctor shortage, lack of specialists, funding, and the real solutions that work to solve our healthcare crisis of overcrowded, understaffed, and antiquated facilities. Premiers from across Canada have repeatedly asked the federal government to immediately increase the health transfer. Indeed, they did, but these petitioners don't believe it was enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise on behalf of Canadians to present a petition to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. A Supreme Court decision, R versus Bassinet, struck down Section 745 of the Criminal Code, which allowed parole ineligibility periods to be applied consecutively for mass murders. As a result of this decision, some of Canada's most heinous mass murderers will have their parole ineligibility period reduced to only 25 years. It's an unjust decision, Mr. Speaker, putting the interests of some of Canada's worst criminals ahead of the rights of their victims. And these parole hearings can re-traumatize families over and over again, and the government has tools at their disposal, and these Canadians are asking for the Attorney General and Minister of Justice to invoke the notwithstanding clause on this decision. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today from many of my constituents and people from outside my riding have raised this issue. I'm sure other members have heard the concerns of seniors who are single and the differential treatment that they receive. The treatment for single seniors is much less advantageous in the tax system. They can't claim income splitting. Obviously, they have no one with whom to split the income. It's not as if the cost of living for a single senior is half that for a couple. It's approximately 2/3 of the cost of living for a couple. On death, they're not able to have any RRSP or RRF or other tax-free savings accounts go to a surviving partner. It's just taxed at a high level. There are about 6 million seniors in Canada where about 1/3 are single. So these petitioners ask the Government of Canada to review the tax benefits in order to equalize them such that seniors who are single will receive the same tax benefit. This would be achieved by reducing 30% on their income to be taxed. So if a senior is single and has a taxable income of $100,000, reduce that to $70,000 for fairness, and on death allow senior singles to have their various forms of retirement savings transferred to the beneficiary of their choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Canadian citizens to call on the House of Commons to pass Bill C-288. Many Canadians purchase costly internet services only to realize that quality and the speed they expected to receive is not what they actually receive. Advertised theoretical speeds and performance metrics for internet services don't always reflect the actual internet quality delivered to consumers. Bill C-288 addresses these concerns that the citizens have, and I support this petition.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of Canadians who are aware that the Liberal Party was elected on a promise to revoke charitable status for pregnancy counselling centres, and it's deeply disturbing to them. They indicate that Canadians actually want more pregnancy counselling centres, not less, and have concerns for young women who are perhaps expecting their very first child and are apprehensive about that, or an unexpected pregnancy, or often in cases as well, concern over their own safety. So they indicate that these women are seeking services from pregnancy counselling centres that are not available through other organizations such as Planned Parenthood, and call on members of Parliament to do everything in their power to prevent, block, organize, and vote against any effort by the government to revoke the charitable status of pregnancy centres. Thank you.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, presenting a petition to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada by Canadians across the nation that are very concerned with the Supreme Court ruling, the Canada versus Bissonnette, that struck down Section 745.51 of the Criminal Code, which allowed parole ineligibility periods to be applied consecutively to mass murderers. So now some of the worst mass murderers in the nation will have their parole ineligibility period reduced and so that they can have parole after 25 years. So the petitioners feel that this is unjust. It puts the interests of Canada's worst criminals ahead of the rights and victims of Canadians. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. I'd like to present a petition in the name of more than 1,000 citizens in my riding for people of goodwill who are working in the organization Development and Peace, presented me with this petition calling upon the House to help to require that businesses, multinational businesses, act proactively to avoid the harmful effects on human rights and on the environment. And they would also give those people who have been harmed an opportunity to get justice. It's very important for me to echo their voices here in this House.
Presenting petitions. Merci. Question inscrite au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
Leader en chambre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Leader.
Please. There you go. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-11, Online Streaming Act. Resuming debate on the amendment moved by Mrs. Thomas.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I said this at the last time I talked about C-11, and I hope that this will be the last time I have to talk about it so that we can move to the final stage of this very important bill, which is necessary for our broadcasters and our cultural industry. Now, since the first version of this bill, which we got in November 2020, presented by the minister at the time, the first version was a kind of document that it looked like somebody had thrown a piece of paper on the table and written something up. It was like, paint by numbers. But we worked really hard, and we're at the stage where we're awaiting the government's response to the Senate amendments. I'd like to recognize the diligent, committed work performed by people in committee. No matter opinions, various points of view, we did diverge on certain issues, but from the very beginning, before there was this event that led to all kinds of filibustering, there was really good chemistry, and I'd like to emphasize the work of the member for Richmond-Arthabasca, who was one of the deputy chairs of the committee. We worked together very well, and also with conservative members who had their opinions. But we were able to discuss things amicably, and despite our differing opinions, there was something really constructive in our work, and I'd like to acknowledge this. And then 4.1 was withdrawn, and the Conservatives then officially withdrew their support, if there had been support, their support for the bill. And our spirit of collaboration was gone. But there had been real collaboration. We'd worked in great solidarity. We'd worked for our cultural industries, for broadcasters, representatives of the NDP, for example, and others. I often hear people say that this bill is not a bill that truly responds to artists' expectations. It's a very important piece of legislation for our cultural industry, but it doesn't really respond to the needs of artists. Now, yesterday, we heard the speech by the member for Lethbridge saying that unions wanted to make sure that they too could benefit from this revision of the Broadcasting Act. We're having a problem with sound. No, you're speaking perfectly, but is there a telephone close to your mic? So, the honourable member for Drummond, and I do apologize. Should I start from the beginning, Mr. Speaker? Well, in short, I listened to my colleague, the member for Lethbridge, and he said that no, artists would not really be able to benefit from this change to the Broadcasting Act. Now, I talked to people who are artists. I talked to people who are from various cultural businesses and groups. And this bill is something that people really want in these communities. And I have to tell you quite humbly, I'm not the most artistic member of our caucus, but we have an actor who's had a brilliant career. That's the member for Longueuil-Saint-Humeur. We have another member, the honourable member for Beaupré-Charlebois, who is a composer, has been represented Quebec in La Francophonie. We have fought for these people. We have colleagues who have experienced the artistic sector, who have worked in it, and they can help us. Now, with C11, we're afraid that there might be another attempt by our Conservative colleagues to sabotage the Act. Now, one of their most creative attempts was to propose an amendment that we simply do away with it. And this after having accused the Bloquiste for not properly representing the National Assembly. Now, with respect to the National Assembly, well, I can say that what the Conservatives said was rather hard to take. Now, the National Assembly in June 2020 adopted a resolution to the effect that, considering that the federal parliament is subjected to all kinds of pressure and that many businesses, streaming businesses, are putting pressure, the National Assembly wants to say that Quebec's cultural specificity will be considerably weakened. And it asserts that it is essential that all broadcasting platforms, online platforms, be subjected to federal and provincial legislation, such as Bill C11. And this will help to protect our artists and our content and make it discoverable. I'll spare you the rest of the resolution, but they ended saying that they exhort the government to make sure in Bill C11 that they take this into account. Now, this is quite at variance with the Conservative position. I talked to Quebec's Minister of Culture, who gave a series of interviews recently to respond to journalists' questions. Now, when they asked him, will streaming platforms be forced to highlight content, Quebec content? And he said, yes. This is to protect Quebec's cultural specificity. And Minister Lacombe emphasized how important this is. And he said it should be easy to access their content, Quebec content. That is what Mr. Minister Lacombe said. And this is why he wants this bill to be adopted quickly. However, it's true that Quebec does have asks. It has very legitimate asks. It wants to be consulted when something will have an impact on broadcasting in Quebec and on Quebec culture. The unanimous motion of the National Assembly stipulates, and I have to read this, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, even without your permission, Mr. Speaker, will say that the National Assembly take note of the fact that the Federal Parliament may shortly pass C11 to change the Broadcasting Act. But we feel that this bill does nothing to protect the status of artists. And we say that Quebec should have a right to be consulted on the directions given to the CRTC in this respect. And it reminds the Federal Parliament that Quebec's linguistic specificity must be respected. And it stresses that it has the right to define its own cultural directions. It wants Quebec to be officially consulted on directions given to the CRTC with respect to this bill, and that this be added to the piece of legislation. And it says that Quebec will continue to enforce legislation democratically voted for in the National Assembly. And it will use all instruments of its disposal to do so. Its language, culture, and identity.
Le ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has the means to respond to Quebec's demands. Will he do so through ministerial directors to the CRTC? We'll see in the coming days. But I know that here at the Bloc, we will continue to faithfully represent Quebec's interests with regard to culture and broadcasting. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I all received recently a fairly impressive quantity of emails that oppose C11. In the past months, in the past years, we've had very elaborate emails. But this time we're receiving emails that are very succinct, very short, and that concerns censorship, the rights of Canadians to view what they want online once the bill is passed. I won't even hesitate to call that misinformation. And I'd like to speak to you a bit about this. I'd like to say to Quebecers and Canadians who are currently listening to us, I'd like to explain what all this scaremongering is. Is this a bill that is going to censor Quebecers and Canadians and hamper their freedom of expression? If we look at the bill for 2 seconds, you would either have to be a conspirationist or not in touch with reality to think that this will be the case. And to feed this fear is acting in bad faith and is also intellectually dishonest. I'm not sure it's very healthy either. It may be politically very profitable. That's another question. And the people who write us are concerned about the government's control, that it will be able to decide, that the government will be able to decide what we'll be watching online, that it will prohibit us from watching certain things. C11 does not say the government is going to be deciding what you'll be watching every weekend. Bill C11 asks that local content and culture created by our artists be showcased, that our culture and the talent that we have here have a space on online platforms. We're not saying you can't watch this or you can't watch that. Algorithmic manipulation, that's another topic as well that needs to be discussed. Algorithms have been the bugbear that was discussed during the GAFAM committee meetings. And it's as if we're saying, we're asking these businesses to provide the recipe to build a nuclear bomb. We're not asking Spotify to reveal its code, to give us an open source code. But we must allow the CRTC to have the leeway necessary and the tools necessary to ensure that the bill's objectives are met. On traditional radio, there was a 24-hour recording of what was broadcast, and this was fairly easy to do because there was only one frequency being broadcast. This isn't possible, of course, with online platforms, but it's important that the regulatory body have the capacity to verify if the bill's objectives are met. So, not allowing the manipulation of algorithms, but allowing verifications to be done, that's what we're talking about. As for the question of freedom of expression, I find it incredible in that people may think that we will adopt laws that will limit their freedom of expression. The right to allow people to find trustworthy information, that has to do with freedom of expression as well. But freedom of expression, Mr. Speaker, will not be infringed by C11. It's clear that a bill implemented by this government that would not hold up before courts would be quickly nullified. I find it, so I don't find it troublesome to impose discoverability obligations on these companies that require them to have Canadian, Quebec, Indigenous culture easily discoverable, given the specificity of this culture. I have an interesting parallel to draw to those who oppose that the GAFAM, the major companies, be regulated. Well, I have this parallel to present. Would we ever oppose the idea of having restaurants be able to ignore hygiene and sanitary rules? No, I don't think that if these big platforms were restaurants, we would say, it's okay, you don't have to follow health standards. There are limits to internet, to what should be possible on internet, and I use that example to illustrate the importance and the relevance of regulation of online businesses. I don't want to spend the day debating, Mr. Speaker. We've debated a lot already. I think this bill should be returned to the Senate as quickly as possible so that it receives the very much awaited implementation. And I say much awaited by the cultural communities and broadcasters. I would therefore like to propose an amendment. My amendment is this, that the Lethbridge members' amendment be amended by all the words following that. In the last paragraph, also ask the government to implement a consultation mechanism with the Quebec government so that Quebec's specificity and the reality of the Francophone market be adequately considered by the CRTC. And remind that Quebec has jurisdiction in these matters, and especially with regard to the status of the Artist Act.
Merci, l'honorable.
Thank you to the honourable member for Drummond.
Contenu de l'amendement. Le sous-amendement proposé par l'honorable député de Drummond introduit une nouvelle mesure qui va au-delà de la portée de l'amendement. Translation, donc je vais parler en français.
I will speak in French. Okay, we've got it back. I'll begin again. When a sub-amendment is moved in the House, it must be on the content of the amendment. And the sub-amendment moved by the Drummond Member of Parliament goes beyond what is in the original amendment. Therefore, it cannot be received. Questions and comments? Thank you. I much appreciated the speech from the member opposite concerning freedom of expression.
I found that the bill actually explicitly states that all user-created content on social media platforms and streaming services are excluded from the purview of the bill, which means that the experience of creating, posting, and interacting with other user-generated content would not actually be touched at all by this bill, which I think is important. But the question I have for the member opposite is, and what I hear from creators in my riding, is that isn't the contrary absolutely the case, as in this bill will actually promote liberty of expression by virtue of creating more financial resources to support Canadian creators that are promoting that Canadian content in Quebec or in other parts of the country?
The honourable member for Drummond. It's an interesting question from my colleague, Mr. Speaker. I think that we'll be discovering a lot of things as the bill is implemented. I also agree that this is a bill that will open doors to more creation. And that includes new types of creation. For example, digital creators, I believe, will win in the long term. We know that they have concerns about C11, but let's see how they manage and make adjustments if need be. I'm personally convinced that everything will work out, but if after this, the Broadcasting Act is overhauled, there are still problems, then adjustments can be made. There was the question of this sunset clause. That would prevent us from having to wait 30 years before we make any amendments. With a sunset clause, we could make amendments every 5 years. Thank you. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech once again. I think we need to go back to the basics of C11 and the Broadcasting Act. For years, broadcasters, Rogers and others, have been contributing to Canadian culture. And on the other hand, digital broadcasters have been paying nothing. It's as if we give them a tax break for years. apart from French language production of content, well, there's actually nothing more important than television and film and other content in Quebec in French. What does the member think of? What does he think of opposition to this bill? I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. I'll even add that C11 will allow broadcasters with very specific missions, for example, who serve very specific cultural communities to survive. As for the Conservatives' position, I'm confused. On the one hand, they claim that they love artists. That's what my colleague said yesterday. So I'm wondering why the Conservatives have come up with an amendment rather than supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague who we've sat beside each other on Heritage a number of times over the years. Very much appreciate the discussion to do with artists. I remember at one time in the committee when the minister was there asking, how many of you have membership to the National Gallery and how many members have to the National Arts Centre? Seems like I was the only one in the room. So when they say, will they do what they say by actually practicing what they believe? I'm not so sure. But I've been in Quebec City and I've purchased art that's in my wall in my office from Quebec City, Ile d'Orleans, in my home. I have several pieces of art that I've acquired in Quebec. My question to the member is, why does he believe that they need social media to sustain Quebec artists when I find that there's a lot of people there, a lot of people who buy this art that's fantastic? So why does he believe that they need social media to support it?
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, when I first spoke, I said that there was great cooperation at the Heritage Committee, and I'd like to mention that I'm speaking of my colleague from Bow River. He is truly a culture vulture. And he's in the right place at the Heritage Committee. When we're talking about visual art, painters, and others, it's true that this community is doing a good job defending itself, but in the world that we're seeing today, a world where borders are disappearing through technology, if you are a small market, a small francophone market in an enormous English language ocean, it's a lot tougher to get noticed. And that's why our creators need to be seen. We're not going to force them on the rest of the world. We just want them to be visible on those platforms.
Comments? L'honorable député de
The honourable member of Saint-Hyacinthe-Baguette. I would like to add my voice to my Drummond colleagues and the hundreds of people who are watching us on the parliamentary channel. I'd also like to thank my colleague for his brilliant speech. He didn't mention the rivalry between Drummond and Saint-Hyacinthe. It's an old fight between two towns. I think it's clear for everyone by now that we need to support our artists and force digital giants to follow the law. They will no longer be sovereign. When you're in another country, you follow the customs of the country, and that includes the need to protect culture. The sticking point, however, is the question of freedom of expression. Many people are worried, and there has been misinformation. There have been alternative medias for some time, and in recent years we've seen them more. There is also alternative media supported by countries like China and Russia. Does my colleague from Drummond, who has studied the question well, can he reassure us that in no way will access to alternative information online be restricted. The honourable member from Drummond, for Drummond, obviously. And I'd say that between the city limits of our two towns, the troops are already waiting to attack. There have been incursions by foreign media. There's been doubtful content, propaganda from foreign states. And we want the CRT, or rather, this C11 will not be allowed to clamp down in any way on content online. There are restrictions. The honourable member.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond for his wonderful speech, and I really like working with him at the Heritage Committee. What the Conservatives said in the House.
C11 would make it so the government will be able to track people on their cell phones. They've compared C11 to a weapon, linking it to concentration camps. When Conservatives say things like this, I look at C11 and I see no reference to anything of the sort. So I'd like to ask my colleague from Drummond, is he seeing what normal people see, or is he seeing what Conservatives see? We're running out of time, but the honourable member for Drummond will be able to answer the question. I'd like to thank my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby. I've also enjoyed working with him on the Heritage Committee. I believe Conservatives are using disinformation to stoke fears about freedom of expression or control of the internet. Perhaps it's bad faith, perhaps it's deliberate fear-mongering. I imagine they're making political gains because of this approach. I, for one, do not use disinformation unless it's by accident, and if in that case I apologize. Resuming debate. The honourable member.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to discuss C11, a bill supported by the NDP. We support sending this bill back to the Senate. This makes complete sense for us because what's in the motion from the Senate makes a lot of sense. The great majority of Senate amendments have been retained in the bill, whereas some unnecessary amendments or negative amendments have been rejected. As such, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the Senate ought to examine our response in good faith and then proceed to pass C11. But why C11? As many people have already said, C11 is necessary to support our artists. Even before the pandemic, but especially after the pandemic, artists have experienced a decline in the resources available to them. At the same time, web giants have seen their profits skyrocket, so something needs to be done. As my colleague from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie was saying, and my colleague from Drummond, major technology companies must contribute to the Canadian cultural scene. Now, we're not just passing C11 without looking at it. The NDP moved more amendments than any other party. We guaranteed freedom of expression. We put in measures to guarantee transparency. These measures were proposed in committee and passed by the House. We wanted to make sure that Indigenous people would be able to benefit from the bill at long last. Because when you look at the Broadcasting Act in its current form, it is very clear that for years and years, Indigenous people have been sidelined. Now, they will need to be at the center of a cultural renaissance, and through NDP amendments, Indigenous Canadians will be able to receive some of the resources now being channeled to multinational companies. The same goes for racialized Canadians. They will also be able to benefit from NDP amendments. All of our amendments have been with the goal of improving the bill. And we know that the version of the C11 that was passed by committee and subsequently by the House is much better than the original version as proposed by the minister. Now, do we need the bill? Absolutely. I believe that all of us here are aware of what artists have gone through in recent years, especially during the pandemic. As such, it is important for us to have policies to ensure that the people who profited the most from the pandemic at least pay their fair share.
Surprising, though, we'll be supporting C11 like so many of the artist groups across the country. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the NDP brought a wide range of amendments, more than any other party, succeeded in getting them adopted at committee, and succeeded in having those same amendments adopted by this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. That is our role. People often call the NDP the worker bees of Parliament, and we're proud of that, Mr. Speaker. We're there working hard to get legislation improved. And the need for C11 is very clear when we see how our artists and creators across the country have seen their income collapse since there's no other way to put it, particularly since the pandemic, but that was a trend that we were seeing prior to the pandemic as well. And the companies, the big technology companies, the foreign technology companies, the giants that have benefited over the course of the last few years have not contributed to Canadian culture in any way. So we saw the need for C11. We saw the need to improve C11, and we brought forward amendments that were very important for Indigenous peoples to finally be recognized in the Broadcasting Act in a way that artists and creators in Indigenous communities could actually benefit, racialized Canadians as well benefiting, including increasing the transparency of C11 and ensuring freedom of expression at all times, Mr. Speaker. Those are all the amendments that the NDP brought forward and successfully passed at committee and successfully passed in the House. I know you're very excited about this, Mr. Speaker. I could see it on your face. The NDP amendments made a real difference in how you perceived the bill as well. This is why I am so surprised and disappointed by the reaction from the Conservative Party. Now, this shouldn't be surprising, because you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, though you look young, I know that you are a student of history, and you know, looking back to the 1970s, Conservative MPs at that time sided with the massive American music industry, the music giants that were basically starving Canadian artists. There were no Canadian content rules or encouragement or policy. And so what we got was dumping by the American music giants. They dumped on the Canadian market whatever they wanted. And so the reason why parliamentarians at that time, despite the opposition of the Conservatives, adopted putting in place these Canadian content rules was to ensure that Canadians could thrive in our cultural industries. They were being shut out. And what we did as a nation was ensure that the door was open to Canadian content creators. And what happened was, as you know, Mr. Speaker, an unbelievable revolution of Canadian content right around the world. I mean, I could literally filibuster this House for hours, naming all of the artists that have benefited from those Canadian content regulations. You name an artist, a singer, a band in Canada, the fact that we had put in place a requirement that the American music giants actually had to consider Canadian content, and Canadian stations, often owned abroad, had to put in place and actually broadcast Canadian content. The result of that was we saw the incredible talent of Canadian artists and creators, the unbelievable ability of Canadians to contribute. Well, this was something that was opposed by the Conservatives, and quite frankly, they were wrong in that time, and they're wrong again now. Now, some of the comments have been absolutely over the top, comparing C11 to ensure that our creators get some of the massive pie that big tech makes in Canada, that they suck out of the country like a vacuum hose, without paying taxes often, Mr. Speaker, as you well know. They take all that money out. Now we're saying, hey, you got to put some money back into the country. And Conservatives, instead of saying, well, that makes sense, are on this wacky tangent that is unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Unbelievable. We've had Conservative members in the House stand up and say C11 would mean that you actually can be followed by the government on your cell phone. Unbelievable. I mean, they obviously didn't read C11, but they stood up and made comments about C11. And where I come from, Mr. Speaker, and I know where you come from too, in New Westminster, Burnaby, people expect me to actually read the legislation. They actually expect me to know the legislation before I stand up and speak to the legislation. And that's my humble advice to Conservative members who are speaking on the bill. And that includes the Leader of the Conservative Party. Read the legislation first before you speak on it. Now, we've also had Conservatives stand up and compare C11 to North Korea. Mr. Speaker, it's devastating what is happening in North Korea. A totalitarian government has imprisoned its population, subject them to forced starvation.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, the member keeps using the term wacky in his speeches when referring to Conservative members of the House. I think this is unparliamentary language to refer to members with such a term, and I'd ask the Chair to look into that and make a ruling on it. In my humble opinion, it's extraordinarily unparliamentary.
We'll have a look at the hand surge to see in what context it was used in. Thank you for that as well. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member well knows, I never refer to any member of the House in a derogatory way, but I do criticize their comments. They were wacky comments, and Conservatives should be ashamed of themselves for making those comments in this place without having read the legislation. All members are honourable. I never criticize Conservatives personally, but their comments have been beyond belief, Mr. Speaker. They are wacky, and Conservatives should retract them if they don't want me to call their comments wacky. And calling C11 or making a connection between C11 and the despicable totalitarian government in North Korea that is killing its citizens is unbelievably wacky. Crazy. And so Conservatives, instead of standing up on points of order, try to shut down my freedom to criticize their comments, they should be standing up and apologizing to this House for having made the comments in the first place. I very rarely agree with the member from Winnipeg North, and I don't in this case either. But Mr. Speaker, this is what we've had from the Conservatives on this debate. Their comments have been crazy, and it's absolutely inappropriate that they made the comments in this place. And I'm hoping, if the member from Carleton comes forward, unlike what he did around the Conservatives meeting with that despicable neo-Nazi, where he never apologized, I hope he apologizes for the comments that Conservatives have made in this House about C11. Now, there is one comment that has been less wacky, but is nonetheless, quite frankly, disinformation. And that is the issue around saying that somehow C11 would take this untrammeled internet and big technology companies that in no way provide any sort of guidance around algorithms. So what you see is what you get kind of thing, and that C11 would in some way have an impact on those algorithms. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take, I think you're going to give me a sign of how many minutes I have left. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I could also ask for unanimous consent to extend. And would be pleased to do that. I thank my colleague from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. This misconception that somehow algorithms are innocent, I think needs to be questioned, because the whole issue around C11 is having in place a transparent process that makes sense, that actually provides support for creators and artists that have been struggling to make a living, in the same way that we did 50 years ago with the Broadcasting Act, ensure the revolutionary idea that Conservatives opposed at the time, but that time has subsequently proven to have been the best possible decision for our artists and for the expansion of Canadian culture throughout the world. Back in the 1970s, the idea was to say to the big music giants, American-owned music giants, yeah, actually you're going to have to start including Canadian content. You're going to have to take these great Canadian artists that you've been shoving out, and you're going to have to bring them in. And we saw an unbelievable renaissance of Canadian culture, as you know, Mr. Speaker. Literally, dozens, hundreds of Canadian artists showing Canada and showing the world how skilled they are. And all of them having a start because Canadian parliamentarians back in the 1970s actually took that step to ensure that Canadians could speak to Canadians, that Canadian content could actually be shown to Canadians. American music giants said, no, we've given you a few. That's all we're going to give you. Kind of like big tech today. But Canadian parliamentarians at that time had the maturity and the understanding that we had to move forward as a country. They put in place those Canadian content rules to ensure that Canadians were not going to be hidden anymore by foreign companies, and we saw the results. Canadian music, Canadian films, Canadian television, we have seen the incredible ability of Canadians to show the world how effective, how incredibly imaginative, how wonderful our Canadian artists and actors and writers and directors and producers and all Canadians are when it comes to culture. So we now come, fast forward to C11, where the big tech has been doing the same thing. And for those who somehow doubt that they'd see big tech in the same way, and I know Conservatives see big tech, big banks, big tax evaders, they love them all. They gave $116 billion to the banks, you know, Mr. Speaker, 15 years ago, the Harper regime just poured on the spigot for big banks. And we lost, as we know, from the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, $30 billion a year to overseas tax havens. Big tax evaders, well, Harper regime just opened the door, and to our chagrin and the chagrin of Canadians, unfortunately, Liberals have not closed that open door, so we're still losing $30 billion a year, and that's a Conservative figure from the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer. It may well be, and I believe it to be much higher than that. So if you take that over the last decade, Mr. Speaker, that's $300 billion over the last 15 years since the Harper regime opened the spigot to give to big tax evaders money, $500 billion, Mr. Speaker. Unbelievable. So it's no surprise that they side with big tech when big tech says, oh, hey, we're innocent. All we want to do is business. So the Wall Street Journal looked into algorithms and they said, well, is it true when big tech says, hey, we're just innocent, we just do what's in the best interests of the community? The journal's findings, so the Wall Street Journal, undercut, in this case, they analyzed Google, but this applies to all of the big tech companies, undercut the core defenses against global regulators worried about how it wields its immense power, that the company doesn't exert editorial control over what it shows users. Regulators' areas of concern include anti-competitive practices, political bias, and online misinformation, Mr. Speaker. So the algorithms are already biased. They're already ensuring fewer Canadians can actually benefit from the incredible talent and imagination that they have, in the same way that 50 years ago we saw, unfortunately, American music giants saying, no, we're just going to give you a couple of artists and then you Canadians just go into your corner and be quiet, because we're gonna dump foreign artists on the Canadian market. It's our market. And parliamentarians at that time said no, and parliamentarians were right to say no. And as a result of that, we have a culture that has thrived until big tech started doing the same thing. So what has big tech been doing? Where is their bias and emphasis? Well, I think it's important to note that we've seen from the District of Columbia's top attorney that what they have said, and this is what he brought forward in the United States, the National Association of Attorneys General. He said the following, talking about big tech: they host, facilitate, and accept money from hate organizations and individuals who literally are spewing their toxic hate. He also said, among the changes that he wanted to see from the National Association of Attorneys General, I'm quoting Politico back just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, February 27th. Among the changes that he would like to see, the Washington, D.C. Attorney General call Racine, is details about how much money they make from hate speech and more information on what is taken down and when. And so this is an issue that has been raised by the Stop Hate for Profit campaign in the United States, the Anti-Defamation League, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and a whole range of other very credible organizations have all spoken out against algorithms that exist now in big tech that bring people in what has been described by those organizations as a pipeline of hate. So the algorithms exist already. The algorithms have a bias, as the Wall Street Journal pointed out. What this bill does in C11 is actually ensure that Canadians now have a way to get into big tech's boycott of much Canadian talent. And Conservatives would say, well, some Canadians still succeed despite all of this. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that more Canadians will succeed because of C11. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, that 50 years ago, when we had a parliament that was imaginative enough to understand that you had to stand up against the American music giants, you had to stand up and ensure Canadian content. By standing up, we had more Canadians benefit. And that is really my message to my Conservative colleagues. More Canadians will benefit. More artists will benefit. More Canadian creation will happen as a result. That means more jobs in Canada, and I hope that they will stand with every other member of Parliament here who understands that what C11 does is essentially open the door to more Canadians and ensures that all that money that's being vacuumed out of this country right now by big tech will actually be put back in to create jobs here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my NDP colleague for his intervention today. And I couldn't agree more with the vast majority of what he said. You know, I reflect on the committee's work, and I know that at one point a member from the Tragically Hip, Gord Sinclair, came forward to the committee. And obviously I'm very biased being from Kingston, but Tragically Hip specifically pointed to the Canadian content rules that they emerged within and how that allowed them to flourish and to become, in my biased opinion, Canada's band. And I'm wondering, Gord Sinclair specifically talked, Mr. Speaker, about how we need to ensure that Canadian content continues to have access into our markets so that bands like the Tragically Hip can continue to be found and to become known and to have the exposure that they need, especially when we're competing against a market that is 10 times the size of the United States. I'm wondering if the member can comment on how he sees future opportunities for new artists, given the incredible requirements and the words that Gord Sinclair spoke at committee.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Tragically Hip comes from Kingston, and I congratulate the member for that. But they embrace the entire country, and they're really one of Canada's bands, one of Canada's musical giants. And as he points out, there are so many musical giants that came as a result of Canadians standing up for themselves. Canadians actually saying, and Canadian parliamentarians saying, you're not going to stop Canadian musicians from broadcasting in Canada anymore. You're not going to dump foreign content in Canada to block Canadians from emerging. And we see with big tech, as I've mentioned earlier, the algorithms are not innocent. They have had a tendency not to favor Canadians. In fact, it's disturbing, as I pointed out from other organizations, what they do tend to favor. And Canada needs to stand up for itself. Canadian parliamentarians need to stand up for Canadian musicians. And the impact is boundless in terms of the possibilities for Canadian artists and musicians, the film directors, that we actually take pride in Canada and take pride in the jobs that come from Canadian culture.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have some questions around the structure that seems to be a problem in this bill. It's complicated, and perhaps the member can help me understand what the Liberals are thinking here. The trouble with it is that the digital libraries, like those on Netflix, can't easily meet a percentage content requirement. And most TV networks, let's face it, are doing that with their sports and news programming. They could be made, though, to invest in a portion of their revenue in Canadian content, and that was a requirement that our 2021 Conservative platform endorsed. But the CRTC's definition of Canadian content would also need to change, since it often depends more on copyright ownership, which streaming services keep, rather than using Canadian staff, writers, and actors and such. And Netflix's major Francophone film was made and written in Quebec, but it doesn't qualify as CanCon. So the Liberals have claimed C11 would result in up to $1 billion per year in investment in Canadian culture, but they have not explained. Maybe they've explained to you as their partners without explaining to us how and what streaming services would have to pay. That's what Canadians would want to know. I see in here in Section 9 very clear delegation of penalties, Mr. Speaker. So why are they not clear here in what they're suggesting that they would do in regard to these providers?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question, because this hopefully is a climb down from where Conservatives have been on this bill over the last few months, where wacky things have been said in connection with C11, wacky things, wacky comments, things that were simply absolutely inappropriate. So I'm hoping that will mean that Conservatives will take a more measured approach on this. Now, she threw out a kind of I think she meant it as a dig. Maybe you've been told something that we haven't been told. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, through the extensive committee hearings, all members of Parliament heard the explanation both from ministerial officials, also the CRTC, also from the many witnesses that intervened on behalf of C11. The vast majority of witnesses over the months of hearings were in favor of C11. And there is a legislative component, but also a regulatory component. As she points out, I would agree with her on that. And the government has been clear, though I would suggest needs to be more clear on the regulations. But the important thing is to pass the bill. And I hope this represents a change in the Conservatives' opinion on the bill.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to salute my colleague on his speech. Now, I listened to his speech. I also listened to the speech by the member for Kingston and the Islands, who was talking about the tragically hit Bryan Adams. There are a ton of artists in Canada who've succeeded in having extraordinary careers. And because of these pioneers who benefited from the measures put in place to help to highlight Canadian culture, and in Quebec it was Francophone artists, and these cultures were able to flourish and be heard about throughout the world. Now, we helped people in these areas to become known. Now, my colleagues spoke briefly about something. I'd like to talk about this, about legislation for all creators, including digital creators, in Canada. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think Quebec culture is extraordinary. And I talked about Canadian artists overall who become known throughout the world, but Quebec artists are known in Europe, in Africa, everywhere. And these major American companies did not want to give space to these Quebec artists. They didn't want to hear about them. So the fact that we have implemented, brought in these regulations is really essential, because these artists of Quebec have to be present in Quebec media and throughout Canada. We have a great many artists who come from Vancouver, Mr. Speaker, because there are artists in Quebec who are also very popular in British Columbia. And it is this that we have to do. We have to stand up for our artists, Quebec artists and other Canadian artists, be they in Quebec, in British Columbia, everywhere in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague from New Westminster Burnaby, I had an exchange yesterday with the member for Lethbridge, and I'm hoping the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby can help me straighten out a misconception held by other members in this place. In talking about the artists, the creators who want C11 passed, I referred to the writers of this country as representing through a group called the Writers' Union of Canada. I'm a member. It's not a collective bargaining union. Its name is the Writers' Union of Canada, but it represents creators in this country, many of whom earn $10,000, $15,000 a year. It's not. Well, the response from the honourable member from Lethbridge, and I'm paraphrasing, was basically, of course they want it. They're a big union. They'll make money. They're not creators. I'd love to straighten this out in this opportunity to say, these are creators. These are writers, and the Canadian Media Producers Association, that's people who write screenplays, who are out of work until we get things balanced for Canadian producers with C11. I just wonder, the honourable member with the New Democratic Party clearly knows unions. Would you think the Writers' Union of Canada is kind of like the writers' version of the CAW?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And no, I think what's clear here is that Conservatives are siding with the gatekeepers, and the gatekeepers for them are the CEOs of big tech. They love gatekeepers. Big bankers, they love them. Big tax evaders, the gatekeepers, they love them. Big tech, the gatekeepers, they love them. They love gatekeepers, and they're choosing the gatekeepers of big tech, the CEO of these big tech corporations, over Canadian writers that have come together to try to get some of the resources that have been cruelly denied them, particularly over the last few years. Musicians' revenues have fallen by 79% over the course of the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Canadian productions, decrease of 12.4%. Digital media, royalties paid to Canadian creators 3 times lower than those that are in more traditional media. and 1 in 4 people working in the cultural sector lost their jobs. At the same time, Netflix increased their profits by 22%, and Conservatives side with Netflix gatekeepers over the interests of Canadians.
Now, I know the honourable member for Windsor West has had his hand up for a long time, but we are super out of time. So I'll make sure I get him up on the next round. Continuing debate, reprise du débat. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure it is to talk about an important piece of legislation, legislation that has been in the works for a number of years, and the government has continued to persist in getting it through the House as quickly as we can, Mr. Speaker, even in recognition of the opposition that we're receiving from the Conservative Party. When you think in terms of the process, Mr. Speaker, I think it's an excellent piece of legislation that clearly demonstrates what it is that the Prime Minister and different ministers as a caucus, we in the Liberals have been advocating for in regards to legislation in general. And that is when we bring forward legislation that the government is very much open to ways in which it could be possibly improved. And that's why often, Mr. Speaker, you will find, whether it's myself or my colleague from Kingston, will often talk about how important it is to get legislation into the committee stage. And C11 is a good example of that. After a healthy debate that had taken place in second reading, we were finally able to get it to the committee stage, and what you saw was a number of amendments. Unlike the former Stephen Harper regime, this is a government that actually listens to what other members have to say, whether they're members of the Conservatives, NDP, Green, or members of the Liberals caucus in the committee stage, where there are ideas that surface in the form of amendments, and you will see that there were a number of amendments that were actually proposed and actually adopted, Mr. Speaker. All with the thought of making the legislation stronger, Mr. Speaker, for all Canadians. We were able to get it through the committee and then third reading, and then it went over to the Senate. And I would really want to emphasize that I can appreciate the degree in which the Senate vested time and resources and energy into ensuring that the bill was thoroughly reviewed through the Senate. And that's in good part why it's come back, because there were a number of amendments that the Senate believed would enhance the legislation, even make the legislation that much stronger, Mr. Speaker. Through the minister responsible for C11 and the fine civil servants that work with the minister, they were able to take a look at the amendments, and in most part, we're accepting those amendments, Mr. Speaker. There are some amendments in which we do have some concerns with that we will not be supporting, and I would invite members of the Senate or others that if they have some specific questions in regards to those amendments or even amendments that we're passing through, not to reach out to the minister's office. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have not seen a modernization of this legislation since the 90s. You know, the other day we were speaking on other digital type legislation, cybersecurity and so forth, and I was drawing the comparison of what it was to what it is today. And it is long overdue, and this is an initiative that the government has now been working on for a number of years. There has been thorough consultations in every region of the country. The department has done a fantastic job in bringing forward the legislation, responding to the requests of and thoughts and expressions from the many different stakeholders. And as I pointed out, listen to what opposition members were actually saying, and amendments were even adopted from opposition members. So we have before us a a return bill from C11 in which the minister has given very clear indication in terms of where we are at as a government in terms of wanting to see the legislation pass, Mr. Speaker. I believe that it is time that there is no need to see a filibuster of any sorts. Members on all sides have had ample opportunity to express their thoughts. I share many of the concerns that the NDP and the Bloc member have raised. I too have received emails that paint a very clear picture of misinformation. The amount of misinformation that is out there, Mr. Speaker, is incredible. And sadly, there are political entities inside this House that are promoting and encouraging that misinformation. You know, I had an email earlier today where someone writes to me saying that C11, voting for C11, is taking away his rights. Mr. Speaker, only politicians that are inside this chamber that are even trying to support that information, I would suggest to you, are being intellectually dishonest. There is nowhere in the legislation where rights of an individual are being taken away. There is nowhere in this legislation where freedoms of expression are being limited or taken away, Mr. Speaker. There is a select group that are within the Conservatives that are espousing false information with respect to the content of C11, or at least supporting the misinformation that is being spread in our communities, Mr. Speaker. C11 is all about putting an industry on a level playing field with another industry that's been there for many years. That's what it's really all about. It's in essence saying that the digital world, the big companies such as Crave, YouTube, Spotify, Netflix, need to be put on the same playing field as the CBCs, CTV, and others, Mr. Speaker. CRTC plays a critical role in who we are as a nation and amplifying that. For many years, we have seen CRTC and the decisions and the actions that it has taken on behalf of governments of all political stripes enhance our heritage from coast to coast to coast. You know, I think in terms of the promotions and the advancement of so many careers in the arts as a direct result of promoting Canadian content, Mr. Speaker. My colleague just made reference to a very famous band, and I'm not really up on music, Tragically Hip.
I'll share their CDs with you.
And he'll share some of their music with me, and I'm sure I'll enjoy it, no doubt, Mr. Speaker. But whether it's music or film, you know, there is incredible talents that are there in every region of our country. You know, I think of things such as corner gas, and if I think of just, you know, the prairies and out west, corner gas, you know, you go to Saskatchewan, you get a high sense of pride that that's a production that's taking place in the province of Saskatchewan. North of 60, which is something that took place both in Alberta and Manitoba. Even go way back to something like the Beachcombers, Mr. Speaker. All of which, no doubt, in good part, had the type of advocacy because of Canadian content requirements. When you think of today, you know, I think of things like Kim's Convenience. You know, a couple of years ago, there was the Emmy Awards on Schitt's Creek. And I had no idea about it until all those awards started coming out for it, Mr. Speaker. And it's an incredible comedy program. You know, the advancements of some of the actors and actresses that we have seen, musicians, can be rooted back to Canadian content policies and the promotion of Canadian heritage. I think that we underestimate the industry that is there. It is a substantial industry virtually in every jurisdiction, all the different regions of Canada, Mr. Speaker. It employs jobs. It provides amazing opportunities for talents. And if I just look at the city of Winnipeg and how Winnipeg has benefited and the type of talents that are found in the city of Winnipeg, you could go to many different festivals, especially during the summertime, but not only limited to summertime. One that I often make reference to, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of Folklorama. And you want to get a sense of the potential of that industry, tour some of the facilities and the pavilions of Folklorama. And you will witness firsthand amateurs singing, performing all forms of dance, sharing amazing talents with thousands of people, Mr. Speaker. Some of those that actually participate in Folklorama will go on to participate at Rainbow Stage or other theater type of operations, Mr. Speaker. There is so many opportunities. And those opportunities, if you start to think of the bigger holistic picture of it, when you have a young person getting involved, for example, in a showpiece at a pavilion, it takes a great deal of time and energy throughout the year for that young person. It instills skill sets, discipline, and so much more. The benefit of seeing that sort of growth at the ground level and how that ground level works its way to the top, Mr. Speaker, is important. And we should be supporting that. Whether it's in Winnipeg, Montreal, or our smaller communities throughout our country, Mr. Speaker. And one of the ways in which we can support that is by supporting Bill C-11, legislation that is modernizing our broadcasting, which is ensuring that Canadian content is not only important to CBC, it's important in the digital world also, Mr. Speaker. And that's why you'll find every member of the Liberal caucus voting and supporting Bill C-11, because we recognize and value the industries and the jobs that it creates and the enhancement of our heritage to our country. It helps identify, Mr. Speaker, in terms of who we are as a nation. And the sense of pride that we get, much like when we see an athlete win a gold for Canada, we get a sense of pride when we see an actor on a major movie production or a sitcom in which we can relate to because it's in our community Mr. Speaker. These are the types of reasons why I would suggest to you that C11 is something that should be universally supported from all sides of the House. But sadly, that is not the case. If I was to briefly indicate what it is specifically the bill actually does, Mr. Speaker, it brings online streaming services under the jurisdiction of the Broadcasting Act, requires online streaming services that serve Canadian market to contribute to the production of Canadian content, ensures online broadcasters will showcase more Canadian content. In essence, it modernizes the outdated legislation, Mr. Speaker. What does the bill not do? And I say this to my Conservative friends. The bill does not impose regulations on the content and everyday Canadians post on social media. It does not impose regulations on Canadian digital content creators, influencers, or users. It does not censor content or mandate specific algorithms on streaming services or social media platforms. Mr. Speaker, limits Canadians' freedom of expression in any way, shape, or form? Not. And this is something that is so upsetting in the sense, as I made reference to it at the beginning. And it's interesting in the comments thus far. We've had the Bloc stand up, we've had the NDP stand up, and now myself, Mr. Speaker. All of which talking about the misinformation. And it's one thing when you have, through the net and other forms of media, misinformation being espoused and being commented on. It's another thing we have as legislators, as leaders within our community, a responsibility to be more transparent and honest with Canadians in regards to legislation that we are passing. And I do find that it is despicable that there are those that are actually assisting in validating misinformation to try to give the false impression that this legislation is taking away the rights of people in Canada. It's just wrong. To try to say that this is somehow telling Canadians what it is they can and cannot watch through the internet, through streaming, is just wrong, Mr. Speaker. To try to tell Canadians that this has something to do with their freedoms and rights is wrong. And any member that has had the opportunity to participate, get engaged, whether it's listening or standing up and speaking on the legislation, knows that. All political parties know that. And for those that are going out promoting and encouraging that misinformation, I believe, as the NDP House Leader has said, should really reflect in terms of what it is that they're doing and give serious consideration to apologizing for spreading such false information, Mr. Speaker. Because there is a segment in society that are believing it, unfortunately. And I like to think that at the end of the day, as I've clearly indicated in this in my comments, that this legislation is all about ensuring that level playing field. It's all about an industry that is so critically important to Canada. It helps identify our identity in terms of who we are. It ensures, Mr. Speaker, opportunities for people, for Canadians, into the future in an area in which we know Canadians can excel in. Our arts community is a community that we need to support, as we have in the past. This is a continuation. It's a modernization of the legislation. That's what it is. And I would ask not only all members to support it, but to do what they can in terms of dispelling the misinformation that is out in our communities, Mr. Speaker. And with those few words, I'll see if there's any questions and answers.
I doubt there will be.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honneur de député de
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Sure, and the member opposite talked about the misinformation that's being put out, and most of it's being put out by the members of the Liberal government. And if we look to the actual facts of the matter, the facts of Bill C-11 is that it says the governor in council, that is the cabinet ministers, will determine the criteria by which the CRTC will decide who is going to be impacted by this legislation. So that is the government telling the CRTC who's going to be under it, and they have not revealed that information, although we've asked for it for a year. And now the Senate has brought amendments that would specifically exclude individual content. It would say that if you were not commercially involved, if you did not have a unique identifier, that you would not be subject to this legislation. And the Liberal government, again, has refused to accept it. So could the member tell me how this legislation is different than what happens in communist countries, where the government determines what content and who is going to be able to see it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is one of a number of Conservatives that continue to do a disservice to the people of Canada by trying to give some false impression. In no way whatsoever does this prevent or limit an individual from being able to upload what they're doing with their cat or dog or whatever else they want to be able to upload, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is not infringing upon their freedoms or their rights. They can watch what they would like to watch, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party needs to have more integrity on the honesty file, and I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, that what they are doing is spreading misinformation, which is creating a great deal of anxiety amongst a number of people, Mr. Speaker, which cannot be justified.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. Once again, I agree with him. That doesn't arrive often. C-11 is a fundamental bill, a bill that will highlight and showcase the cultural milieu, and that's what we need to assist on. That's what members here need to understand. The cultural milieu needs support, needs to be showcased. We're not saying that we're going to pay them to do their work. We're simply shedding light on their work so that they can earn more income and be better known around the world. That's important to note. When we're talking about misinformation, I think as an elected official, we may have different opinions, but one thing that we cannot do is repeat falsehoods. I'd like to hear the member from Winnipeg North explain that even if you repeat something countless times, it doesn't make it truthful.
I appreciate the question, and it's a fair comment. You know, if you're a Conservative MP and you continuously say, well, it's an infringement on your rights, or the government is trying to limit what you can watch or see on the internet, you can repeat it 1,000 times as often as you like. The reality is that that's not what the legislation says. They might want to use their rhetoric to raise money, to give false impressions, to try to be a disruptive and destructive force here on the floor of the House of Commons. The bottom line is that the legislation does not do what it is that the Conservatives have been espousing to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. With the member, when in standing up, what I really do want to emphasize is that the member recognizes. And the Bloc is good at recognizing the cultural and the arts in the province of Quebec, as I know the Minister of Heritage often talks about, Mr. Speaker, and the importance of the French language being where it is in North America. This is good legislation that's going to enhance the importance of Canada's languages.
Come on, there are questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for getting me in. As a border MP, I'm really concerned about the fact that if we don't stand up for Canadian artists, producers, and culture, I don't know who will. And during the debate, I couldn't think about the story of Freddie Freeman with the World Baseball Classic taking place right now. He's a Canadian born in California, but his mother passed away from melanoma at the age of 10. He's chosen to play for Team Canada, 6-time All-Star, 3-time Silver Slugger, MVP winner and Gold Glove winner as well, too. And it just brings to me, in terms of choices that we have to make in trying to fix this bill, what does it say if we don't in Parliament stand up for our artists and our culture at this point when others are doing that?
Just a reminder for the member to bring his boom down. I think translation got that also. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that we recognize is that the Broadcasting Act, which was brought in many years ago, has done many wonders in terms of advancing Canadian content. And many of the artists that we have today, I would ultimately argue, and many would argue, owe their success to the government's role in ensuring a higher level of Canadian content. And the legislation C11, what it does is it updates, modernizes it. That being said, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the traditional CTV, CBC being put onto a being on a level playing field with the digital world, which we have seen explode over the last 20 years. And the leader of the Conservative Party will get his chance to speak, and I know they're not a big fan of CBC. I can appreciate that. But there are many artists today that are there and as influential as they are today because of CBC. So that's just another point that I and the leader of the Conservative Party will have to disagree on. But maybe he can apologize for the members that are trying to give the false impression that that rights of Canadians are being taken away by this bill, or freedom to watch what they want to watch on the internet are being taken away. It would be nice. I understand he might be up next to speak, and if he is, maybe he could apologize to Canadians for making those type of statements.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
I certainly hope my colleague doesn't hold his breath on that, because he will probably be let down. But, you know, he brings up a really interesting point, Mr. Speaker, and this is about the Conservative misinformation about this issue. And I would say it goes beyond just about providing misinformation. It also has a lot to do with money and Conservative fundraising. Because the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is I tweeted something recently about this issue, and my tweet ended up in a Conservative fundraising email. In that same email, they talked, well, and they're saying, and this is the best part, the leader of the opposition just said thank you. So you know that they're doing this just for fundraising purposes, because the email goes on to talk about censorship. It talks about the rights of freedoms of expressions being infringed upon. It talks about, and this is what they said, they know they're not telling the truth. That's a quote from that email. They then, of course, cap off the email by saying, help us kill the bill, and then a big donate now button. You know, I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can weigh in on why the Conservatives stand to gain and what they stand to gain from all of this misinformation that they're spreading.
The Honour... Order. We'll get a whole minute. We got a minute and 18 seconds left in the response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Not even a funny joke. Mr. Speaker, I think that the member has a great deal of credibility on this particular issue, given his comments, and I would suggest to you that there's no doubt, at least in my mind, in the minds of many, that one of the primary motivations for the Conservatives spreading these untruths is because they use it as a fundraising tool. By feeding this group of individuals untruths, Mr. Speaker, they're hoping to be able to generate more funds for the Conservative cause, Mr. Speaker. I would implore and suggest to the Conservative members, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party, to realize that there is a great deal of harm that's being caused because of the Conservative Party continuing to reinforce false information, Mr. Speaker. It is wrong. This legislation does not take away freedoms and rights, as the Conservative Party would have you believe.
Hear, hear. Reprise du débat continue. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Il était une fois.
Once upon a time, candle makers and lamp makers were worried about competition. They said, and I quote, "We are going through intolerable competition from a foreign rival. The production of lights, they are dumping these products into our country at drastically reduced prices." What were they worried about? They were worried about the sun. The sun shone through windows, lit up houses, and, you know, these candle makers and these lamp makers were concerned. And so they proposed a solution. They said, what we need is an act requiring all the windows to be closed, including via curtains, shutters, blinds. These must be installed over all windows, openings, and slots, allowing light from the sun to enter households. Of course, for them, this was the solution. The solution to competition. These candle makers, these lamp makers wanted to ban windows, so sunlight could not enter households. They wanted to force people to buy their products. And today, we are seeing the same thing happen again. These big corporations want to protect their profits by shutting down competition. Since the conception of the internet, major corporations who dominated the artistic scene, the media scene, and other cultural industries have faced greater competition because new people can now enter the industry. Before, it was impossible because someone working out of their basement would not be able to make music and show it to the world. They would need to go first to a music producing company. Deal with a broadcasting system governed by the state. Now, competition is wide open, and Canadians can produce their own artistic works without going through a corporation like Bell, Chorus, Rogers, or the CBC. These corporations which have dominated the CRTC-regulated market. The cost of artistic products and news products has gone down, an incredible rate. Often when industries tell us there are problems, it's because prices have gone up. Now prices have gone down by almost 100%. Before, it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars just to run an ad for a movie. Now, a teenager working on their computer can make their own film trailer without paying anything at all. The same can be said for news. We always hear that the media sector is in trouble. Why? The price of production has plummeted. Distribution costs are almost at zero because it is no longer necessary to print a newspaper and set up the infrastructure to physically distribute it. Now this happens automatically over the internet. Marketing costs are down by a considerable amount. Because someone can learn about your artistic or media product with no ads just by looking it up online. So with this reduction in production costs, news companies should be celebrating. And yet, they seem upset with the status quo. Well, it's not because their costs have gone up. It's because the competition has. The windows are now open. The sun can flow into households. The sun and fresh air. It is no longer possible for a privileged group of gatekeepers to control what Canadians and other people see and hear. Now people can decide for themselves. The other political parties claim to be against web giants. But this bill does nothing to counter web giants. If this bill passes, web giants will still be in charge of providing access to cultural products. The only thing that will change is the type of content being delivered. Currently, algorithms give people what they want to see. If this bill passes, people will only see what the government wants them to see. So no one is doing anything about the profits of web giants. Companies like YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram will continue to dominate the markets. The only thing that will change is the rules these web giants are subject to. Now, government-favored content will be promoted. Web giants will have no problem. They're feeling fine. They join the ranks of big telecoms and cultural corporations who will be able to benefit from this bill by using their political weight to benefit from government-manipulated algorithms. Now, what will be the consequences of giving power to the government rather than to the people? Well, the consequences will be that people with political power will have a louder voice in the cultural and media spheres. Why? Because under C11, the CRTC, a crown corporation, will be able to govern how algorithms suggest content to Canadians. So anyone who has a listening ear at the CRTC will have a louder voice and be more visible online. And who are these people? Why? The wealthy, the ultra-wealthy. Because if you are poor, you cannot hire your own lobbyist. So today, if you want to be discovered on the internet, you can do so by producing things people want to see, and then the algorithms will recommend it to internet users. But if this bill passes, people will be able to hire lobbyists, send them to the CRTC, and have them convince the CRTC to promote their content. This will not be a 14-year-old girl who plays guitar and who produces her own incredible music. That girl has no lobbyist. She will not be able to project her artistic work onto every cell phone in the country. because she has no way to influence the CRTC. What is more, under this bill, her content isn't even Canadian. Because the definition of CanCon requires content to be recorded with corporations viewed as Canadian. This bill does not define CanCon. So the teenage girl playing her guitar in her own basement would not be considered CanCon. CBC, on the other hand, a news agency which copy-pastes CNN news articles about American politics written in the United States, that's CanCon, because it's produced by a big Canadian corporation, the CBC. Diversity online will also suffer if this bill passes. The internet has led diversity to flourish because before, in order to get your music out into the world, you needed a place on store shelves, and stores only had so much space on their shelves. So the only music that could be sold was popular North American music. But now you don't need a place on store shelves because the internet is not a physical space. There are infinite shelves, if you will. So if you have very peculiar taste, maybe you like klezmer music, Jewish jazz, maybe there's only 100 people in your entire city who like klezmer music. Before, that would not have constituted a big enough market for you to go and buy music locally. Now, the music is available online. The government is proposing a system, however, where public servants will decide who is Canadian enough. And they will decide that this is art produced by major corporations able to lobby the government. This, in turn, will reduce diversity, concentrating power in few hands. And if you do not believe that lobbyists will take over, well, I'll outline the proof. As governments grow, more and more money is spent on lobbying. Because I do agree with the NDP on one thing. Businesses like making money. When governments control the economy, the businesses invest in influencing the government in order to make money. Since the Liberals took over, government expenses have increased by 55%. What happened to the amount of money spent on lobbying? More than a 100% increase in government relations. One American company carried out a study showed that the more money Washington spent, the more money was spent on J Street. Because when governments concentrate power between their own hands, lobbying suddenly generates a great return on investment. When businesses realize they will need the support of the CRTC to make money online, they will invest heavily in lobbyists, pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars so that they can control what Canadians can see and hear. Now, politicians will be able to set the criteria determining what Canadians will see and hear. Government consensus will rule. So it will no longer be the people deciding what will be seen and what will be heard. It will be politicians and public servants who manipulate algorithms to their own benefit. What shocks me is that the Bloc Québécois is agreeing to give this power to some ultra-woke Ottawa organization. That is who will be in charge of determining what Quebecers will be able to see and hear. They're not sovereigntists. They don't believe in independence. They believe in dependence. They don't believe in sovereignty. They believe in Ottawa knows best. We in the Conservative Party will give Quebecers the freedom to hear what they want. When I am Prime Minister, Quebecers will be masters of their own domain. They will be able to control their own cultural policies. Not Ottawa. Not some ultra-woke Ottawa bureaucracy who knows nothing about Quebec culture or Quebecers. We in the Conservative Party believe in freedom first and foremost. When I am Prime Minister, I will make Canada the freest country on earth. Canadians will be able to regain control of their lives. This, of course, includes the artistic scene. There is no freedom without freedom of expression. A right stemming from the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. A Conservative government would abolish this bill, letting Canadians speak with their own voices. We will make sure that our system is one of the freest on earth. We will not try to copy Chinese dictators, the Chinese dictators that this Prime Minister admires. We will continue to fight to kill this bill. And as a government, the Conservative Party would kill it. We are the only party in the House of Commons fighting for Canadian freedoms and Canadian culture. We are the ones allowing Canadians to produce culture. Under a Conservative government, there would be a return to common sense.
There were a group of candle makers that talked of a grave threat to their industry. They said we are suffering from the ruinous competition of a rival who apparently works under conditions so far superior to our own for the production of light that he is flooding the domestic market with it at an incredibly low price. End quote, to quote Frederic Bastiat. And who was that competitor? Why, the sun! The sun was firing beams right through the windows of homes in French villages across the countryside. And this was providing daytime competition to the candle makers, who therefore did not have as much in profit as they would otherwise have absent this competition. So their solution was to ban windows, keep the light out. That way, they could sell more candles throughout the day, for use throughout the day, with less competition coming in from the outside world. And that is exactly what we're getting from the large broadcasting and entertainment corporations, the oligopoly that dominated the voice of Canadians for far too long, until the windows opened and we got the internet. See, what the internet did is it opened up competition. This is ironic, because we hear today that the news media is in trouble. They're hemorrhaging jobs and opportunities. They say that the cultural sector is suffering. And what is the cause of this suffering? Well, the cost of marketing, production, and distribution has plummeted. You heard that right. Because costs have gone down, the industry is suddenly suffering. Actually, it's not suffering. News media has never been more vibrant and more alive than it is today. It's just not the establishment oligopolistic media that dominates the voice around Parliament Hill. Those voices are suffering. They're losing audiences because Canadians actually have choice for a change. For the longest time, the oligopoly in this country, controlled by Bell, Rogers, Shaw, which is now Chorus, and a few other powerful corporate players, were able to use their might with the regulator to ensure their dominance across the airwaves and into the homes of Canadians. They were able to use the large moat, that is to say, the difficulty getting into the market that comes from the fact that you used to have to produce paper and ink in order to send your product to homes. And now all of those things have been knocked down. The windows have been opened. People can enter the marketplace with very few barriers. And so those powerful oligopolistic corporations are trying to reinstate the barriers. In other words, they're trying to block the windows to keep the light and the fresh air out so that they can dominate the candle making, or in their case, the news and culture making business. They don't want more Canadian culture. What they want is more control over Canadian culture. And here we have across the way, on the one side, it's the corporations want economic control over news and culture, and on this side, the government wants political control over news and culture. And so you have this alliance of big government and big business ganging up on the customer, forcing through this legislation the customer to consume content they would not otherwise be interested in. You see, right now, the big tech platforms are very simple. They're interested in making money. Let's be blunt about it. How do they do that? They feed people content that they want to see. That keeps them on the platform longer. And when this bill passes, those platforms will be interested in making money. And they will make just as much money because nothing in this bill shuts down Netflix or YouTube or Facebook or anyone else. They will still be the dominant platforms. What will change is that instead of having algorithms that give people things they want to see, there will be algorithms that give people things the government wants them to see. And the government will operate through the CRTC, a large, woke government agency that will manipulate algorithms to promote so-called Canadian content. What is Canadian content? Well, they can't tell us. They suggest, for example, that Canadian content is a CBC article that is plagiarized in Washington about American politics. That would be an American-made story about American politics, but it would be Canadian content because it would be provided by the state broadcaster in Canada. But a single mother who produces a video about raising funds for her local kids' sports team, that would not be Canadian content, because it would not be on the approved list that will be established by the CRTC. So in other words, a local Canadian story by a Canadian about local Canadians will not be considered Canadian content because she's not a news agency, she's not registered with any of these so-called cultural bodies, and therefore she will be pushed down the algorithm and given a smaller voice as more powerful corporate voices gain predominance. We know that this is public choice theory. Those with money turn that money into influence, and then they turn that influence into yet more money, which they then turn into more influence, and so on and so forth. You don't believe me? Look at the correlation in the amount that companies are spending on lobbying right now. Government spending is up 55% since this government took office. That is correlated with a nearly 100% increase in the number of paid lobbying interactions that have happened here in Ottawa, as recorded by the Lobbyist Registry. A company out of the United States did a similar study showing that the bigger the spending in Washington by the government there, the more corporations spend on lobbying the U.S. nation's capital. Nearly a perfect correlation between those two things. Why? Because if you have a bigger and more powerful government in the economy, then those seeking profit will invest in influencing that government in order to turn that influence into more money. And that is exactly what will happen here. A small group of broadcasting corporations who will have all of the influence, as they have in the writing of this bill, will be in the CRTC office every day asking for that algorithm to be just tweaked a little bit more so that they can end up in the news feeds or the YouTube streams of Canadians more than their competitor. And it will be a race for political power rather than a race for better cultural products. In other words, instead of pleasing your audience, you will get ahead by pleasing politicians and bureaucrats. That is what happens. The privileged elite will have more and more control and a greater voice, and the people on the ground will have less and less control. And ironically, this will run against everything that the parties across the way claim to say they want. They claim they're for diversity. Diversity is our strength, says the Prime Minister. Yet, this bill, by giving a small oligopoly control over what Canadians see on the internet, will mean obviously less diversity, because it will be only the programming that they favor. Do you think the ethnocultural publications are going to get the same deal from the CRTC that the CBC, that Bell Canada, that Rogers, and other telecommunications behemoths are going to get? Of course not. They don't have, the small Punjabi paper in Surrey does not have a lobbyist in Ottawa that can work on the CRTC. Do you think that's specialty cultural products, like, for example, you think of a Jewish community who likes klezmer, the wonderful, wonderful Jewish jazz music, might not have a big enough audience to generate political power at the CRTC. But under the current situation, at least through the tap of their thumb, they can get the music that they want. That music will not be considered Canadian enough by the corporations who will generate the algorithm with the CRTC, and therefore those more diverse and unique voices will be shut out and deprived of online oxygen. So there will be less diversity. They claim they want to take power away from big corporations, yet this bill does precisely the opposite, concentrating power in the hands of a small number of broadcasting and telecommunications behemoths, the ones who've been lobbying so hard for so long to get this bill passed. They claim, Mr. Speaker, that they want more artistic expression, and yet the artistic expression of people who are not part of the established cultural scene will be snuffed out altogether. Even great Canadian artists who have never been associated with conservatism have spoken up against this bill. Look at the words of Margaret Atwood, who actually said that this bill represents creeping totalitarianism, and that is exactly what it is. When the government decides what the people can see and say, then freedom of expression will not be long to live in this country. We in this country, in this party, believe in Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To be or not to be? That is the question. And conservatives have an answer. We will repeal this anti-speech censorship law and restore freedom of expression on the internet right across Canada. You know, inherent in this bill is the same old elitist mentality of the ruling class. They know better, that if Canadians are left to their own devices, they'll consume the wrong kind of culture. Now, Canadians, our Liberal friends will tell us, are just not sophisticated enough to make their own decisions about what to see and hear. There's a smarter class of more cultured, cosmopolitan types who understand culture in a way that the 37 million Canadians who do the work of the nation do not. And therefore, we will have this cultural elite embedded in our bureaucracy, interlinked with our large corporations who will decide on their behalf. The assumption is that somehow these elites are more virtuous. But what is more virtuous about them? What makes them so special? And who, if they're the ones watching over the system of culture, who watches the watchmen? Who controls the controllers? These rules are made for the rulers and not for the common people. Canadian culture comes from the bottom up, not the top down. And to the suggestion that Canadians are not sophisticated or cultured enough to decide for themselves, I say, what evidence is there that this group of politicians in this chamber, or that group of bureaucrats over at the CRTC, or that other group of lobbyists in the broadcasting corporations who will make the rules under this law are more sophisticated and culturally advanced, that they are smarter? What evidence for that is there? I, for one, believe that if you want smarts and sophistication, look to the mechanic who can take apart and put back together an engine block. Look to the electrician whose meticulous fingers send lightning through copper wires to illuminate our homes. Look to the farmer who is able to read the weather, the soil, and the commodity prices to bring food from his field to our fork. Their minds are ever more advanced and ever more capable to decide what is good and what is not good culture. We in this House of Commons are servants and not masters. It is not our role to dictate from above what the people think, see, and hear, but the contrary. You see, they've got the org chart upside down. They think it's Prime Minister, then House of Commons, and then the people on bottom. Actually, it's the other way around. It's the people, and then the members in this House, and then the Prime Minister, which means first servant. That is how our system was designed. And so Conservatives will always stand for the common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Let us bring it home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring home freedom of speech for all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find it very interesting the great depth and knowledge by which the Leader of the Opposition understands how algorithms work. I applaud him on that. I also find it very perplexing that he doesn't understand how a tag got into a YouTube video that affected those algorithms, but nonetheless, I won't go down that road, Madam Speaker. My question is more specifically about the Conservative approach to this bill. What we do know is that Conservatives in the committee process did put forward some amendments that would allow the CRT to do censoring. Those amendments weren't passed, but I'm wondering if the Leader of the Opposition can comment on, is it all forms of censoring, or is it just the forms of censoring that Conservatives are against? And I say this all notwithstanding the fact that I personally don't believe this bill has any censoring in it from the outset.
The Honourable Member for the Leader of the Opposition.
We oppose all the censorship in this bill, all of it, 100% of it. And I will repeal all of it. I'll let the people decide what they want to see and say on the internet. One example is that the government claimed that the bill would not affect quote-unquote user-generated content. That was to say in plain language, the stuff that everyday people post on their Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and other forms of content made by everybody you know in our neighborhoods across this country. They said it wouldn't affect any of that. And they even put in an amendment originally in the bill that said user-generated content is excluded, worry not. And then at the 11th hour, they reversed the decision. Because all along, we knew that's what they wanted. Exactly. This was never about protecting Canadian content. They admit they don't even know what Canadian content is. This is about controlling the people. That is what this bill is about, that is what this government is about, and that is why we will defeat this government and repeal this bill.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, to take this example put by the Leader of the Official Opposition, you know, with respect to the sun, if it becomes too difficult, we can wear sunglasses, use sunscreen. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition just delivered a truly libertarian speech. A discourse, a speech which talks about the people being sovereign. But he also talks about the freedom of the multinationals. Now, others do regulate the digital world. There are no cultural exceptions. There would be no environmental legislation if we were all libertarian. So my question is, what would the Leader of the Opposition say? Because we know Conservatives like to cut on spending for culture. If we want a culture that is flourishing, truly thriving, literature, film, television, what would you do about that? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Now, with respect to Quebec culture, it seems that he wants culture to be controlled by the federal government in Ottawa. This is not a sovereignist position. It's not an independentist position. Now, so he really shouldn't say anything about Quebec culture in that respect. Now, what about these big multinationals? Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, even when the legislation is adopted. But we want to know what content will be available on these platforms. According to him, it would be content chosen by Ottawa, by the federal government, at its very woke agency in the capital. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, I have rarely heard as many conspiracy theory idiocies. Now, if we want to help artists and artisans, I want to know what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would say about television production, about sound technicians who work in the cinema industry in Quebec and Canada. These are not privileged persons. These are workers. When the Broadcasting Act was brought in, we said the cable companies should distribute Canadian and Quebec productions. Why did they have to do that? Because there was no such legislation. So, does the Conservative leader want to continue to give gifts to all these big companies? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. We are the only party that supports artists, because without freedom of expression, you couldn't have arts. No freedom of expression, no culture. So if the other parties want to censor freedom of expression, that means they want to censor artists. I repeat, this legislation does nothing to deal with Google, Facebook, Twitter. They will continue to dominate the digital space. If the member wants to break up this oligopoly, I'm all for it. We can discuss it. But this legislation does nothing to do that. This legislation simply gives officials, bureaucrats in Ottawa the power to control what Canadians see and hear on internet. I would remember the Honourable Member that if there's a question, you have to listen to the answer.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. I just want to take us back to some fundamentals and ask him if he can find anywhere in C11 where the fundamental principle of the Broadcasting Act, that the freedom of expression of Canadians is protected. Can he find or point to any place where in these set of amendments to the Broadcasting Act that fundamental principle is altered or repealed?
The Honourable Member, a Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, yes, that's quite easy. In applying the Broadcasting Act to the internet, which is obviously trying to put a square peg into a round hole, you give the broadcasting regulator the power over what content appears on the internet. That's the whole purpose of the bill. So there are I don't have enough time to list all the clauses in the bill that would give the bureaucracy the power to control what people see and say on the internet, and therefore violate their freedom of expression rights found in the Charter of Rights under Section 2B. Thank you.
Any comments? The Honourable Member Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his amazing speech and careful articulation and his commitment to killing Bill C-11. Now, he mentions about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and how freedom of expression is actually being eroded by Bill C-11. And on the Government of Canada's own website, it says the Supreme Court of Canada has maintained that the connection between freedom of expression and the political process is perhaps a linchpin of Section 2B. Free expression is valued above all as being instrumental to democratic governance. So my question to the Leader of Opposition, who is committed to killing this bill, whether now or when he is Prime Minister, with the day that I look forward to would happen very, very soon, that why would the Prime Minister of the Liberal Party would actually want to bring in this type of censorship? Is it because he admires communist dictatorships?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'm going to let Margaret Atwood answer that question. Here's what she said, and I quote, she described the CRTC as, quote, the shadowy body that lurks in the background. They're secret. How many of them are there? Or what do they actually do? And furthermore, and directly to the member's question, all you have to do is, and she's commenting specifically on this bill, all you have to do is read some biographies of writers writing in the Soviet Union and the degrees of censorship they had to go through, government bureaucrats. So it is creeping totalitarianism if governments are telling creators what to create.
Yeah. Reprise de débat.
Resuming.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Mental Health and Associate Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain. Madam Speaker, C11 is part of this government's work to promote Canadian interests thanks towards a forward-facing program. It creates durable funding for our creative milieu. It will continue to support platforms where Canadian creators can enrich the lives of Canadians. All of us are familiar with movies and musics that have shaped our lives, and we recognize ourselves in these made-at-home creations. This is why we are providing support to this bill.
Madam Speaker, this bill addresses an important regulatory imbalance by requiring online audio and video broadcasting services to contribute to the achievement of important cultural policy objectives in the same way that traditional broadcasters always have. Dès les années 80,
as of the 1990s, concerns were expressed about the possibility that the online broadcasting sector would disrupt the traditional broadcasting sector. An early decision was made to not impose any requirements on online services, so to prevent them from doing their work given their relatively limited role at the time. Our Broadcasting Act only applies when they have a significant impact. And today, the situation is untenable. In the last decade, the number of online subscribers to online services has grown to 78% of Canadians. Online video income has grown quickly and significantly, and at the same time, traditional broadcasters have seen their revenues drop. If I'm drawing your attention to these facts, it's to say that the broadcasting world has changed. We all know this, given that we turn regularly to Netflix, Crave, and Club Illico to access music and television shows. Times have changed. In the last 20 years, online broadcasting services have been the way for most Canadians, an increasing number, to access content.
Canada's broadcasting sector, which has directly impacted the level of support for Canadian programming and talent. Jobs are threatened. Continuing to treat online and traditional broadcasters differently is not fair, and it is not sustainable. It is putting the support system for Canadian stories and music at risk. It will create sustainable funding for our cultural industries. To explain how modernizing the Act will create sustainable funding for our cultural industries, it is important to look back at the proven track record of innovation in our cultural sector and recall how transformative digital disruption has been for broadcasting in Canada. This support system has cultivated Canadian cultural works and supported innovation and talent in our audiovisual, music, and sound recording sectors, and it's one we intentionally developed through policies, programs, and legislation. Let me remind you how things were in the beginning for Canadian broadcasting. Radio and TV channels, as well as cable and satellite distribution companies, had to be Canadian-owned and hold licenses. They were allowed, and still are, of course, to show foreign programs or carry American channels. In return for participating in Canada's broadcasting system and accessing our domestic market, they were required to fund, acquire, and broadcast Canadian programs.
They were also required to make programs accessible to Canadian and to contribute to the creation of Canadian programs, and that includes in French. With time, the demand for Canadian programs increased. The system worked as expected, and our creative industries flourished. Thousands of Canadians worked in broadcasting as producers, actors, singers, in lighting, makeup, and so on. Canadian cultural industries developed very well, and investments were made in production zones or production regions. We became famous for our creative and technical talents. Broadcasting plays a key role in supporting Canada's creative industries and involving cultural identity. The Canadian broadcasting, film and video, and music and sound recording sectors are also important economic drivers. They contribute about $14 billion to Canada's GDP, and accounted for over 160,000 jobs in 2019.
Point to a sector we can be proud of, not one we can take for granted. We knew the day will come when the 1991 Broadcasting Act will no longer be sufficient. Unfortunately, that day has come and long passed. Nous luttons pour la reconnaissance et
we are fighting for the recognition and the support that the sector needs, not only to survive, but to prosper. The Online Broadcasting Act is about ensuring the continued viability of the Canadian broadcasting system. It's also about securing our cultural sovereignty. Canada is home to continuous innovation and emergent talent. We must support our creators and creative industries, and this requires that all broadcasters in Canada compete on an equal footing. We must bring the online streaming services into the system. Because of outdated legislation, online broadcasters are not required to support Canadian music and stories or any other major broadcasting goal. While traditional broadcasters' incomes are stagnating and dropping, the level of support to Canadian music and stories, as well as to creative professionals that created them, will also drop. The consequences for the broadcasting system are serious. Canadian broadcasters have reacted by reducing their costs, which has had a real impact on the service they're providing to Canadians, on their contribution to Canadian culture, and on middle-class jobs.
Be the poorer for not seeing homegrown talent supported and more diversity on screen and in song. Previous generations enjoyed Canadian programs knowing that others across the country were sharing a similar experience. These experiences are important for our culture and our cultural industries. What matters most, what matters now, is that Canadian voices, perspectives, and stories remain relevant, heard, and groundbreaking. The Online Streaming Act is needed to achieve greater diversity in the broadcasting system and ensure the long-term viability of our broadcasting sector. Et en tant que fier Québécois,
as a proud Quebecer, I'm convinced that this bill will strengthen the growing Quebec cultural sector. The French language is a minority in North America, and we will do what is needed to promote French language artists and creators. This is in line with the Canadian government's goal of maintaining ensuring that Canadian minority language communities are thriving. In conclusion, this bill aims to ensure that the creative sector will continue to grow. No matter how Canadians access their content, they should be able to see themselves in the stories and songs that reflect their experience and their communities. Madam Speaker, the 1991 Broadcasting Act got us here. Now, the Online Streaming Act will move us forward. We can no longer wait. We must act now. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable, the Honorable Red Deal Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think back to many years ago when in Red Deer we used to have a CBC station, we used to have a CTV station, and quite frankly, they abandoned us. They left. We now have to depend upon some great people that do broadcasting and so on, but they're using online platforms. And I think when you want to look at how this program or the bill that we have that we're presenting now, how it's going to affect them, I think that's a critical part. So this is where we look at it and say, you know, I think it's time that we completely throw this bill out and recognize the true people that are producing content here for Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill will, in fact, bring online broadcasters under the jurisdiction of the Broadcasting Act, as well as prioritizing Francophone, LGBTQ+, and Indigenous creators, among others. It will also modernize outdated laws that will and bring our broadcasting system into the 21st century. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if my colleague is exhausted as I am, given all the disinformation that we've received that is being used to frighten people. There's a song by Robert Charlebois called "Tonight We're Frightening People," and I have the impression that it's been months, even years, that the Conservatives have been trying to do this. They are the champions in cuts to the cultural sector. Have they finally found an excuse to promote their agenda, which is giving American multinationals complete power? The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you. I thank my colleague for his question, and that's what we're hearing exactly from Conservatives, disinformation about this bill. As I've said in my speech, it's time to give Canadian content a guaranteed place. We need to demonstrate our solidarity and our support for our creators. They need it. They've been greatly affected by online broadcasters in the last few years. And with this bill, we are showing we're behind them. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. The Broadcasting Act gave cable companies the chance to broadcast, but they had to in turn contribute to content, what was going through the pipes, in other words. At the time, the digital broadcasters did not exist. And what the Conservatives refuse to understand is that for the market to be fair, that is, the online broadcasters must also contribute to what's going through the wires. Why does the Parliamentary Secretary think they don't want this? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As we've said before, following the Leader of the Opposition's speech, there's certainly an electoral agenda. The Conservative Party is probably trying to get votes from a certain category of people, as he also did during his election campaign, using algorithms to redirect certain texts and others. Thank you. The Honourable Member Châteauguay-Lacour. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was delighted to hear my colleague speak about C11 and its support for the creation of various groups across the country that have been perhaps historically not receiving this necessary support. Have we had any reactions from people in the cultural milieu? Have we heard how they feel they believe C11 will support them? Madam, the Madam Parliamentary Secretary, yes. The Guild, the Union des Artistes in Quebec, and others are in favor of Bill C-11. If we consider, especially if we approve or modify somewhat the amendments from Senate.
Thank you, Speaker. I am pleased today to rise in support of Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act. I spent 20 years as a broadcast journalist, following a short career as a newspaper reporter, and I saw firsthand the impact on Canadian storytellers once online streaming companies entered the fray and altered the way we and people around the world consume news and entertainment. And I am so thrilled that now, as a member of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, I can play a role in help leveling the playing field for Canadian content creators with the passage of Bill C-11, an update to the Broadcasting Act. This was the first big piece of legislation I had the privilege to work on. The Broadcasting Act, as we've heard, was introduced in 1991. C'était avant.
That was before I became a journalist, when I had just come back to Canada after a year in France and began studying political science at the University of Calgary. It was a different era, and times have changed.
The study of Bill C-11, the Heritage Committee heard from artists and creators and broadcasters about how much the Broadcasting Act has helped Canadians appreciate our own unique culture. We heard from Gord Sinclair of the Tragically Hip. That little band from Kingston would not have been able to reach across the country from coast to coast to coast and have such an impact on so many Canadians with their music if it hadn't been for the Broadcasting Act, which has ensured that Canadian artists are heard and seen and appreciated by Canadians all across the country, that our artists don't have to go overseas or across the border in order to have successful careers. This is about seeing Canadian artists and creators succeed and be supported and appreciated right here at home. For decades, Speaker, broadcasters in Canada have given us incredible Canadian content on our televisions and radios. We made a conscious decision to support our fellow Canadians, to help them share their talents and their stories with the rest of the world. As a condition of their licenses, TV and radio broadcasters have had to invest in our culture and our artists. It's why we have all the Canadian content that we love, whether we're watching Schitt's Creek or Orphan Black or listening to Hamilton's own Arkells or a classic like Stompin' Tom Connors. It makes us proud to be Canadian, to support and encourage our Canadian talent. Our culture is who we are. It's our past, our present, and our future. And now that Canadians consume their media from a bigger variety of platforms, it's time to update the Broadcasting Act and protect our culture for generations to come. I remember 1991. We were listening to local radio to learn about the newest music and artists. And when we found something good, we'd head to the mall and we'd buy the cassette tape at the music store. And today, most Canadians get their music on YouTube. We want to make sure they can still find and identify Canadian content from their streaming services. Bill C-11 ensures that big players like YouTube and TikTok start contributing to the system, like our traditional broadcasters have been doing for decades now. Back in 1991, we knew which TV shows played on which night, and we made plans to get home in time so that we wouldn't miss anything. If we wanted to watch a movie, our options were either a Blockbuster rental or the theater. Today, our streaming services have usurped cable services. I mean, I still have cable. I still like to watch my local news, but I understand that today most Canadians stream their content. You can stream pretty much anywhere you can get a signal, through your TV, your phone, your car. The technological advances that many of us in this room have lived through since the 90s are extraordinary. And how wonderful and amazing to be able to watch your favorite shows and movies whenever and wherever you want. You can even binge an entire season of, say, Canada's Drag Race and not have to wait with anxious anticipation week after week to find out what happens at the end. But streaming platforms like Amazon Prime and YouTube broadcast to Canadians without the same requirements that traditional broadcasters adhere to, including supports to the industry and its players that help build Canadians' culture. These companies absolutely invest in our economy in other ways. And we are fortunate to have such a bounty of entertainment to consume, and we can proudly point to many productions made on our shores and in our streets with our people telling our stories. But streaming services don't have to produce and share content that reflects our Canadian story and shared identity. They don't have to protect Canadian rights of content ownership. They don't have to pay into this system that nurtures young talent and gives it space to grow and be seen and be heard. Until Bill C-11 is passed into law, our culture will be in danger of being lost in the noise of all the content available to Canadians online. And asking the streaming companies to make Canadian content more findable does not in any way limit Canadians' ability to watch what they want or produce the content they want or post the content they produce. All regulatory requirements and obligations in the Online Streaming Act only affect the broadcaster and the platforms, never the user or the creator. This bill does not limit Canadians' freedom of expression in any way, shape, or form. We are not telling streamers how to do their business or construct their algorithms. We're just saying they benefit from our country and our stories and our creators. They have to contribute. They have to let Canadians see through the clutter, identify their own music and artists and storytellers and other creators. The legislation will provide real opportunities for Canadians, including community media, local news, French language production, racialized communities, third language programming, and so much more. This legislation is incredibly important to ensure space within our broadcasting system for Indigenous storytelling and Indigenous languages. And when it comes to Canadian stories and storytelling, I would be remiss if I didn't mention news and community news and hardworking journalists. The broadcasting landscape has changed since I was in journalism, with bigger players impacting the Canadian news market. We need to ensure that our broadcasters can keep up and are protected. The Canadian journalists continue to tell the stories of our Canadian communities. The 1991 Broadcasting Act has run its course. It's now undeniably out of date, but its principles of fairness to Canadian creators remain crucial to this country. We need this legislation now so we can better support our Canadian broadcasting sector. Canadian organizations and creators will continue to lose ground if this bill doesn't pass. We must all work together to see this come to fruition. So I would like to express my thanks to the Senate for their exhaustive study of this bill, which included the longest clause-by-clause consideration of a bill in Senate history. This has been about teamwork, about getting this bill to its best form. Although the Conservatives have been working against the team, spouting misinformation, raising unfounded fears on what this bill is really about, spending more time filibustering than working collaboratively, we got there. And we agree with many of the Senate amendments. As my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, mentioned yesterday, this government is fully supporting 18 of 26 amendments brought about in the clause-by-clause study of Bill C-11. We also accept another 2 amendments with modifications. All these changes that adhere to the spirit of the legislation. This is another testament to the truly collaborative work that has gone on. Speaker, it's time that we pass this bill, that we show our support to Canadian artists, that we show our support to Canadian creators. So I truly hope my colleagues will join me in supporting Bill C-11. It's time to bring our broadcasting system into the 21st century and to do what is right for this country and our culture. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
If this bill does not affect what Canadians will post, why did this government choose to remove the amendment that would have explicitly said that? We've been accused repeatedly throughout the debate, the Conservative members of they say, misinformation, and yet they had refused to explicitly exclude content posted by Canadians. Why?
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. The only amendments this government did not accept were amendments that created loopholes that would have allowed streaming companies to get out of their obligations. This is all about supporting Canadian culture and Canadian artists.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Just some context. The leader of the Conservative Party said, we're giving up, we're killing the bill, we're done with it. Personally, I think he should work a little bit harder, keep the door open. Maybe they should, at least they could say if it didn't have any impact on freedom of expression, we would support it. We in the Bloc would be the first to return the bill to the starting block if there were issues with freedom of expression. Does the member agree with me about freedom of expression?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. I do agree with the member. I know that this bill protects our culture without compromising our freedom of expression. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I really liked the way she distinguished between traditional broadcasters who are involved in the CanCon system and online broadcasters who have been left out of it for far too long. This bill will take money away from private companies and inject it into the production of Quebec and Canadian content, including French language content and, thanks to the NDP, Indigenous content. Could the member tell us about the impact this bill will have if web giants are forced to contribute to local and regional culture, including Francophone and Indigenous culture? Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Heritage Committee, we heard how creators need this bill to support them.
Support in their community. So streamers pay into this systems. We have programs that support young artists. We appreciate the contributions from the province of Quebec, and we wouldn't have as much access to all the Canadian content we have now if it weren't for 1991's Broadcasting Act. Our artists today need that same lift up that artists in 1991 got with the original Broadcasting Act.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Chateauguay-Lacole. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Was very interested to hear the impassioned and thoughtful speech by my colleague, especially given her previous history in journalism. And so I'd just like to know what is the reaction from local stakeholders from across the country? Is this something that they are looking forward to seeing, C11?
With a quick answer, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Colleague from Chateauguay-Lacole, we heard from many broadcasters and traditional that they will not be able to continue. They will not exist much longer. If the playing field is not leveled, they cannot compete with these streamers with the way things are now. If we don't bring in this legislation as soon as possible, we will lose more Canadian companies that produce Canadian content.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Imagine you go to a restaurant and you order yourself a burger. But instead of a burger, they serve you a salad. And when you ask the server why you got a salad, they tell you it's because of a new government rule. Salads have to account for the certain percentage of meals eaten in Canada. And that's ridiculous, you might say, and you wanted a burger, so you should get a burger. Nobody would accept something like this when they went to a restaurant, so why would they accept it when they browse the internet? That is the essence of Bill C-11, a solution looking for a problem that doesn't exist, and the latest attempt from these Liberals to stick their nose in where it doesn't belong and limit the freedoms of Canadians. And I would hope that the member from Louis Saint Laurent will share a burger with me, because I'm going to share my time with him. So right now, Canadians get to pick things that they get to see online through their very own viewing habits, their searches, their choices, Madam Speaker. But if Bill C-11 passes, the videos they watch on YouTube, the movies they stream on Netflix, and the podcasts they listen to on Spotify would all be subject to government regulations requiring the promotion of certain content. They would deem the content that you can and can watch. Of course, they cannot explain what that content is. They haven't answered that question. But by putting the rules for what this bill is calling Canadian content in the hands of government and unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, the Liberals would be free to amplify the voices they like and silence the ones they don't. You know why? Because they appoint the body that does that, because they appoint the head of the CRTC, without telling us what kind of content, of course. Let's face it, C-11 is just another attempt to drastically expand the size and scope of government, to control what Canadians think, to limit their fundamental rights and freedoms of what they get to see online. No government should ever be given the additional powers to censor and regulate what Canadians say and see, but especially on the entire, infinite, unending internet. The bill states that any content that generates revenue, yes, even cat videos, will be subject to regulation that will be under the control of the CRTC. And yet it lays out the very path for hiring the internet czar that would do that, that would give the purview of that to somebody else, to an unelected bureaucrat appointed, of course, by a government that wants the control. Now, this is a debate about amendments, and specifically with regard to the issue of censoring user-generated content. That's what regular people put online. The government was really never going to consider that amendment, because they took it out of the bill to begin with. And I'll tell you why. Here's the response to trying to get user-generated content out of the mix. It's in Amendment number 3. It's part of what we're discussing here. The government respectfully disagrees with Amendment number 3 because it would affect the Governor and Council ability to publicly consult on and issue a policy direction to the CRTC to appropriately scope the regulation of social media services with respect to their distribution of commercial programs, as well as prevent the broadcasting system from adapting to technological changes over time. That's their response. The rationale behind the rejection for content creators is finally, they finally said the quiet part out loud. It's right here. For the government that claims that user-generated content was never going to be part of this bill or won't be part of this bill, they took out that amendment and then they rejected the fact that the amendment would have been put back in the bill. It says the opposite right in the rationale. The government wants the power to direct the CRTC on user content today, and they want the power to do it in the future. Regulatory power over user content is confirmed in that explanation. It covers YouTube videos, podcasts, and any other content on platforms we don't even know exists yet, because that's what adapting to technological changes means. They've regulated something that doesn't even exist yet. So there you have it. A statement that you heard from the minister on this point is the exact opposite of his response in the House, his response in committee, his response on television, which makes it the actual opposite of the truth. He will also ensure that we are the only country, the only democratic country in the world where this is actually a thing, where we're the only country to engage in this form of regulation on things that you or I would put on the internet. It leaves absolutely no doubt in the minds of anybody who has read this legislation. People like Margaret Atwood, people like Senator David Adams Richards, the purveyors of cat videos from coast to coast, absolutely no doubt that this is their plan. They just said the quiet part out loud. Platforms are in and user-generated content is in, and anything else is simply untrue. We have so many philosophical issues with this bill, but I could stand here all day and talk about them. But what I want to touch on is some very practical ones, like the mandate of the CRTC. 2.5 quintillion bytes of data is added to the internet every day, every single day. Do you really believe that the Liberal government or that any bureaucracy, especially a bureaucracy with this government, can handle the responsibility of regulating that? They can't get you a passport in a reasonable amount of time. They can't do what they're saying they can do. What about the idea that the government needs to save an industry, which of course is ludicrous, The minister says that investment in Canadian production that would further our culture is somehow in need of his rescue. Again, that's the opposite of an actual fact, where my colleagues here will tell me that I'm engaging in disinformation, but it's just not true. Huge investments are being made. And if you looked a little farther than where traditional broadcasters or where they've traditionally been made, or if you've looked a little further or talked to anybody else other than the unions who would lose control over that funding, you would know that that statement is not true. The Motion Picture Association of Canada told a committee in the Senate that they spent over $5 billion a year in investment in 1 year, in 2021. That's more than the $1 billion that the minister is talking about, saying that C11 would bring in. $5 billion is more than $1 billion, and that's in a single year by a single industry association. So what about the fact that Canadian creators haven't asked for this? And in fact, many of them have spoken out against it. Those are the ones that have had tremendous amounts of success, the ones that are going to be held back by this. The creators in this country that without government have reached unimaginable heights, both within Canada and especially outside of Canada. They've been ignored. It isn't about culture, and it certainly isn't about funding. It's about control. And they're doing anything possible to increase the size of the Canadian government and reduce the freedoms of what you see online, of what ordinary Canadians see and put online. Ordinary Canadian citizens. And the government will stop at nothing to do more of that, no matter how much the facts don't line up, no matter how much they can't answer questions about what Canadian content is, who will regulate it, or just simply mislead this House in telling us that the CRTC has no role in this. The Liberals jammed this bill through the House of Commons once already, but the Senate found so many issues with it that they conducted the longest committee study ever and on a piece of legislation and proposed 26 amendments. That's, of course, after the Liberals took out the amendment that would leave out user-generated content while telling the Canadian public that that wasn't true. But just like that, just like putting lipstick on a pig, it leaves you with a pig. Putting amendments into Bill C11 just leaves us with C11, a bill that at its core restricts and infringes and penalizes. A bill that can only be fixed by voting it down, by making sure that it never sees the light of day. A Conservative government in this country would have never introduced it. And if members of this House make the mistake of passing it, we will repeal it. We don't need a government deciding what we can and cannot watch. We don't need a government to pick the winners and the losers. We don't need a government to get more involved in the lives of Canadians. They're involved enough, and we see how that's going in this country. We need a small government that makes room for bigger citizens, where government is the servant and and Canadians are the masters. Mr. Speaker, we're upholding the heritage that Canadians have given the world, that successful creators have put out there. We're here today to stand against Bill C11, a bill that goes against the principles of freedom, the values that have been the bedrock of our country for 150 years, the heritage that this heritage minister should in fact be protecting. Freedom is the very opposite of this bill. He shouldn't be focusing on arbitrary rules. And if he did, he should be able to at least explain them in this House, in committee, or on television. He should instead be focused on growing the power of people right here in Canada and letting them decide what they can see on the internet.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, there is absolutely nothing within this legislation that takes away a person's freedoms or their rights. They can choose and watch whatever they want on the internet. The sad reality is the Conservatives know that, but they don't have a problem spreading misinformation. I'm wondering if the Conservative Party of Canada today will be honest with Canadians, given what they're saying about C11. Is it their intentions to withdraw the Broadcasting Act? After all, the very same principles are being applied in good part through the Broadcasting Act currently for decades now. Canadian content. The Conservative Party does not support Canadian content. They've made that abundantly clear. Are they going to get rid of the Broadcasting Act? Are they going to get rid of CBC? Is that what their real intentions are?
remind again members that if they have questions and comments to wait till they're recognized. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Yes to CBC, yes to C11, and I invite the member opposite to tell me what it is he thinks Canadian content is and why he won't define it in this bill and why he is misleading Canadians to say that the CRTC appointed, the chair in which is appointed by him, is not going to regulate what Canadians see and hear in the internet. He's misleading this House and he knows it.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, I took my time rising to speak all these ravings and wild fantasies we've heard about culture and other things. Now, I was an actor before I got into politics. I acted in films and on television, on the theatre. I was in something that was on TV recently. It's about a court case that led to a precedent in Quebec and in Canada. I'd like to send this and have all members of the Conservative caucus watch it. Because with C11, without C11, they might not have an opportunity to see it. All these artists, creators, script writers, actors, they'll all tell you, and they told me this a couple of days ago, they'll say, what are you waiting for to pass this legislation? I'd like to tell my Conservative friends that 80% of people, creators, artists in Quebec make less than $20,000 a year. Pass C11 now. The Honourable Member.
For those who are watching this debate in my neck of the woods in Ontario and all of the provinces outside of Quebec, I just want to make clear that there is a member of the Bloc Québécois, a party devoted to the sovereignty of Quebec, who is allowing the federal government and the Liberals to decide which content they get to see. They have chosen the federalist option to decide what people see on the internet. I just want to make that clear for everybody outside of Quebec watching.
That's the member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, over the course of the pandemic, the independent music sector has seen its revenue decline by $233 million, and musicians' revenues have fallen by 79%. Canadian productions saw an average decrease of 12.4% per year between January 2017 and December 2020. In digital media, royalties paid to Canadian creators were 3 times lower than those for traditional media uses. In 2020, 1 in 4 working in the cultural sector lost their jobs, but Netflix revenues increased by over 22% in the same year. Yet Netflix, web giants, Disney Plus don't hardly pay any Canadian taxes. Why is it that the Conservatives always stand on the side of giant corporations instead of people like creators and artists in Canada?
That's right. Good question.
The honourable member for Thornhill has 45 seconds to respond.
The facts are clear. We've had massive amounts of investment in Canadian culture, and the member opposite, who can't define Canadian culture, who hasn't even asked her coalition partners to define it for her, is talking about web giants. We're happy to have the conversation about the Googles and the Netflix, but this bill doesn't do anything on that. It absolutely doesn't affect the idea that they will still continue to make money. And I know that the NDP doesn't want anybody to make money in this country, but at least talk about what's in front of us here today. At least do that.
Again, I want to remind members they're either having side conversations or they're trying to inject into the response, and I would just say that that's not proper, that they need to wait until I recognize them to be able to make questions, do questions and comments. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate and about the excessive control of this Liberal government over the choices of Canadians. This bill gives exceptionally overly powerful authority to the government. extraordinary power over the choices of Canadians to decide they want to watch a film or a documentary or appreciate Canadian culture. This government wants to give marching orders to the CRTC with respect to what Canadians watch, and that's why we will fiercely oppose this legislation, because it is an attack on the freedom of people to decide what they want to watch on digital platforms. We have great concerns about this legislation. They are people who work in the cultural industry who are sounding the alert. And we've heard things like this over past years. It's been years that we've been talking about this bill. I hear people who won't stop saying, people want this bill, we need this bill. But, Madam Speaker, the fact is that the people who want to really keep this legislation from being passed, well, are in the government. Remember C10. It was presented. It was tabled before the many millions of dollar costing election. So, I'm listening to what you want to say, and I've been listening to all the political rhetoric. But the people who really want to slow down the passage of this legislation, well, it's the Liberal government. They prorogated the House before because they didn't want to get in trouble with the We Charity. They spent millions of dollars for an election that changed nothing, and it slowed down. It slowed down the passage of this legislation. Madam Speaker, we're not alone in Quebec to be reticent about this bill. Who wants to speak to this bill? Well, the government of Quebec does, and this is not new. On February 20th, the government of Quebec informed the Minister of the major concerns of Quebec, given the exceptional powers that the government was giving itself in Part 7 of the bill, that it was giving ministers in their ability to guide, to dictate the directions of of the various agencies. And, Madam Speaker, this is why Minister Lacombe, who is Minister of Cultural Affairs in Quebec, said in January in a letter, he said it was essential that Quebec's cultural specificity be taken into consideration, that it was absolutely important that the French language and culture be protected, and that they respect Quebec's jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, the Quebec government last April said, through a unanimous declaration in the National Assembly, where it asked to be heard by the federal government. They wanted to be heard in parliamentary committee. The federal government did nothing. They barely got receipt of the letter. The government did nothing. This was in January, but in February, Quebec government again said, we want to be heard. And what did the minister do? Absolutely nothing. And it's not that we didn't try, Madam Speaker. The member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles and myself, we put 20 questions in the House and committee saying that Quebec wanted to defend its jurisdiction. What did this minister do? What did the federal minister do? Nothing. Nothing for Quebec. So we have this centralizing Liberal federal government. We could spend days talking about how this government and other governments have invaded provincial jurisdictions. how voracious they are and how they want to get their fingers into provincial business. But it's not the right thing to do. That the federal government do this is hardly surprising, but what a disappointment to see that the Bloc Québécois is complicitous with the federal government with respect to Quebec's jurisdiction. They're saying, we represent everything that happens in Quebec. They do it when it is in their interest. But, Madam Speaker, the fact is, on at least 20 times we stood and asked questions about Quebec's jurisdiction from the federal government. Radio silence, nothing. Missing in action. We keep looking for them, but they're missing in action. Where are they? The Blocistes who will defend Quebec when it comes time to speak for the National Assembly. Now, in the National Assembly about a month ago, last February 6th, the National Assembly passed 3 motions. Do you know that these 3 motions had to do directly with positions that are defended by the Bloc in this House? C5, C11, and on the matter of immigrants passing through Roxham Road. The National Assembly harshly condemned the choice of words that they heard spoken here in this House by a member of the Bloc Québécois. We know that they recognized it might have not been the wisest thing. They adopted a motion condemning this motion. Now, I have voted for motions that have been put forward by the federal government. But over a period of 20 hours, there were 3 motions condemning the federal government, and the federal government supported by the Bloc Québécois. They always talk about defending Quebec in the Bloc. They always talk about being the spokespeople for the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, this is why we keep having to repeat that it is of the utmost importance that we protect provincial jurisdictions. Now, Section 7 stipulates that the federal government should arrogate to itself the power to give direction to the CRTC, and it is the CRTC that would decide on how algorithms are used, for example. In the Financial Post, there was an editorial saying that if the federal government decides to decide on content provided or offered to Canadians, this would not be a good thing. And here again, they say, I don't want to see algorithms manipulated. Now, that was his vision. This is someone at the CRTC who said this. Madam Speaker, for as long as this government tries to give itself these powers to interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction, we will stand against it.
House Leader. Yes, thank you. Surprised by the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party when she had clearly indicated that the Conservatives would get rid of CBC. My question to my colleague across the way is, does he believe that it's in Canada's best interest to defund in any way CBC radio?
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say something. I worked for Radio-Canada, and our party's objective is not to take money away from them because it's important for us that Radio-Canada continue to do what it does to propagate the French fact throughout Canada. But our concern is that this government wants to control everything that's happening in this space. It wants the power to control what the CRTC will require of broadcasters. I'm reading here, there is no other country in the world that has tried to regulate providers in this strong a way. Are you going to withdraw this odious section of the bill that gives you this power? I would ask that the honourable members direct their questions through the chair. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Madam Speaker, I'd like to express my disappointment because I have a great deal of respect for the colleague who just spoke. I know he's highly intelligent and who was often given proof of this intelligence. But here he seems to be engaged in overall disinformation for the oil industry and for oil pipelines, and he seems to be propagating lies by saying that Bill C-11 will control the content that people will be offered online. But there's nothing in the bill that does this. What C-11 will do is that it will showcase Canadian creations. But it imposes nothing. It simply makes things discoverable and visible online. And my question to my colleague is that if he is this ardent a defender of Quebec, why does he want to force an oil pipeline on Quebecers? The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, here we have a representative of a political party who 3 times spoke in a way that went counter to the will of the National Assembly. Why does that member and his party why aren't they able to require that Quebec be heard in parliamentary committee? That's why we're here in this House, Madam Speaker. We should have the power to call people to testify in committee. We, the Conservatives, we've heard the Quebec government, but obviously not the Bloc Québécois. Shame. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont de Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that my colleague thought there was a good balance. Now, we had the content, but he belongs to a party that has excluded, or where digital creators are excluded because they're not represented in the legislation. But things like Videotron and others, Google, Netflix, YouTube, they're not paying taxes. How can you explain this? The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to salute my colleague, my former colleague. He was at TVA at one time. I was on another channel. Anyway, but we were number 1 when I was at TQS. What the honourable member says is exact. But this bill, C-11, is a case of the government giving it the full powers to dictate to the CRTC what algorithms they will allow on digital platforms. I know that the honourable member is a proud nationalist. He's proud of Quebec. How can he go along with this arrogation of power that flies in the face of Quebec?
Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise to speak on behalf of the people of Chilliwack Hope in this House. I did want to indicate that I will be sharing my time with the member for Peterborough-Kawartha. And Madam Speaker, I think what we have seen throughout the debate today and throughout this, the concept of what the government is trying to do through Bill C-11 is that they are trying to give more control to the government and their well-connected friends and provide less freedom for Canadians. And we saw this in how Bill C-11 the debate unfolded in this House. The government, with their enablers in the NDP, rammed this bill through the House by invoking time allocation, by limiting the ability of the representatives of the Canadian people to speak on this bill. They shut down debate throughout the entire process to ram this bill through the House. It's kind of indicative of their approach with internet regulation. They want less people who disagree with them to have the freedom to express themselves. They want to control this House of Commons, and they want to control the message that comes out of this House of Commons by shutting down Conservative members who want to speak. And we saw that mainly at the committee as well. We had dozens and dozens and dozens of content creators from across the country come to appear before a House of Commons committee for the first time because they were alarmed at what this bill proposed to do, the limits that it would place on their ability to get their message out to their consumers, which is anyone that can access the internet. And this is the government's problem, is that they didn't have control. They couldn't get between those content creators and their audience. That's what the government wants to do here. It's what they are insisting upon doing here with C11. They need that control. They crave that control, and now they're going to try to force that control through this law. But when those individuals who had never engaged in the political process before, these are YouTubers, TikTokers, people that post videos and have become popular in their own right, not because the government has done anything for them, but because they actually produce content that Canadians and others around the world want to watch. That's right. But that's not good enough for the government. They need to get in between and ensure that consumers are consuming the right content. Yep. Even if it's from Canadians, if it doesn't go through a particular process, then it doesn't count as being Canadian content. Anyways, people from creators from across the country who had never lobbied the government, who'd never been a member of a political party, who had never come to a parliamentary committee, tried to have their voices heard at that committee, but this government couldn't control them, so they shut that down too. That's right. Dozens and dozens of witnesses who applied, who wanted to come and share their experience. Not just Bell, not just Rogers, not just Shaw and Chorus. Those were always heard. Those have high-paid lawyers and lobbyists who have privileged access to the Prime Minister's office and every member of the Liberal cabinet. They were heard. But the content creators who came to Ottawa to be a part of that process were shut down by the Liberals and their NDP enablers. They shut down that process. And they shut down the process as well when amendments were proposed. When we consulted with those content creators, hundreds of amendments were not even allowed to be raised at the House committee. They were simply voted on without debate, without context, because the government couldn't control that process, and so they shut it down. So then it went to, after they shut down debate in the House at second reading, shut down debate at the Senate or at the House committee, shut down debate at the third reading. It went to the Senate, where the government doesn't have control, and it had a great, very lengthy, the most comprehensive legislative review ever conducted by the Senate. And what happened when the Senate, led by Senators Housakis and Manning and Batters and others who stood up to this government and stood up for Canadian content creators, when they came back to the House with amendments from, I will say, from Liberal appointees who said, okay, the government claims that this doesn't affect user-generated content. It's just for the big companies. Liberal-appointed senators put forward amendments that were accepted by the Senate that said, okay, that's what you say, we'll take you at your word. Huge mistake, by the way, but they said, we'll take the government at its word, and let's narrowly focus an amendment that excludes user-generated content from this bill. We take you at your word. It's not intended for them. The Minister of Canadian Heritage, this Liberal government, has rejected that Liberal amendment because it takes away their ability to control. Shameful. And the government couldn't abide even Liberal amendments that would have focused this bill on what they said it was supposed to be focused on. Michael Geist, a professor that the Liberals used to like to quote when they were in opposition, but now I'm sure wish didn't have his words being read in the House, but they're about to be now, says the Senate passed compromise language to ensure that platforms such as YouTube would be caught by the legislation consistent with the government's stated objective, but that user content would not. The government rejected the compromise amendment, turning its back on digital creators and a Senate process lauded as one of the most comprehensive ever. In doing so, the government has left no doubt about their true intent with Bill C-11. Retain power and flexibility to regulate user content. That is what this is all about. They've left no doubt that they want to regulate that user content. And Michael Geist, when he appeared at the House committee, said the following: to be clear, the risk with these rules is not that the government will restrict the ability for Canadians to speak, but rather that the bill will impact their ability to be heard.
That's right.
And that is exactly what this government is insisting on. They're insisting on the fact that they have the power, that they retain the power to direct the CRTC to determine what Canadians can or cannot see, to filter it, to adjust the algorithm, to direct people away from the content that they want to see to the content that the government wants them to see.
Exactly.
And every single time they've had an opportunity to do the right thing, to let content creators thrive, to let content creators reach out to their audience without interference from the government, they haven't been able to handle the lack of control. The loss of control is just too much for them, which is why they have rejected the Senate amendments. The Senate amendments, by the way, only made a bad bill slightly less bad. Like, let's be clear here that the amendments were an improvement, but were an improvement to a terrible piece of legislation. That's right. And that's why, quite clearly, the Leader of the Opposition has made it clear that a future Conservative government will kill this bill, will kill Bill C-11, will repeal it, because we believe in content creators.
That's right.
We believe in the ability of Canadian content creators to engage not only with Canadians, but with the world.
That's right.
The government simply needs to get out of the way and let them do what they are already doing so successfully.
Hear, hear, hear.
We do not need this Liberal government acting as an intermediary and putting their fingers on the scales on the internet, putting their fingers on the algorithm to direct Canadians to viewing things that they want to see. They're already doing that quite successfully. They don't want this bill. And in fact, they've said that the rejection of the amendment to exempt user content, user-generated content from this bill is like being spit in the face. These are people, again, that are not professional lobbyists. They do not have great connections inside of the PMO.
That's right.
They do not have expensive lawyers to make their case and buy Liberals fancy dinners. They don't have that ability. They simply are creating the content, doing the things that make them happy, and doing the things, quite frankly, that make them money. And they're allowed to do this, Madam Speaker. They do this without any interference from the government, but now the government is set to interfere, to affect their livelihoods.
Shameful.
And again, they engaged in that process in good faith. They engaged in the Senate process in good faith. They believed that after they had convinced the Senate to do the work that this government refused to do, that there was hope, that they would be exempted from this bill. But the government just couldn't handle it. So, Madam Speaker, we reject the government's rejection of these amendments. We reject Bill C-11, and a Conservative government will repeal it.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments, Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you.
The member said, and the member from Louis Saint Laurent said before him, that this bill would give the government the right to dictate algorithms to streaming services. But if I look at the bill, section 9.18. It says very clearly, the Commission shall not make an order under paragraph 1E that would require the use of a specific computer algorithm or source code. It's here in black and white. Why is the member engaging in a kind of relativism, no, Madam Speaker, not relativism, fantasy? Why is he engaging in fantasy about what's in this bill?
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
So what I was saying. Well, I'm sorry that the member doesn't like what his government has done, but it doesn't change the fact that it's there in black and white. And experts again have made it very clear that the minister said that he couldn't accept the amendment because it created a loophole. Well, of course, suggesting that removing digital creators from the ambit of the legislation creates a loophole, from a substantive perspective, this is disinformation. That's what Michael Geist said. The narrowly crafted amendment by two Liberal-appointed senators was specifically designed to meet the government's own objectives. The internet platforms would be brought into the Broadcasting Act as the use case the minister often cited will be met. The only change is to ensure that user content would be excluded. That's what the Senate amendment would have done. The government couldn't handle it because they would lose control over the ability to manipulate the algorithm and impact user-generated content.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thérèse Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure that I have a question for the colleague who just spoke, but for a long time, all the parties have been working to strengthen our culture and the situation of our artists. What I deplore the most in what we've seen is that as the member for my riding, I have received countless misleading emails full of lies about this bill that were being used, that rather misinformation is being sent, I think really goes against the work of parliamentarians.
Madam Speaker, the misinformation that I've heard is from the government, who says that this bill will not impact user-generated content. Proof that that is not true is that they will not accept amendments. They didn't accept amendments in the House from the Conservatives, and they haven't accepted Senate amendments that would have specifically excluded user-generated content from the bill. The fact that they will not clarify, the fact that they will not confirm that they don't want to control user-generated content proves to us that that's exactly what they want to do. They want to impact the ability of creators to connect with their customers, with the people that watch their channels. They want to get in the way, and a Conservative government will get Bill C-11 out of the way.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Every single day in this House, the Conservatives are playing defense for mega corporations that want to seek to dodge the payments that Canadians deserve. This bill, Madam Speaker, would level the playing field for Indigenous, Black, and other minority groups in Canada that need to ensure that the productions that they create, whether it's stories or art or music, that they can actually have a chance to succeed in this country. If these Conservatives continue to defend Netflix, continue to defend Disney Plus, and continue to defend these mega corporations that would seek to take money out of our economy in order for them to ensure that these companies have the ability to continue to flood our market, why do they continue to play defense for them every single day?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
This honourable member is playing defense for Bell. That's right. For Rogers, for Shaw, and for the big telcos who want to ensure that user-generated content comes under the control of the CRTC. That's what this government wants. The NDP can stand up for Rogers and Shaw and Bell all they want. We'll stand up for individuals who are creating the content that Canadians watch, and they don't need the government to do anything to get their content out. They're already succeeding. They just need this government to get out of their way.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for, oh my gosh, sorry, I had it on the tip of my tongue, Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for his great speech. So this will allow the CRTC, by direction of the government, to create regulations that will affect what we see on the internet. And here we have the CRTC, which is already the regulator for the telecommunications. This is the CRTC who, even after well over a year, is not able to set up a suicide hotline of 988. So what kind of confidence does this member have in the CRTC being able to take on this giant new mandate?
Answer from the member for Chilliwack Hope.
None, Madam Speaker. I think that that's a great point. The CRTC, when tasked with urgent tasks, are unable to do it. I wouldn't want to give them this complex task. It's too bad that the government is insisting that they have the power to direct what the CRTC does, and what the CRTC wants to do under this government is to regulate and restrict user-generated content from getting to Canadians and to the world.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Hamilton Mountain.
I rise today in awe of the generous, warm, creative people in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. On Family Day, my staff and I hosted a winter warm-up event at TB McQuestion Park. Constituents were treated to delicious poutine and hot chocolate, courtesy of Hamilton Mountain business, the Dirty South Food Truck, and scrumptious kebab and sweets from our famous Eastern Food Market. More than 200 residents showed up, and collectively they brought a truckload of donations sorely needed by the 3,500 people on Hamilton Mountain who get support from the Neighbor to Neighbor Food Bank every month. The temperature was cool, but we were all warmed by the bright sun and the enthusiasm of a community that showed up for one another. Speaker, it's this spirit of generosity that keeps me motivated as a member of Parliament for Hamilton Mountain, and I'm so grateful I have the opportunity to share the warmth of my remarkable community with this House.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of Marissa St. Amand, who passed away last month following a heroic battle with cancer. Marissa was the only House of Commons page selected during the 2017-18 academic year from Saskatchewan, and she loved her job. Her family remembers her laughing when she realized the former speaker could recognize her and her fellow pages by the back of their heads. After working as a page, Marissa became involved in the student politics at the University of Ottawa. For 2 years, Marissa served as the executive of the International Political Policy Studies Association. In her 4th year, she was elected to the University of Ottawa Student Union as the Commissioner for Francophonie Affairs, a Francophone from Saskatchewan. Despite being a quiet, private person, Marissa was always one to help people and to stand up for what she thought was right. In March of 2022, while completing her university studies from home in Saskatoon, Marissa was diagnosed with a very rare type of cancer. She passed away last month at the age of 23. I know that all members of the House will want to offer Marissa's family their sincerest condolences on her passing. May God grant them the solace during this very difficult time.
I do want to remind members as they make their way into the House here to please keep the conversations very low. There is a buzz starting, and some of these statements are very heartwarming, and so I just want to make sure that everybody's statements is well understood. L'honorable député de Rimouski, Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Madam Speaker, for the 4th time since 2011, my alma mater, l'Université du Québec at Rimouski, once again placed first among research institutions in Canada. By winning this award, the university has demonstrated once again the quality and relevance of its scientific work among its professors and students, and it clearly shows that the best researchers can lead and perform in our region. Through its 3 research, or rather excellence chairs, that is marine sciences, regional development, and northern studies, the university contributes exceptionally to advancing science in these areas, and has shown itself to be a lasting and efficient leader for regional development in Quebec. We say that this university is a big university with a small size, and its main force is being present in the region and showing the excellence of its students, researchers, and professors. Congratulations to the scientific and academic community. We are proud of you.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Madam Speaker, International Women's Day provides the international community a unique opportunity to assess the progress made in promoting the rights, security, and well-being of women across the globe. Regrettably, over the past year, we have witnessed considerable backsliding on the fundamental rights of women to determine their own fate around the world. Undoubtedly, such developments should concern us all. As troubling have been atrocities women in Ukraine, Iran, and Afghanistan have been subjected to in the last year. In Iran and Afghanistan, we have watched despicable regimes systematically silence and sideline women. In Ukraine, women are the victims not only of an illegal and barbaric invasion, but a host of abhorrent crimes committed by their eastern neighbor. Yet despite such challenges, women in all three of these countries have demonstrated what can only be described as awe-inspiring courage, exemplary bravery, and unflinching resolve to fight back. Women in each of these countries have proven steadfast. Their indomitable spirit should remind us all of our responsibilities not only at home, but abroad as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. I want to remind all the members that statements are being given. If we can have a little bit of maybe courtesy and listen in, there's a lot of important things that there's a lot of important meaning to the individual members about what's going on in their ridings and in their lives that they would like us to hear about. L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, for the 6th consecutive year, I am celebrating the International Women's Day in Bourassa by honoring 8 women for their very deserving activities. This year, I will be presenting the medal to Ms.
Sheila Fortuné, Guida Petruccelli, Denise Landry, Kata Warak, Diane Tardy, Marie-Clotilde Théard.
These committed women, each within their own sector of activity, who are fighting for equality of opportunity, inclusion, and for seniors, as well as academic success. All my friends are invited to this ceremony, which will be held in Montreal North, in the riding of Bourassa. Dear colleagues, please join me in commending these 8 exceptional women. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute honour to rise in the House today to share some very exciting news. The Hamilton Bulldogs, the OHL 2018 and 2022 champions, are coming to my hometown and will become the Brantford Bulldogs. Wow. I stand before you proudly wearing their new jersey to recognize and commend Mayor Kevin Davis, Brantford Council, and city staff. Your enthusiasm and quick response made this possible. Thank you to the Bulldogs organization for choosing Hockeytown, the home of the Great One, as your home away from home. New memories are waiting to be made for all of us. Join me in making the Brantford Bulldogs fan base even larger than it is. Season ticket deposit sales have gone through the roof. Over 2,400 seats sold to date. Don't miss your chance to join the growing number of hockey fans by visiting the Bulldog website for more information or become a season ticket holder. See you at the arena. Go Bulldogs, go! Hey!
I just want to remind the honourable members just to check out the rule book and find out what a prop is. Just a reminder. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Theatre has the power to challenge our assumptions about the world and about ourselves. It allows us to connect with each other through stories of love, hate, and forgiveness. One such story belongs to Scott Jones, who was paralyzed from the waist down in 2013 as the result of a violent homophobic attack. Scott's story caught national attention when he publicly forgave his attacker just months after the event. I Forgive You, a verbatim theater piece, is co-written by Robert Chafe and Scott Jones and features a children's choir conducted by Scott himself. The celebrated Newfoundland and Labrador theatre company Artistic Fraud has brought I Forgive You to Ottawa, where it is playing this week at the National Arts Centre. This story of resilience and recovery dares to share what often goes unshared, that forgiveness is not a static moment, but rather a non-linear journey.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, Invest Ottawa's Nepean-based Area X.O is the first integrated test facility of its kind in North America, featuring technologies for connected and autonomous vehicles, 5G-enabled smart mobility, and advanced connectivity application to help Canadian entrepreneurs fast-track product design, testing, research and development to commercialize products and reach global markets. I am proud that federal government investment of $7 million was instrumental in the creation of Area X.O. I am pleased to state that last month we announced new funding of $5.4 million to expand Area X.O. I will continue to work hard to ensure Canada remains relevant and competitive in new technology-based economic order, so our future generations continue to have the same prosperity and standard of living we have today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, all members of this House depend on family to support us in our public service. Our family at home and our political family here in Ottawa. So it's with great sadness I rise to talk about the passing of an important member of the Conservative political family. John McDonnell was an incredible volunteer and advisor. He was my Chief of Staff during the Conservative government and for 7 years was Chief of Staff to the Honourable Peter MacKay, including during the Afghanistan War. We'd have no modern Conservative Party but for John McDonnell's tireless work as the National Councillor for Nova Scotia. A proud lawyer and graduate from Dalhousie Law School, he encouraged me to go to law school, and I worked under his tutelage for a summer at Stuart McKelvey. A bursary in his name is being established at Dalhousie Law. The pride of John's life was his son, Jack, the apple of his eye. And I want to say that John will be missed, and Jack, we are sending you love from his political family. A lawyer, a Tory, a patriot, John McDonnell will be missed, and our sincere condolences to his family and friends.
Here, here. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, March 8th, marked International Women's Day. Last week, I had the privilege of hosting York Region women to gather, celebrate, and listen to the words of several women. Our York Region Liberal Caucus joined together to recognize the importance of International Women's Day in not only celebrating women, but in recognizing the need for ongoing efforts to reach gender equity. I could not emphasize how powerful it was to sit and hear from Minister Marcy Ian, Minister Mary Ng, and our three guest speakers. Anastasia Dieva, a powerful woman from Ukraine, speak of the challenges facing women in her home country. Lily Porzan, a gender equality specialist and Iranian Canadian who addressed the heroic efforts of women in Iran. And Malika Kimji, a young woman who lives in our riding, shared her thoughts on the challenges and opportunities young women experience. International Women's Day is one day a year, a very important one with a long history. We must continue to observe it, to remember the work that has been done and continues to be done. But every day, we must all work towards gender equity. We still have a long way to go. Worldwide, only 24% of parliamentarians are women, and in Canada, just over 30%. And of course, women from marginalized communities are even less proportionally represented. We are doing a disservice to our country by not fully engaging all the talent we have in positions of leadership. I want to end with a quote from Nellie McClung, a well-known Canadian suffragette and early member of the Alberta legislature. Never retract, never explain, never apologize. Get things done and let them howl. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, in 2016, my constituent, 20-something-year-old Anton, came into my office asking for access to medical assistance in dying. He was a strong, strapping, articulate young man who obviously was suffering mentally as he wanted to die. Shockingly, he had never seen a doctor or received any psychological counseling. We talked for hours, and I encouraged Anton not to give up and to get the mental help that he needed. The problem is that many Canadians are just not getting the mental help that they need. My Conservative colleagues and I do not believe that medical assistance in dying is an acceptable solution to mental illness and psychological suffering. The Conservatives wish to put vulnerable Canadians back in control of their lives. We want to see them get the help that they need, provide them with the social and mental health supports that they need. We must never give up on anyone, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Whoever controls the media controls the mind. A quote from musician Jim Morrison. Bill C-11 aims to do exactly that. This far overreaching bill gives control to the government to decide what online media is and isn't shown to Canadians. Famed Canadian author Margaret Atwood said it best. All you have to do is read some biographies of writers in the Soviet Union and the degrees of censorship they had to go through government bureaucrats. So it is creeping totalitarianism for governments to tell creators what to create. Art is subjective, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
The Liberal government will stop at nothing to control what Canadians see online. If Bill C-11 passes, it kicks open the door to the government censorship, empowering the Liberals to strengthen voices it deems good and silence those it deems bad. Conservatives trust Canadians to choose what they want to watch online. Enough is enough. Stop with the controlling legislation and kill Bill C-11.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 11th, we will be celebrating the National Microcredit Day in Quebec. Micro-Entreprendre is 20 organizations that foster economic and social development for underprivileged women, immigrants, and disabled people. Thanks to their support, they help make the dreams come true of thousands of business people. Some 6,384 businesses have now been created. In Hochelaga, the hair salon Nebu Beauty was funded by Microcredit Montreal, and Ms. Dianaba Samb is proud of having created a little Senegal where her community can come and have their hair cut. Since 32 years now, Microcredit Montreal has been fighting poverty and exclusion by granting these microcredit loans to people who don't have access to traditional funding. The reimbursement rate is over 90%, and the secret of this success is local support, trust, and coaching. This is a Quebec-made solution, and we also call it community credit. Thank you.
I'd like to remind the members that there are statements going on. How about if you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. Now we'll continue with the statements. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I rise today to express my gratitude to members of the Canadian-Ukrainian Logistics Division. They are a group of London area volunteers that use their experience in military and policing to organize and deliver aid directly to Ukrainians. Steve Long, Rafael Schubert, Scott McCallum, and Peter Kiewaski first traveled to Ukraine last May to track London community donations and deliver supplies. And on the one-year anniversary of Putin's illegal war, 3 of their members were again at the front lines in Ukraine to deliver support. They saw firsthand the homes and communities destroyed by Putin, and they saw the resilience of brave Ukrainian women and men fighting for democracy. With their assistance, London has been able to collect and ship over 100 tons of aid, including enough purification devices for 20 million liters of water. I ask all members to join me in thanking these brave volunteers for bringing London's spirit of solidarity to Ukraine.
The
honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend in this House the honor that has been received by a great Quebec writer, Hélène Dorion. Her career has already seen her win the Order of Canada and the Order of Quebec, and now her work, Mes Forêts, My Forests, has been included in the French curriculum at the high school level. Not only is she the first Quebecer to receive such an honor, she is the first woman from any country to have her work included in the curriculum in France while still alive. This means that thousands of French students will drink in the words of Hélène Dorion, and as we can hear from this piece from Mes Forêts, my forests are attics peopled with shadows, a tribute to immobile voyages, a garden of wind where fruit grows and it looks back towards tomorrow. Thank you, and congratulations, Hélène Dorion. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not only concerned about foreign meddling in our elections, but they're also shocked by the inability of this government to take this crisis seriously. It is clear that the Prime Minister is more concerned with polling than Canadian safety. For example, instead of agreeing with the all-party proposal to launch a public inquiry, he has opted for a secret process before a secret committee with secret hearings where the evidence will be kept secret, and so Canadians will never know the truth. In addition, we learned this morning that the RCMP is actively investigating 2 police stations in Brossard and Montreal, which apparently take their orders from the municipal councillor who is from Beijing. This is not partisanship. We need to make sure that Canadians continue to trust our democratic electoral system and that regions in Canada are not harassed by the communist regime in Beijing. Canadians deserve answers and a public inquiry. If this Liberal government can't answer our questions, then Canadians will be very pleased to have a new Prime Minister. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Easton, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, March 9th is World Kidney Day. World Kidney Day promotes preventative education and advanced screening to improve kidney health across the world. After a year of serving my constituents locally in person and virtually in Parliament, this week also marks my in-person return to Parliament. Hybrid Parliament played a crucial role in my health journey. It allowed me to fulfill all responsibilities as the MP for Steveston, Richmond East, and protect my health at the same time. I was able to serve my community while I received dialysis treatment and recover from a kidney transplant I received last summer. In closing, I want to thank BC Renal Kidney Transplant Clinic, the health team and the dialysis team at Vancouver General Hospital and Richmond Community Dialysis, my colleagues across all aisles, and my family, without whom my recovery and the honor of serving my community would not be possible. Protect your kidneys for overall health, get screened, and stay informed. Thank you.
Questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Today we found out that the RCMP is inquiring into 2 alleged police stations that answer to the Chinese government in Quebec. So this is something that has been going on for 10 years. $200,000 were given by Beijing to a Trudeau foundation 10 years ago. And Trudeau has known about this for years. He's had a lot of time to look into this. So I would like a date, please. When will there be a register of foreign influence? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to foreign interference trying to harass or to monitor Canadians, that is completely unacceptable. The RCMP has stated that it is inquiring actively into those alleged police stations, and it will not hesitate to act again. Everyone should feel safe in this country, and we will take every measure necessary to protect Canadians from unacceptable actions by hostile authoritarian regimes. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On what date will the Prime Minister bring in a foreign influence registry? This is something that his own top public servant has suggested, something he's discussed with the Australian Prime Minister, an idea that he's known about for years and could have consulted on all of that time. You have to register if you want to lobby on behalf of the food bank. But you don't have to register if you want to manipulate our democracy on behalf of a foreign dictatorship. That is the case after 8 years of this Prime Minister. 8 years is long enough. Enough talk. On what date will we have a foreign influence registry? The date.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'll take no lessons from a former minister of democratic institutions whose shining achievement was actually making it harder for Canadians to vote in the elections. Over the past 8 years, we have done more than any previous government to ensure that we have mechanisms and tools and ways to prevent counter foreign interference and reassure Canadians that everything is being done. And we will continue to do even more, including a foreign agent registry. We know how important it is to do everything to keep Canadians and our institutions safe.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I asked a second time for the date for a foreign influence registry, and he refuses to answer the question. Another question is that his department prepared a briefing which said there was a large clandestine transfer of funds earmarked for the federal election from the People's Republic of China consulate in Toronto. Will the Prime Minister commit to return any of the funds that the Liberal Party, its local associations, his leadership campaign, or any Liberal nomination contestants received from the PRC? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We have long known that politicians across political parties, across levels of government and around the world are targeted by foreign interference. This is a fact. Just yesterday, the 2023 annual threat assessment of the U.S. intelligence community spoke of China's, quote, willingness to meddle in select election races that involved perceived anti-China politicians. So this is not a threat that Canada faces alone. We continue to work with our partners around the world. But at the same time, let me be clear that any suggestion that any member on either side of this House is not loyal to their constituents but a foreign government is not only dangerous, it undermines our democracy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was whether the Prime Minister would commit to the Liberal Party, his leadership campaign, or any other branches of his party returning any funds that they received from this large clandestine transfer. This information was in a briefing note that he received from his own department. He's known about this for months. So once again, will the Prime Minister commit to returning any money that his party or his leadership campaign or any other branch of the Liberal Party got from the PRC? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, despite the efforts of the Leader of the Opposition, Canadians know that foreign interference is not and should never be a partisan issue. That's why we'll be appointing an independent expert to identify any gaps in our system. They will make public recommendations, which could include a formal inquiry or some other independent review process, and we will abide by those recommendations. We also have two national security bodies that will undertake independent reviews of foreign interference in our elections, and we're also taking further immediate action to bolster our institutions, better coordinate government efforts to combat foreign interference, and more.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So he won't commit to giving back any money that his party got from this large clandestine transfer. Instead, he delays, as he's been doing. He's known about this for 7 years, and now he's got these processes that have no time frame. They could go on for years without us getting answers or action. He knowingly allowed this to go ahead in 2 successive elections, and now he's delaying. What's to stop it from happening again in the next election if we don't get answers before that election happens?
Honourable Prime Minister.
It's a bit rich for the former Minister of Democratic Institutions who did nothing to counter foreign interference when he was in charge of our elections. All he did was make it harder for marginalized Canadians to vote in those elections. What we actually did starting 8 years ago was bring in a plan to protect democracy, which includes notifying Canadians in the event our ability to have a free and fair elections is threatened by including on a panel of senior public servants informed by national security agencies and and reviewed after every election. That's where Canadians can have confidence in our institutions and in our elections. We brought in rapid response mechanisms, digital citizen initiatives, and a CICOP and other institutions.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 alleged police stations that are paid by the Chinese government on Quebec's territory, but the Prime Minister wants to be the one to choose who should inquire into that. However, we know that for years now, the Prime Minister has been getting reports from the intelligence services. He has done nothing. He wants to act alone, and he wants to act secretly. Hasn't the Prime Minister disqualified himself by ignorance and negligence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is important to be very clear about the different issues. Obviously, we will be finding an independent expert to investigate the issue of foreign interference in our democratic institutions. But when it comes to the police stations throughout the country, and to see some in Montreal is also very concerning, I can tell you that the RCMP and CSIS are already acting on that front. They are going to continue to do their work to protect Canadians, and particularly diaspora Canadians throughout the world, throughout Canada. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in the best of cases, the Prime Minister is always about 4 or 5 moves too late. He will have to move forward. He will have to appoint a rapporteur or whatever he wants to call the expert. But that person must be independent. And it's important to say independent from him. So can't the Prime Minister recognize that he must ask the House of Commons to make that appointment? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have huge confidence in parliamentarians to do their job of seeing what our institutions are doing. That is why we created NCCOP. That includes members from all parties who get a high enough security clearance to be able to look into everything that our intelligence and public safety agencies do. So parliamentarians are aware of what is going on in our intelligence system, and we do go to the Parliament and not to Conservatives. The member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the NDP forced the CEOs of the 3 major grocery chains to answer to Canadians. But instead of giving clear answers, the big bosses spouted platitudes to justify lining their pockets at the expense of families. They never committed to transparency. Worse, they now want to adopt a code of conduct to regulate themselves on prices in their stores. Themselves. The fox is in the henhouse, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals strengthen the powers of the Competition Bureau to ensure that people are not fleeced by the greed of those billionaires? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are very concerned about how expensive groceries are, and that is why, for months now, the Minister of Innovation wrote to the Competition Bureau to ensure that all available means are used. We are very happy to see that the committee examined that issue yesterday, and I am very proud of our Liberal team that is continuing to push for the interests of Canadians who are having a hard time paying their grocery bill. We will always have their backs, be it with GST credits, be it with help for rental and dental services, and we're going to help Canadians get through this difficult time.
Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's non-answer is just more proof that this government is working for big grocers and not Canadian families. Because if it wasn't for the New Democrats, this government would never hold grocery CEOs accountable. And these are the grocers who fix the price of bread while Canadians went hungry. Canadians and the NDP don't trust grocers and their CEOs to write their own rules to regulate themselves, but apparently this Liberal government does. So, will this government commit today to strengthen the Competition Bureau and fight back against the food cartels so that Canadians can stop being ripped off by the corporate greed?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know well that Canadians are concerned about how much they're paying for groceries, which is why months ago the Minister of Innovation wrote to the Competition Bureau to ensure it was using all available tools. It was also good to see committee looking into this issue and calling grocers to account yesterday. Our Liberal team will continue to stand up to ensure better answers, as well as continue to deliver real help for Canadians, whether it's with dental supports and rental supports that Conservatives voted against, whether it's by doubling the GST rebate over 6 months to support Canadians, or continuing to have their backs in different ways. We will be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, foreign interference is more an issue of Liberal security than it is national security, because there's a secret committee with secret hearings that report on things that the committee has already told the Prime Minister a number of times and has always kept secret. So it is not with a special rapporteur that we will give Canadians the trust that they need in our democracy. The Prime Minister says that he trusts parliamentarians. Does he trust them enough to let Katie Telford testify in committee this afternoon? I would like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would also like to thank him for participating in the PROC committee. Earlier this morning, I was with my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, at that committee, and our colleague was there and we answered questions as we must, because that is ministerial responsibility. That is something that the Leader of the Opposition has often described himself.
Halton Hills.
Speaker, in 2019, the Globe reported the PMO pressed the Justice Minister to intervene in SNC-Lavalin's criminal prosecution. The Prime Minister responded by saying, quote, "The allegations in the Globe story this morning are false," end quote. The allegations were later found to be true by the Ethics Commissioner, and the Prime Minister knew it. The Globe has reported that CSIS documents show Beijing uses tactics to provide undeclared cash donations for federal elections and illegally reimburse donors. Does the government believe these reports to be false?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, since taking the reins of government in 2015, this government has put in place the resources, the authorities, the technology with the corresponding transparency that is necessary to shine a light on the way that together we need to combat foreign interference when it comes to our democratic institutions. And we will now take another significant step by appointing an independent expert who will put forward recommendations so that we can take additional steps so that together we can protect our democratic institutions. That is the commitment of this government. I hope all members will join us in this work. Thank you.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last month on February 23rd, the Prime Minister said in response to the Globe story about how Beijing uses undeclared cash donations and illegally reimburses donors that, quote, "There are so many inaccuracies in those leaks," end quote. The next day, he backtracked and said he wasn't referring to the Globe story, but to some comments made 2 months earlier by his national security advisor, Jody Thomas. Why does the Prime Minister give the impression in these responses to these very serious national threats that he is being less than forthcoming and truthful about the facts?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleague that, like him and all members, we take foreign interference very seriously, including as it relates to potential foreign interference through funding. That's why this government put into place Bill C-76 to crack down on that threat. In addition to that, we set up 2 independent panels made up of our top public servants who verified that the elections in 2019 and 2021 were free and fair. And now we will continue to work with public servants as well as with the independent expert in the special rapporteur to do this work together. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Documents reported in the Globe and Mail illustrate how the communist dictatorship in Beijing was operating an interference in campaign in Canada, and it had 2 aims. One was to elect a Liberal government, and the other was to defeat certain Conservative candidates. Now, Canadians deserve answers, and we know that the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, was briefed on this very situation. So will the Prime Minister allow Katie Telford to testify at committee, or will the Liberals continue for a 4th day of their cover-up filibuster?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, the supposition that a foreign government's objective is to elect a political party is a ridiculous notion. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the objective of foreign interference is to destroy our democracy. It is a threat to every single member in this House, and the idea that every single member in this House is not united in repelling that threat is preposterous.
The Honourable Member for Cherbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to refuse to answer our questions on the foreign interference crisis that is shaking this country. But the RCMP is inquiring actively in the police stations that are governed by Beijing and Ms. Xi Jinping. So will the Prime Minister stop fiddling around with this serious issue and inquire into Beijing's interference in Canada? The Minister for Interparliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that the Prime Minister just answered a series of questions on that very question. He also was here yesterday and answered over 40 questions. And you remember there was a bit of a technical problem, a bit of a delay, but the Prime Minister was here to answer the very question my colleague just asked. And Mr. Speaker, with regard to the alleged police stations, he said that the RCMP has ended those in Canada. The member for Cherbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, all we know about the Prime Minister's answers is that the answers don't tell us anything. All he continues to say is that he will name a special rapporteur, and then he will ask a parliamentary committee that can't speak out to conduct the inquiry. So what are we going to learn from that committee? Nothing at all, Mr. Speaker. But all we want to know is whether the Prime Minister will accept to have an independent inquiry that will be led by someone that will be approved by all parties and the Liberals as well, so that we can look into Beijing's foreign interference in Canada. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, it is a challenge. Foreign interference is a challenge, and that is why we created the Parliamentary Committee on Intelligence and Public Safety. We did it with the opposition parties. The committee is one that has already made recommendations, some of which, inaudible to the interpreter, I think there was a slight problem with the microphones that weren't working. Could I ask the member? So, yes, we're having a microphone problem. So I would ask the minister to begin his answer again because we didn't hear the whole thing. So, yes, please start again. So, yes, we're going to fix that technology. So I agree. Or I share my colleagues' concerns, and that's why we created the Parliamentary Committee on Intelligence and National Security, because we wanted to cooperate with the opposition parties, and we will build on all of the concrete measures that we've already taken in that regard. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 Chinese police stations in Quebec, over 10 ridings where China might have intervened to influence the election, and reports from CSIS that have been ignored. The Prime Minister has done nothing right in this issue, and yet he wants to act alone, and he wants to act in secret as though he has something to hide. So who will stand up within the government to talk to the Prime Minister to explain that it takes a commissioner that should be appointed for an independent public inquiry? So who among the Liberals will dare to speak to the Prime Minister? The Honourable Member of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all the respect that my colleague is due, the government is working with the Parliamentary Committee and with NCIRA and the OSSN. The government will work with the special rapporteur, and when that rapporteur makes recommendations, the government will follow those recommendations. There is a lot of cooperation between the government and public agencies that are working independently to protect our democratic institutions. Thank you. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. On a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, but perhaps it's not that light, in Quebec, you know that arts, culture, language, and communication is part of our very soul and defines us as a nation. The Bloc Québécois has contributed greatly, and the member for Drummond in particular, to set up a lot of the content of C11, and the artistic community appreciates that. But unfortunately, the Conservatives have turned their backs on a unanimous vote in the National Assembly of Quebec. Can the minister promise that Quebec will be listened to when Quebec interests are in play? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I would like to thank the leader of the Bloc Québécois for his question, as his interest for culture and the work of the member of Drummond and the Bloc and NDP and government members' work should be recognized, of course, but unfortunately, the Conservatives have no interest in culture, be it Quebec culture or Canadian culture. All they want is to protect the web giants, but we will stand up for our cultural sector, for music, for movies, for videos, because our culture defines us. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are almost there with C11, and really, we are in a new digital environment, and the artists of Quebec and Canada must have their place in that universe. And the Quebec government has made its request with regard to C11, with regard to Quebec having some kind of influence on the CRTC's decisions with regard to artist status in Quebec and cultural things. And how will the federal government answer Quebec? The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank the member for his question and his work on Bill C11. It's a very significant bill, and I've had the opportunity to discuss a number of times with my counterpart in Quebec, and it's obvious that the federal government will discuss things with Quebec. We've consulted Quebec throughout the process as well, because it's very important for us and for all Canadians, because this bill strengthens our cultural sector, whether music, movies, television, and everything. And despite the Conservatives and all of the blockage and the lack of respect of the Conservatives, we will move forward with this, Mr. Speaker.
It's another absolutely terrible day for this Liberal government and this Liberal Prime Minister. According to a Global News reporter, the Prime Minister was briefed on a top-secret report that directly connects Beijing diplomats to choosing and funding preferred candidates. Wow. So the reasonable question is this: how many of these Beijing diplomats did they expel? The awkward answer is 0. Wow. So we are left with the question, why? It must be really bad, Mr. Speaker. What is this Prime Minister hiding?
Here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government has been clear from the start. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has a firm and frank conversation last week in New Delhi with their G20 Chinese counterpart that we will always stand up for our sovereignty, we'll always defend our democracy, and we'll always be there to protect Canadian safety. Mr. Speaker, we will never tolerate foreign interference from any country in the world. Thank you.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So this government's response to Beijing diplomats directly influencing and attempting to influence our elections is a stern conversation. What's becoming abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, is the only thing they'll stand up for is Liberal Party interests. Right. Why wasn't a single diplomat from Beijing expelled after everything's been exposed? What are these guys hiding?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs has acted, and she's declined a visa to a foreign operative from a country like China. Mr. Speaker, we will always be there with eyes wide open to defend our democracy, to protect our sovereignty, and continue to stand up for Canadian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lethbridge.
So what we see again and again and again and again is that this government will always put the Liberal Party of Canada first. The documents that were leaked by CSIS, the foremost intelligence agency in this country, showed that there was in fact political interference by Beijing and that it benefited the Liberal Party of Canada. In fact, it states that Beijing, wanted the Liberals to win. So, the Prime Minister is skirting around, won't give clear answers. Will he at least allow his Chief of Staff to come and publicly testify at committee so that Canadians can have the truth?
Justice O'Connor and Justice Iacobucci issued their reports calling upon the urgent need to have intelligent oversight that was involved with all parliamentarians so that all parliamentarians could see into every corner of government. The Leader of the Opposition did nothing. The Leader of the Opposition was the Minister for Democratic Reform and refused to act on those recommendations. And what we have done every step of the way is make sure that parliamentarians can see into every corner of government. But I would pose the question opposite. The member for St. Albert today said, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, I'll come back.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, more than 1,000 Iranian schoolgirls from dozens of different schools have fallen gravely ill, and it's suspected they are being poisoned with biological warfare. As a mother of a young daughter, this is beyond horrific and horrifying. School-age girls have been instrumental in the women life freedom movement. Iranian lawyers, experts from the United Nations, and children's rights advocates are calling on governments around the world to support an independent investigation of these crimes. So will the government call for an independent investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, ever since the senseless killing of Mahsa Amini at the hands of the Iranian regime, the world has been horrified by the regime's violence, its own people, and their blatant disregard for human rights. We are aware of reports that Iranian schoolgirls are being poisoned, and we are following the situation with great concern. The truth of what happened to these young schoolgirls will come out. We will always stand with the women of Iran. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the majority of care workers are women. They look after our loved ones in long-term care, in hospitals, and in child care centers. Yet these essential workers do not receive the respect they deserve. Many care workers still have precarious immigration status, leaving them vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. They deserve status now. Will the Liberals finally grant permanent resident status to these migrant workers who are already contributing so much to society?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the world is in turmoil, and we should be very happy of our government and our efforts in protecting and supporting. My heart goes out, Mr. Speaker, to all the women and girls that are affected by a regime that we need to condemn, and we will continue. And Mr. Speaker, our government will always welcome our most vulnerable individuals. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Women's Day. Women's Day should be celebrated all the time. They have made and will continue to make incredible contributions to our economy and our country. Every woman counts is the theme this year. Let's celebrate all women who fought and continue to fight for their rights, all women that are thriving in everything they do. Can the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development update this House on what our government is doing to support Canadian women and especially women entrepreneurs for them to prosper and have a significant place in our economy?
The Minister for International Trade.
I want to thank the member for Scarborough Centre for all of her hard work. The Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy in Canada is working, Mr. Speaker. Since 2018, our government invested over $7 billion, and guess what? In Canada, women entrepreneurs, women-led businesses are growing. They're 18% now, and up from 16%, under 16%. And our ecosystem is helping Canadian entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs grow. Over 10,000 businesses, new businesses have started by women. Over 12,000 businesses have grown under the support of this government. So I want to thank all the incredible women entrepreneurs across the country for International Women's Day.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, this week's housing data shows that the average rent across Canada has doubled. Average monthly mortgage costs have doubled. Variable mortgage holders are close to losing their homes. It's no surprise after billions of taxpayer dollars spent, records in fact, that housing in this country is worse. It reminds me of the song we listened to growing up by Puff Daddy, more money, more problems. When will this Prime Minister end his more money, inflationary policies so that Canadians can finally afford a home?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
It's really interesting hearing members of that side talk about supports for Canadian renters. We've introduced the Canada Housing Benefit to help tens of thousands of Canadian renters across the country.
I'm going to have to interrupt the Honourable Minister. I'm having a hard time hearing his answer. It's nice to see everyone getting along and talking to each other, but it's getting a little bit loud, and it's making it hard for those who want to hear the response. The Honourable Minister from the top, please, so that we can all hear the response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important to note that we've introduced supports for Canadian renters from the Canada Housing Benefit to the top-up, the $500 top-up that will go to almost 2 million Canadian renters. It is really interesting to hear rhetoric from the other side. Over the years, they've not only voted against our real supports for Canadian renters, they have no plan. They haven't produced any housing plan, any workable ideas. And I would urge the honourable member to take a look at our plan. It's a good plan. You should support it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On est fiers d'avoir voté contre.
We are proud of having voted against Liberal policies that doubled rents and doubled monthly mortgage payments. When the Liberals came to power, you could rent an apartment for $900, and now it's more than doubled to $2,000. At that time, you could pay for your mortgage with $1,400. Now that's more than $3,000. These inflationary deficits are increasing interest rates on mortgages. And the gatekeepers are keeping things that way. When will this government turn around these disastrous policies?
Speaker, what Canadians know is that they can't trust the Leader of the Opposition when it comes to protecting their savings, when it comes to protecting their bottom line. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition thought that to get out of inflation, you could just invest in cryptocurrency. Didn't go so well. You know what else he said, Mr. Speaker? He said that childcare was a slush fund for parents. Whoa. Mr. Speaker, I have traveled across this country and I have heard from parents from coast to coast to coast about how this is helping them at a time when there's a high cost of groceries, when rents are high, when they need to provide for their families. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what they've learned is they can't trust the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, here's what they know. When I was the minister responsible for housing, you could rent an apartment, an average apartment in the 10 biggest cities for $950 a month. Now, it's over $2,000 a month. When I was housing minister, it was $1,400 a month for the average mortgage. Now it's $3,200. And 1/5 of mortgage holders at CIBC are actually watching their mortgage grow as Liberal deficits push up interest rates on their monthly payments. They've done nothing to stand up to the gatekeepers that block housing construction. Will they get out of the way so homes can be built and we can bring home home ownership for our youth?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when that member was minister responsible for housing, there were 2.7 million more Canadians in poverty than there are today. Mr. Speaker, when that member was minister responsible for poverty reduction, there were 450,000 children more in poverty than there are today. And Mr. Speaker, when that minister was the minister responsible for democratic institutions, he made it harder for 150,000 Canadians to vote, Mr. Speaker. What we understand is we're moving forward, we're helping Canadians. He's only held them back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When I was Minister for Housing, we didn't have students living in homeless shelters as we do right now. We didn't have 9 in 10 young people saying that they will never afford a home. In fact, you could buy the average home for $450,000, rent the average apartment for $950. It is now double. They've doubled house prices, doubled mortgage payments, and doubled the rent. Their inflationary deficits are driving up interest rates, and they've done nothing to get gatekeepers out of the way and get housing built. Will they reverse these disastrous housing policies so that we can bring home ownership for our youth?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Speaker, we know that when the leader of the official opposition was in office, their government withdrew from social housing. They downloaded social housing to provinces and municipalities. We've brought measures to increase housing supply, to support municipalities and regional governments to build more housing. What did? They voted against that. And since he's become leader, he has offered no plan for housing. So I would really encourage, with all my sincerity, to have him look at our plan. We actually have a really good housing plan which delivers supports directly to people, directly to municipalities, directly to indigenous communities, and has re-established...
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, and then there was light, Mr. Speaker. After 6 years of lack of action at Roxham Road, finally, there are efforts to renegotiate the Safe Third Country Agreement. So I have a simple question, and yet a simple question that no one has ever answered. What does it mean to renegotiate the Safe Third Country Agreement? What are the concrete requests that have been made of Washington? After all, he wasn't going there to watch a game, a sports match. He was there with concrete requests. What were they? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, I know that the Bloc Québécois will never become a government, and that's as it should be. But let me clarify one thing in this House. The bilateral negotiations that we are carrying out are private. Our minister went to Washington, met with his counterpart, and we will continue to strengthen the agreement. Thank you. The honourable member. What a surprise. We are not asking the minister for the results of the negotiation. We saw at the press conference yesterday that he showed up alone without any U.S. representatives. It was honestly kind of embarrassing. So can we at least know what is being asked for in the negotiations? We know it's about the Safe Third Country Agreement, but clearly they must be negotiating on something. So it's a simple question. What were the requests made in Washington, D.C. this week? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. The U.S. is our closest ally and neighbor. We are working in close collaboration with the Biden administration. And as mentioned, our minister met with his American counterpart in a bilateral meeting. We will continue to defend Canadian interests, and we will not stop there. We will continue to work hard in order to modernize and strengthen the agreement. Thank you.
For Caribou, Prince George.
After 8 long years of this Liberal government, housing rates and the cost of living are skyrocketing for Canadians. The average rate for a studio apartment in my home province of British Columbia is $2,200, and mortgage rates are doubling, all because of this Prime Minister's out-of-control inflationary spending. Families can't afford to eat, heat, or pay their mortgages, and he could care less. It's time for the Prime Minister remove the municipal gatekeepers so projects can get built and stop his out-of-control spending so people can once again afford a roof over their head. Or better yet, Mr. Speaker, why doesn't he get out of the way so we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
I want to assure the Honourable Member that in his own home province, the Government of Canada is delivering direct rental supports to tens of thousands of Canadian renters. In addition to that, we're introducing the Housing Accelerator Fund, a $4 billion program that is meant to partner with municipalities to remove the barriers that prevent more housing supply. Unfortunately, the party opposite not only voted against that, they played procedural games to prevent real support for renters to go quickly to Canadian renters across the country. They should look at our plan. It's a pretty good plan.
Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 long years, the dream of home ownership is disappearing under this Prime Minister's watch. Home ownership is coming unattainable for many Canadians across this country today. House prices have doubled. Monthly mortgage costs are bleeding every bank account in this country. After 8 years, because of this reckless government spending, dreams are being shattered. Will the Prime Minister simply get out of the way so Conservatives can fix what he has broken?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
I was in that member's province on Monday to make a great announcement with the government of Saskatchewan that means that as of April 1st, childcare fees in registered childcare spaces will be reduced to $10 a year. Making Saskatchewan the third jurisdiction to reduce childcare fees to $10 a day. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? This helps families right across the country pay for the high cost of everything. Oftentimes, the cost of childcare is the equivalent to a monthly mortgage payment. I heard from so many families in Regina about how important this is for them. We're there to support them, help them make life more affordable, and to give our kids the best possible start in life here.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are continuing to break shameful records. The Prime Minister has gotten us into the worst inflation in 40 years. Canadians now have to choose between clothing and feeding themselves. That's what we're going through after 8 years of this Liberal government. Canadians are having to make heartbreaking choices. When will this Prime Minister admit that he is harming Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Well, who in this House really helped Canadians and Quebecers when they needed it? This government did. Not once, not twice, not 3 times. On so many occasions, we reduced taxes for Canadians, but the Conservatives voted against that. When we reduced the taxes for workers, the Conservatives voted against it. When we reduced costs for seniors, the Conservatives did what? They voted against it. We are here for Canadians, and the Conservatives are against them.
Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Electric vehicles are not just a great way to reduce emissions, but they're cheaper to fill than a tank of gas. And it's creating thousands of jobs right here in Canada. They're also what many Canadians want, and in some parts of this country, the wait list can be over a year. Canadians want to have their vehicles now. How is the government going to ensure that affordable electric vehicles are available for Canadians to purchase right now?
What a great... The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. Zero-emission vehicles are where the rubber hits the road for Canadians who want to reduce emissions and get off the roller coaster of high gasoline prices. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the third quarter of 2022 saw the highest EV registration on record with almost 9% of sales. Canada is well positioned to be a leader in making the vehicles that the world is looking to drive, but we need to increase production while ensuring that vehicles are available for purchase here in Canada, which is why we've set a mandatory target of 20% of vehicle sales to be zero emissions by 2026, 60% by 2030, and 100% by 2035. Thank you.
Well, member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, rent and housing affordability costs have doubled. Canada's housing affordability is in a crisis, and it hasn't been this bad in 41 years. Average monthly mortgage rates now cost Canadians more than $3,000 per month. In my home province, it's no secret that Greater Moncton has the worst housing crisis currently in the country. When will the Prime Minister stop his liberal inflationary spending, get rid of municipal gatekeepers, and make housing affordable for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Sports.
The Conservatives say that they care about Canadians, that they care about what Canadians are suffering due to inflation and an increase in interest rates, but they could really show that empathy by voting for measures to help Canadians. But actually, the Conservatives vote against those measures. When we offered a $500 supplement for Canadians struggling to pay their rent, they voted against that. When we decided to implement a series of measures to help Canadians buy their first home, they voted against it. So instead of just complaining, maybe they should propose solutions that we could apply. Thank you.
At the end, everybody seems to be talking to each other. It's not even heckling, it's just talking. And it's just kind of a rising hum. I'm just going to ask everyone to pay attention to the questions and the answers, and they might be surprised. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, rent and mortgage payments have more than doubled, and the dream of home ownership for young people is fading. I spoke to a young homeowner from Strathroy who told me that he is skipping meals just to pay his mortgage payment and that the bank is about to foreclose on his home. And he's not alone. This is happening everywhere thanks to the Liberals' reckless inflationary spending. And Mr. Speaker, why is this Liberal government, will they take responsibility for the reckless housing crisis that they have created, stop their inflationary spending, remove the gatekeepers, or let Conservatives fix this and get out of the way?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, this is pretty rich coming from the Conservatives who got out of the way entirely and thought that housing wasn't a federal responsibility at all. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity to celebrate something we did today with the government of Alberta. $27 million from us, $27 million from the government of Alberta. Why, Mr. Speaker? 600 new affordable housing units across the province. A good day for Alberta, a good day for Canadians, a good day for affordable housing. Not that the Conservatives have anything to do with that.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Belle.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Richmond-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, paying rent has become a headache for Canadians. The monthly cost for a two-bedroom has gone up by 100% in the 10 largest Canadian cities since 2015, and it's this Prime Minister that has created the problem. His inflationary spending is causing this. Young families are having to give up on their dream of becoming homeowners, and others are still living in their parents' basements. When will this Prime Minister finally take responsibility for this crisis? The Honourable Minister of Sports. Mr. Speaker, our government is well aware of the difficulties that Canadians are facing. Over the last 7 months, inflation in Canada has remained stable or gone down. We are in a good economic position in Canada at the moment. We are continuing to help those who need it the most because we know that rents are high. What we don't understand is why each time we want to help people, the Conservatives vote against it.
Or Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since August 2021, when the Taliban took over Afghanistan, the people of Afghanistan have been subject to the rule of this brutal terrorist group. They've had their rights and freedoms stripped away from them. Women and girls have been subjected to misogynistic laws, discrimination, and now even prevented to attend school. Canada has continued to provide humanitarian assistance, immigration services, and aid because that is what Canada does. Can the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on how the government intends to continue to support the people of Afghanistan?
The Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. The relationship between Canada and Afghanistan is deep and abiding, and that is why after Kabul fell, we introduced a program that would resettle 40,000 refugees, a goal that we are approximately 30,000 into, and we'll continue to do that. But we can't forget about the women, the girls, the religious minorities who have been systematically targeted by the Taliban, which is why today we introduced Bill C-41, which will reduce barriers and allow us to deliver the humanitarian aid, the food, the shelter, the clothing that they need. And by doing so, by passing this law, and hopefully with the support of all opposition parties, we'll be able to get that support to them as quickly as possible, while at the same time tackling and pushing back against the Taliban.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, when veterans, advocates and VAC workers come together to say the same thing, the minister must listen. They want the contract of $560 million given to a company owned by Loblaws cancelled because it isn't working. It has been delayed, service providers are still unable to provide services, and veterans and their loved ones are being left behind. Will the minister stop ignoring veterans' concerns and cancel this botched contract?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleagues concerned about veterans, but this rehab contract provides 14,000 veterans with access to over 9,000 professionals located in 600 areas right across the country. There is absolutely no one falling down between the cracks. What we're doing as a government is make sure we provide for veterans where they need it and when they need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, at committee yesterday, grocery store giants like Loblaw claimed they pay their fair share of taxes, but we know that's not true. While regular Canadians struggle with the rising cost of living, the wealthiest corporations in the country are busy avoiding $30 billion in corporate taxes as they report much higher book profits, which is what they report to shareholders, than they pay in taxable income after exploiting loopholes. The U.S. already has a minimum tax on these higher book profits. Will the governing party follow suit in Budget 2023?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, and our government has worked since we formed government to close tax loopholes and ensure everyone pays their fair share. We brought in the Canada Recovery Dividend and increased taxes on bank profits and those of insurance companies. We continue to work with OECD partners to make sure there's a minimum tax that is in place. These are concrete steps, and the work continues.
That's all the time we have. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Brad Johns, Attorney General and Minister of Justice for the province of Nova Scotia. Also like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Kelvin Gertson, Minister of Justice and Attorney General for the province of Manitoba. And I believe the Opposition House Leader has a question today, a Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would just like to ask the traditional Thursday question where the Government House Leader updates the House as to the business for the rest of this week and for the week after next. Next week, of course, is a constituency work week, and I'd like to wish all Canadians of Irish heritage and those who enjoy being Irish for the day a happy St. Patrick's Day, which will of course take place on the Friday of next week. Being someone of Irish descent myself, I'll sure be celebrating with my friends and family. But I also just wanted to point out to the honourable member
I'm going to ask everyone to just say shh. There we go, that worked. The Honourable Opposition House Leader, please continue.
Thank you very much. I would also point out to the Government House Leader that the last time the House Leaders were given a House calendar, there were 2 days next week where they had not informed us as to what the business would be. So I hope he could inform us today of that Thursday and Friday. And I would signal to him that were the government to table legislation to establish a registry for agents working on behalf of a hostile state government, that the official opposition would look upon that very favorably and work to facilitate the passage of such an act. It has been months since the Prime Minister has been briefed on the threat that that poses to Canada and our democratic institutions, yet they have done nothing. So I hope the Government House Leader will take advantage of those 2 days and bring forward legislation that protects Canadian democracy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Right. Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with also joining in the member opposite and wishing all of those who are recognizing St. Patrick's Day a very happy St. Patrick's Day. I can say with some roots of mine that come from Tipperary that I join him in celebrating in that day. I will also say, Mr. Speaker, that I hope that all members have the opportunity over the constituency week to be with their constituents, but also their families, and I hope that that is productive for them and look forward to seeing all members back in this place. With respect to the question on hostile state actors, the member opposite, of course, knows our shared commitment to repel such forces and look forward to working with him. I appreciate his very helpful suggestions as where that might fall in the calendar and look forward to fruitful discussions as to what might take place on those two mysterious days. Mr. Speaker, I can say, however, that tomorrow we will begin the debate at second reading of Bill C-33 concerning port systems and railway safety. I would like to inform the House that Monday, March 20th and Wednesday, March 22nd shall be allotted days. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that Tuesday of that week will resume second reading debate of Bill C-23, the Historic Places of Canada Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act, and on the amendment of Mrs. Thomas.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Right there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure to rise in this House and represent Peterborough-Kawartha. I want to start by saying art is subjective. Art is in the eye of the beholder. What may be amazing to me, what may be amazing to you, is completely subjective. How in the world could we ever allow bureaucracy to dictate what is art? That is a question I would ask as we look into Bill C-11.
Check out in the outside corridor to make sure that the sound subsides so that it doesn't come in and drown out the honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha. I'll let her continue. Please continue, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing more inclusive than the internet. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter what you look like. There is a place for you online, for now. But Bill C-11 jeopardizes this freedom. It jeopardizes this free market. I can remember going with online content creators and walking into a room and mom bloggers who had created a community that literally saved lives, women who were suffering from postpartum, who were suicidal, struggling with their mental health. And these women were extreme introverts, meaning that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to create this medium without being able to go flip open their computer and write something online that connected them to hundreds, thousands, and millions of people, built a community, and allowed their voice to be heard. Competition, in fact, if you go onto the government website, Canadian government website, and I quote this, "Competition pushes individuals, firms, and markets to make the best use of their resources and to think outside the box to develop new ways of doing business and winning customers. This not only drives productivity up, it also improves our own standard of living." Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11 is going after a competitive market that needs zero government interference. Online content creators are making their own destiny. They're building communities. They're raising money for not-for-profits, for charities. They're connecting people all over this world. And it is a major concern when the government wants to interfere and dictate and control what they think people at home should be watching. Artistry and creation isn't a choice. If you ask any artist this, they will tell you they didn't choose it, it chose them. They have to create. It is what fuels them. It is simply who they are. What someone values as art or great content is completely independent of the consumer. I may love Kat and Nat, who are two Toronto-based mompreneurs who built an empire by creating an online space for moms, who, for the record, were turned away by countless broadcast agencies, who had the door slammed in their face multiple times. But because of the internet, because of the free market of the internet, we're able to build an empire and connect thousands, millions of moms. They're out of Toronto, Canadian content creators. Or what about Train with Joan? At 70 years old, this Coburg-based woman transformed her life using physical fitness and now reaches millions of people online. She is the inspiration so many of us need to know that it is never too late to change your mind and body. Would she have been given an opportunity on a broadcast station? Would she have been given the same opportunity that the internet allowed her to have to reach the people she reached? It's called choice. It's called freedom to find and choose what to watch. And why in the world would we ever want the government to decide what is worthy of being seen and what isn't? This is what Bill C-11 will do. It will give the Liberals control to decide what you see and watch online. In the online world, you will often hear of a term called organic reach. Now, this is the ultimate goal for a content creator. A creator puts content online, and the free market decides if it is worthy of liking, sharing, and commenting. Now, we've already seen organic reach be meddled with Facebook and other platforms because of paid reach tactics, right? It's a pay-to-play system, and it's caused problems. So why in the world would government want to meddle even further in a system? Why in the world do we want the government deciding what we watch and see? In the words of Jim Morrison, those who control the media control the mind. And I really want people to think about what this legislation is and why it's being tabled. Famed Canadian author Margaret Atwood said it best. This is not a problem that needs fixing. It's creeping totalitarianism for governments to tell creators what to create. The approach of how this bill has been managed is awful and simply undemocratic, Mr. Speaker. In this House, for those who don't know, a bill must be approved at all 3 readings before it is sent to the Senate to be approved and given royal assent. Now, the Senate should be a safeguard for Canadians when major concerns are raised. There were 26 amendments put forth by the Senate. This is a very, very high number and speaks volumes to the fact that this bill should be thrown out. What is the point of the Senate and expert testimony if the Liberals refuse to listen to them? How is this supposed to build trust with Canadians when you silence people? When you silence people, that is censorship. And it is our job as elected officials to bring balance to this room, to find the common ground, to listen to both sides. I will tell the Liberals fully, as somebody who has a background in broadcasting, the Broadcasting Act 100% needs to be updated. But this bill is trying to regulate a free market space of the internet, and there is no place for the government to do that. Freedom is not a gift from heaven. You must fight for it every day of your life. This is a quote from Simon Wiesenthal, a famous Nazi hunter and fighter for human rights. The Tour for Humanity bus was here on Parliament Hill yesterday, and I had the opportunity to tour it. Censorship does not work. History has shown us this over and over and over again. The Liberals have refused to make the policy direction to the CRTC on how this legislation will be implemented public until after the bill is passed. Mr. Speaker, think about that for a second. The Liberals have refused to make the policy direction to the CRTC on how the legislation will be implemented public until after the bill is passed. If the Liberals' main intention is promoting Canadian content, why in the world would they ask us to sign first and ask questions later? This is so sketchy. Why not just tell Canadians now? What are they hiding? Why are they not transparent? Critics are furious, and so they should be, because the Heritage Minister announced a complete rejection of the Senator's work that excluded user content from CRTC regulation, after they said they would. Somewhere right now, Mr. Speaker, there is a quirky, talented, gifted content creator who has not discovered that they fit somewhere. They've been told no. Maybe they haven't found their community. Maybe they haven't found their tribe. But they hit the upload button, and all of a sudden, their world changes, and so does that community's world. There is so much great about the internet. For better or worse, it is here. And I have to be honest, I am absolutely shocked that the NDP does not see the value of independent, free market content creators who are doing so much good for social justice and all the things they fight for in this House, Mr. Speaker. It is shocking to me that we are having this fight when we are here to elevate voices of Canadians, to give them the freedom to use their voice for good. It makes no sense to me why we are fighting this bill. I came here with an open mind, Mr. Speaker, with optimism that we are here to elevate voices. And this bill is censorship. It makes no sense. I appreciate and agree 100% that the Broadcasting Act needs to be updated, but this bill isn't achieving that. Its intent is to control online content. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? I will end with this. Enough is enough. Stop with the controlling legislation and please kill Bill C-11. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, this is the Conservative members of Parliament that are spreading misinformation to Canadians. In no way, in no clause, is there anything that infringes on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Nowhere within this legislation. Yet you get a member of Parliament from the Conservative Party that's quite content to spread, I can't use the word lie, so I won't say that, but spread misinformation, Mr. Speaker.
I was distracted, but if I may just interject before the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge says anything, I just want to remind the honourable members that you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly in the House. I don't know if that covers or okay. It's a rookie mistake. I'll let him continue.
Rookie mistake, Mr. Speaker. I apologize wholeheartedly. Mr. Speaker, but the point is that there is nothing within the legislation at all that infringes upon a person's rights and freedom. Yet the Conservative Party continues to go out and spread information that's not accurate, Mr. Speaker, and it's causing a lot of anxiety in our communities. My question to the members, can she cite something specific within the legislation that clearly says that it's an infringement on a person's rights or freedoms?
Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is just, I can't wrap my head around what it is they don't understand. When you are saying you're going to control what Canadians see and read, it makes no sense. The critics have spoken up. There's hundreds and hundreds of them. And they've said to the Heritage Minister there that he's completely rejected the Senator's amendment that excludes user content from CRTC regulation. You said you were going to do one thing, you're doing another. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Questions and comments. The member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her passionate speech. She started talking about art and what art is. And of course, art is one thing that it is that it's about nature. And it's when the spectator decides that something is artistic. Somebody said once that to read a book is to write another. So it is. Art is in the eye of the beholder to a certain extent. And art as a whole becomes culture. So I would ask my colleague what C11's impact is on culture.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my honourable member. I enjoy conversing with him, and I promise him I'm going to get better at my French one day and answer him in French. My answer to that question is, culture is not force-fed by the government. Culture is created by the people.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, not Nanaimo, Ladysmith, sorry, Skeeter Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her remarks. Now, since the 1970s, the Government of Canada has regulated television broadcasters, radio broadcasters. When you turn on the radio, a certain amount of the content that you listen to has to be Canadian content. And people may agree or disagree with those rules, but I've never heard it characterized as censorship. So I'm wondering to my honourable colleague down the way if she would consider those rules around Canadian content that we've had since before I was born to be censorship.
The honourable member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And working for a Canadian broadcasting company that I did for 12 years, I understand Canadian content. This bill, and I understand that the Broadcasting Act needs to be updated. I stated that clearly in my speech. But this bill is not doing that. There's an unintended intention here to control the internet. That is a massive problem to society. That is what we are speaking about, Madam Speaker. So absolutely that is censorship.
A very, very short question from the honourable member for... I'm sorry. Yes.
Peterborough Court, I'll try to make it brief, but I feel as though we're in a space where we are talking past each other, because nothing that I'm hearing about this bill being about censorship makes any sense when I read the bill. We have a Broadcasting Act. We're now equalizing some of the playing field so that Canadian writers, Canadian screenwriters are not losing out because of the online streaming from the big producers of Hollywood content and sometimes Canadian content. All I can ask is...
Have to give the honourable member for Peterborough Court some seconds to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I actually like to think we all want the same thing. But the more I'm in this House, I start to doubt that. I really do. Because at the end of the day, Conservatives trust Canadians to decide what they want to watch. And we do not believe that the government getting in the way of what their gifts are should be what they decide what they should or shouldn't do. And so that is my answer to the member.
The honourable member for Stormont and South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Normally there would not be much debate in the House when we talk about making updates to a Broadcasting Act that came into effect in 1991. At face value, most Canadians would say that a lot has changed since then. A little thing called the internet came along, and again, most would agree. I've talked about this topic in the House before, and I'm pretty proud of myself. I'm pretty sure I was the first MP in Canadian history to put boys to men in the parliamentary record when talking about the legislation before us, because back in 1991, times have changed a little bit. Boys to men, Bryan Adams, MC Hammer, and Monty Python were on the charts. I want to put that back in the record again. I'm glad I've done that. The goals of the Broadcasting Act have been reasonable, respecting official languages and providing an avenue for Canadian content on traditional media at the time of TV and radio. But here's the thing I've said in the House, sadly, on many issues over and over again. Only the NDP and the Liberals working together can they take something so mundane and so innocuous and make a disaster out of it when it comes to policy. And here's how I know that, Madam Speaker, because outside of the Ottawa bubble, there aren't too many Canadians that know what C4 or S252 or C39 is when it comes to government legislation. You know the government is in trouble. You know when they were on the wrong side of public opinion when a bill title becomes famous. Last couple of weeks, couple of months, C21 has become synonymous with an attack on rural Canadians, Indigenous communities, and hunters when they tried to ban commonly used hunting rifles. And here we are now with the famous term C11, known by millions of Canadians across the country today as the most blatant attempt by the Liberals and NDP and bureaucrats in Ottawa to have control over what you see and what you search on the internet. And Madam Speaker, if that wasn't enough convincing by talking about C11 being a household name to millions of Canadians, you know you're in trouble when Conservatives and Margaret Atwood are on the same page pushing back against the government. A wonderful Canadian, I will say, and one of the most regarded and successful Canadian artists and content creators this country has ever seen. But don't take my word for it. Don't take maybe Bernie from this side of the bench if you don't want to. Canadians will take Margaret Atwood's word on Canadian culture and content any day of the week over the Liberals and the NDP. I want to use the dictionary version of what she said. She's had some pretty harsh things calling out the government on C11. When you break it down and use the dictionary to further define what she's calling this government out for, it is creating a centralized and dictator-like system of control that requires complete subservience to the state. This is bad legislation. They know it. It's been ping-ponged back and forth between the House of Commons to the Senate, back to the House of Commons, it's going to go back to the Senate. Every time there's a committee hearing, every time there's more witnesses testifying, there become more questions than answers about what the government is doing here with this bill. From consumer groups to legal experts to content creators, many, many groups from every walk of life and every angle on this topic are calling out the government's direction and how bad and how flawed this bill is. I'm proud to stand as a Conservative to say, when we form government, we will repeal Bill C11. We will kill Bill C11. Simple as that. Now let's get into the weeds and talk about some of these pieces bit by bit. One of the things you hear the Liberals and NDP say is we need to support Canadian content more. And so when I think about that, I'd pull up a list and say, sure, let's support Canadian content here. Things like Deadpool. It was filmed in Vancouver, starring Canadian actor Ryan Reynolds, screenplay by Canadian Paul Wernick, based on a Canadian comic book character. You've got Canadian Bacon, who can forget that? John Candy, a legendary Canadian actor, on a story involving Canada. I talked about Margaret Atwood. Do you think The Handmaid's Tale, based on her book? Filming of the series, when you look at the production, Mississauga, Toronto, Brantford, Hamilton, Burlington, Oakville, Cambridge. And I think of Canadian content like the All or Nothing series on the Toronto Maple Leafs. It was a 5-part series that followed the Leafs for months during the 2020-2021 season. It was narrated by a Canadian, Will Arnett, and it used Canadian crews. Canadian content, right? Nope. Every one of those examples I just cited does not meet the definition and criteria for Canadian content in the definitions that we have. C11 is currently 56 pages long, and any Canadian go online, look at it, they can hit Control F and search. Nowhere in there do they talk about modernizing and cleaning up that definition. Nowhere in it. Because, Madam Speaker, I will argue this is not about Canadian content. This is about something else. Every time we put an amendment forward to clarify, if the government wants to debunk a myth saying what we're saying is not the case, clarify it. Put in amendments to say what it is not, to exclude certain things. They refused to do so. They say, don't worry, we're not going to determine that. It's going to be the CRTC. Which brings me to my next point. Another fundamentally flawed part of this legislation. The CRTC is an Ottawa-based acronym. Federal acronyms go left, right, and center around here. They are an agency in Ottawa and on the Quebec side as well, in the National Capital Region, full of bureaucrats who behind closed doors will set the rules on what is not just necessarily Canadian content, but they are also through this bill being directed to start controlling the search results that you have on the internet. You heard that right about behind closed doors. We've asked repeatedly to put some sunshine on this, some sunlight on it, some transparency on those protocols. There's no criteria in this bill. There's no public formula. There's no clarifications or guardrails on what they are. So for Canadians, when it comes to what they search and what they want to see, whether it's searching on Google or Crave or YouTube or any other platform, as a Canadian here now, the government will control what goes up in search results, what goes down, and you will not be able to find out the algorithms and calculations they use because of CRTC bureaucrats doing it behind closed doors. They never have to share their reasoning, or I call showing their homework. It speaks volumes. Now, the Prime Minister and the NDP will say, well, don't worry, an arm's-length agency of the federal government. They are independent, they say. Let's just debunk that right now. The CRTC reports to the Liberal Minister of Canadian Heritage. Its chair and the commissioners that are on there working, leading that organization, are appointed directly by the Prime Minister and the Liberal cabinet. Nobody believes that it is arm's length, and nobody believes this is about Canadian artists and everyday Canadians. Because if it was the right thing to do, it was the popular thing to do, and there was no problems about it, they would put that whole process and make it a lot more public than punting it over behind closed doors. This bill is not about sunlight. It's not about Canadian artists and content creators. I say, Madam Speaker, this bill is a Trojan horse because there are some very big cheerleaders for this bill. The bureaucracy at the CRTC is going to be exploding in size. The size of the internet is massive. The amount of content uploaded every single day is huge. It is going to take an administrative swarm of new bureaucrats to go through. And the people that are going to hit jackpot, the people that are doing cartwheels in downtown Ottawa, are the lobbyists that are now going to be hired by all these groups and associations and artists to try to lobby to get them when they go behind closed doors to take what is going on. As I share my time with the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, we will continue the commentary on this and how it works. Because if you are a budding content creator in North Winnipeg or a Franco-Ontarian or an Indigenous artist in Northern Canada, say in Nunavut, you can currently upload and may the best content win. Right. The cream of the crop rises. Canadians will determine what they like and what they want to watch, and that should be the most popular search results, the most organic way possible. So trust me, the best way is let Canadians do their own work. Let the organic way go. Good videos go to the top. Canadian content, we have thousands of artists that have made a living, that have created content and continue to do so. We don't need to fix what is not broken. Madam Speaker, I will wrap up by saying C11 is bad. It is online censorship. Ottawa telling 37 million Canadians what they should watch and see is wrong. The Liberals and NDP have had years to get this right, and now they're just being stubborn. I look forward to saying under a Conservative government, we oppose this bill now, and in a Conservative government we will kill Bill C11. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, the member makes reference to Liberal and NDP. It's the Liberal members of the House of Commons, the Bloc members of the House of Commons, the NDP members, and the Green Party members. It's only the Conservative Party that's spreading misinformation that's out there. The member stood in his place, Madam Speaker, and tried to give a false impression. Tried to say that as if the government's trying to control what Canadians are watching. In no way whatsoever can the member cite anything that is within this legislation that would prevent a Canadian from watching whatever he or she wants to watch on the internet. There's nothing that's there. But you'd think that would stop? The motivating factor for the Conservative Party on C11 is purely finances in feeding a frenzy of individuals that they want support from, Madam Speaker. I say shame on the Conservative Party for not protecting cultural industries and the arts in Canada.
Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
My colleague spends a lot of time in the House. I'd encourage him on this piece of legislation to read Clause 7. That is the exact reason why we have major concerns and calling out this bill as flawed. They have had so many opportunities in the House of Commons, in the Senate, and back here in committee through amendments to do this. But the reality of the situation is true. They are punting the power to the CRTC behind closed doors to create algorithms on what goes up in searches and what goes down. That is control. That is censoring something if it's organic and what people want to watch and they don't like it. They could put a formula in and make a company have it go down. And if they have these big lobbyists that advocate to tweak that formula, all of a sudden search results can go up. It wasn't a problem until C11 came along and the government's intent. They've had every opportunity to clarify.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a parliamentarian, there are things that I find challenging, like this one, which is when an individual or a party try to destroy something that makes sense just because they like to destroy. Here, the Conservatives are talking about an attack on freedom of expression, but there is nothing in this bill that constitutes an attack on freedom of expression. An eminent University of Montreal law professor, Pierre Trudel, greatly respected by Quebecers and Canadians, has said that this bill does not constitute any form of an attack on freedom of expression. The Department of Justice also studied the matter and reached the same conclusion. What does my colleague think of that?
Douglas South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if my translation device is broken or not, but am I hearing the Bloc Québécois supporting a bill that gives power for bureaucrats in Ottawa and the federal government to control what the people of Quebec see when they have a search engine result? I could have bet a lot of things. I never would have bet that the Bloc Québécois would be supporting Bill C-11, especially when the provincial government and numerous groups in that province have said this should not be standardized and centralized by the federal government. Shame on the Bloc Québécois for doing what they're doing. They were wrong on C-5. They voted for it. Now they're regretting it. They're going to vote for C-11. I'll bet you $10 in about a year they'll be regretting it too.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Goldfields.
Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. I'm finding it very difficult to address this without trying to take the context larger. Let's imagine in the digital world we thought everything was going to be more fun, so we invited Airbnbs into our homes, and we've discovered that into our neighborhoods that we lose housing because Airbnbs compete with the hotels and take up residential space. In the world of entertainment, digital is looking like fun. You can play with it yourself. You can put up cat videos, but then you discover that Canadian content, Canadian screenwriters, Canadian writers, Canadian producers are being disadvantaged by online streaming of these giants that, just as in the past we needed Canadian content to bring us the shows that told us what it was to be Canadian, whether it was Friendly Giant or what have you, or the Beachcombers, we need protection for Canadian content because in the digital world, it's all different, and that's all this bill does.
For Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
The bill is flawed in so many ways. Here's an example of where we hear at committee that we need to have this to generate more Canadian content. The minister quotes it'll bring $1 billion more. Here's the thing at committee, various organizations in the industry have said they're already investing $5 billion per year in the industry, but we need this control. My argument to the member and to the Liberals, NDP, Bloc, and Green, and anybody else that thinks this bill is a good idea, there have been thousands of artists across this country that have gotten their start online in the freedom of the internet to rise up and to make a living. We've had success to date. It is gatekeepers being brought in, and it's wrong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. We're here today talking about the Liberals' online censorship bill, C-11, and that's what this is. It's an attempt by government to meddle in the leisure time, the cultural and social education that Canadians have. And sometimes, under their proposal, Canadians are going to have to pay for it. So Canadians will subscribe to services and pay for their own internet service, and the Liberals are going to decide what they should be watching and what they shouldn't be watching. It's interesting, but not surprising, after 8 years of this Liberal government, that it's on full display now for Canadians that this is a government that wants to control what Canadians see and control what Canadians think. Now, this is a theme that we've seen over the last 8 years with a Prime Minister who's always looking to silence his critics, also looking to attempt to discredit those individuals who have the reputation, who are able to hold him to account. Now, a few obvious examples come to mind. Now, we'll first talk about media. The Prime Minister has said on more than one occasion that stories that have appeared in mainstream media, like the Globe and Mail, are false, that they're fake news or misinformation. And then it comes to light, as it was the case in the SNC-Lavalin scandal, where the Prime Minister was found to have used his position to interfere in the criminal prosecution of his friends, that The story in the Globe and Mail was correct. But don't let that get in the way of a good cover-up with this government. They want to be able to control the narrative. Even when you have members of the King's Privy Council push back against this government, push back against a prime minister, instead of taking that advice, taking that sober second thought, and I'm going to come back to sober second thought in a minute, what does the prime minister do? Well, in the case of Canada's first female Indigenous Attorney General, when she spoke truth to power to this prime minister, he fired her. He kicked her out of cabinet. And when another eminent Canadian, a minister of the King's Privy Council, spoke out on that issue, he kicked her out of cabinet too, Dr. Jane Philpott. Canadians are best served when they get truth and they get honesty, and not when we have a government that's looking to exert control. And that's the pattern that we've seen with this government. So when we're hearing from Canadians, when we're hearing from experts that this is going to affect what Canadians are able to watch and see online, we should take notice, and it should give the government pause. But instead, what are they doing? They're dismissing their critics and saying it's misinformation. Well, we've seen that pattern before. And when the Senate, Canada's chamber of sober second thought, brought forward amendments to protect some of the areas where we've heard the greatest concerns from Canadians with respect to user-generated content, the government dismissed those amendments out of hand. They said, we're absolutely not going to do that, but don't worry, the bill doesn't affect user-generated content. So why would they defeat those amendments at committee, and why would they refuse those amendments from the Senate? Well, it's because you can make no mistake. Bill C-11 will regulate and it will censor what you see. It's going to make the government, the Prime Minister, through his Minister of Canadian Heritage, through the CRTC that reports to him, the regulator of what you can see online. And it's also going to censor what you can say. And when I say the bill is going to censor, I mean the government, the Prime Minister, through his Minister of Heritage, through his CRTC. They're going to make sure that homegrown talent isn't going to be able to rise to the top based on its quality. And we've seen countless examples of Canadian content that, against the odds, against media giants and production company giants around the world, not the least of which the United States, where Canadian content has flourished. And digital content, of course, is at the heart of what a lot of Canadians see and do online. And the marketplace of ideas should be a meritocracy. But the government's afraid of that. The Liberals are afraid of that. They want to be able to decide who the winners are and who the losers are, when it should be the consumers. It should be Canadians who get to decide. You know, we hear a lot about, favorite programs that people grew up watching or listening to. No one made them watch it because it was Canadian. If it was quality, Canadians consumed it. But now that there's more content, there's more opportunities for Canadian content to flourish. And that's exactly what's happening. Now, I have a content creator in my riding, and I'm not confused. It's McMullen Appliance and Mattress. Corey McMullen from McMullen Appliance and Mattress on a county road in my community is a viral internet sensation. He's not making cat videos. He's not doing any crazy stunts. He's talking about fridges, washers, dryers, and stoves. His honesty and his authenticity has caused him to gain global celebrity. And with that has come revenue for his business. He's able to sell products online. Well, more accurately, people buy them from him online because he talks about it. Now, he's not advertising. He's not paying for advertising, but the innovation and the entertainment value and the character of this gentleman has propelled him to such fame and such credibility that in my community in southeastern Ontario, folks will take their pickup truck from North Bay and drive into my community all those hours to buy an appliance from Corey because they trust him. Now, this type of obviously Canadian content is now going to be subjected to a test by the government where they'll decide if it's Canadian enough. And we've heard other speakers talk about productions that are made in Canada and written by Canadians and produced by Canadians and have Canadians that star in them, and they don't meet the standard for Canadian content. So if the Liberal government isn't prepared to exempt user-generated content, we have to ask why. Why do they refuse to recognize that Canadians should have the freedom to say and to think and to watch whatever they want? And I believe in my community. I believe in Canadians. I believe in people like Corey McMullen rising to the top based on the quality production, that sometimes indefinable quality that Canadians are recognized for around the world. And that's why we have, for a very small population, we have so many actors of stage and screen, so many people who write and produce, so many people who create, who are household names. It's not because the government made people like them. It's because Canadians are extraordinary. And we are extraordinary because of our freedoms. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians have had enough control. That's why a Conservative government will repeal this bill, and that's why we believe that you need to kill Bill C-11.
Good job. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Je suis très honoré d'être ici aujourd'hui. Listening to the comments from the other side of the aisle, you would think the world is falling down or something to that extent, when in fact Bill C-11 is a bill that's very prudent. It's a bill that is a very, very good step and a very big first step in modernizing the Broadcasting Act, which hasn't been modernized since 1991, Madame la Présidente, and in fact does nothing to discourage the creation or the streaming or the for Canadians who wish to produce content, and in fact encourages more Canadians to produce Canadian content. And who would not be in favor of such a goal, to have more Canadian content to be seen, to be listened to be read by Canadians from coast to coast to coast? You know, going through the bill, and this is a bill that's been debated on both sides in the Senate here for hours upon hours, and with amendments brought forward. Wouldn't the honourable member agree with that? This is the best way to produce legislation when you have both houses working, when you have witnesses coming forward, when you have the committee doing the work that Canadians sent those MPs here. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague opposite, and I think that he made my case for me, that the process that we have that saw
Okay. Yes, the honourable member can pursue.
Some more Canadian content that perhaps needs regulating. I want to thank the member opposite for the question because I think it makes my point, Madam Speaker. The Senate did come back with amendments. They did the work, and they listened to the witnesses, and they said that there needed to be a carve-out for user-generated content, and the minister has rejected that. The minister should recognize the important work of the Senate, accept the amendment, exempt user-generated content.
Le député de Mirabel.
The honourable member from Mirabel. Madam Speaker, about 2 years ago, the Conservative member for Lethbridge said that C11 was going to encourage people to listen to old, obsolete artists from Quebec. So I have two questions for my colleague today. Does he also believe that our national poet is an old, obsolete artist? And is that the definition of Canadian content when people are marketing fridges?
Feeds Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Some great Canadian content that's come out of the province of Quebec is an absolute favorite of my wife, and that's Celine Dion. And my wife loves Celine Dion not because the government told her to, but because Celine is Celine. And that's the kind of content that we don't need the government to tell us that we have to like. And though I'm not familiar with the artist that my honourable colleague has referenced, I'm sure if they bring him great enjoyment that they should be available on the streaming service. He should have the option to be able to listen to that if that's what he likes.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'm going to read a sentence from the Canadian Media Producers Association website. Just one sentence. I quote, "Canada needs updated broadcasting legislation to ensure we can compete and succeed on the world stage." Does the member agree that we need to make sure that this bill passes so that Canadians could compete and succeed in the world stage?
The honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Chair, I appreciate the question from my colleague, but we do not want this bill to pass. There have been reasonable amendments put forward. There have been amendments proposed by the Senate that would offer some protections to user-generated content, but this is a deeply flawed bill that has ignored the advice and the expertise of the witnesses who've testified in committees of this place and of the Senate. And it's not a solution when we have more control by government over what Canadians see, them being able to control their critics. That's not freedom. That's not Canadian. That's why this bill can't move forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, if anybody's looking for any Canadian content, you just need to head down to room 25B in this building, and you will see the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, who's been generating a lot of content today based on some of the disparaging comments that he made towards a very capable and prominent female cabinet minister.
The honourable member for Provincey.
Madam,
on a point of order.
The honourable member just made mention of the presence or absence of one of the honourable members from the Conservative Party in this House, and that is something that we try not to do here.
Agreed. Indirectly, the honourable member did make reference, and we avoid that. That's part of the rules.
Madam Speaker, I made a reference to committee, not this House. Am I allowed to make reference to this House? To committee? No? Okay. I think my point was made, though, Madam Speaker. My point is that the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, is making a lot of content today with the very unfortunate comments that he made in that committee meeting today, if anybody is looking for content. But I would like to start by saying, Madam Speaker, that I'm just the warm-up act today. I'm warming up for the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, who will be speaking after me. So please, yes. Please applaud the member because he definitely deserves it. I want to read a quote to you, Madam Speaker. Here's the quote. This comes from Gord Sinclair, member of the Tragically Hip, who appeared before the committee when they were studying this bill. Gord Sinclair wrote, Gord Downey wrote in our song, Morning Moon, that if something's too cheap, somebody's paying something. Every song ever recorded can now be streamed for less than $10 a month. The somebodies, in this case, will be the future you and me when we realize that we've undervalued the contribution of Canadian musicians and songwriters. He further went on to say, streaming is here to stay, but the platforms must contribute to the long-term health of the arts. And, Madam Speaker, I bring that up because I'm obviously very proud to come from and represent part of my riding is a municipality where the Tragically Hip call home. But this is a band who literally, and if you dive in a little deeper to Mr. Sinclair's testimony in committee, attribute their entire success in Canada and becoming such a renowned band in Canada. They attribute all of that to the fact that the proper tools were in place to make sure that content like theirs could be exposed. And why is that important, Madam Speaker? It's important because we are a country of rich cultural diversity that has a lot to offer in the arts, but where the concern is, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we have another market right over the border, literally less than 10 kilometers from from my riding, over the border, where the market is 10 times the size. So it would be very, very, very easy for our market, the Canadian market, to just be consumed into the American market. Well, you think about it. They have 10 times the population, effectively 10 times the artists, and to compete against that is very difficult. It's just difficult regardless of the incredible contribution that Canadians give to the arts. And that's why in the 1970s, quite frankly, you know, the legislators at the time said, we need to preserve our culture and the unique identity that comes from having Canadian artists be able to perform and to be able to create. And so, you know, I've been listening to this debate since it started yesterday, and I heard the member from Lethbridge go on, and, you know, she tells this story. She says, you know, back in the day, all an artist needed to do was bundle together their best hits, put them on a tape, bring it to a radio station, beg them to play it, hope to get on the air, and then, you know, the successful ones would make it, and those that weren't didn't. She left out a very, very important point, Madam Speaker, and that's that those radio stations that they would go to were required to play 30% at one time. The number has changed, it's not relevant, but at a time, 30% of the content had to be Canadian content. So yes, those Canadian artists did have to compete against every other emerging artist, collaborator, songwriter, whatever it is. They did have to compete, but they only had to compete within the realm of that 30% against the other Canadians. They didn't have to compete with a market 10 times the size right over the border. So I get it. I get conservatives' angle on this. Conservatives like to take the free market approach. Everything is about the free market. I get it. That's where they come from on this. But what they need to do is come to terms with the fact then that they just don't want to support Canadian content. They think that Canadian content needs to go up against the market 10 times our size to the south and just let the chips fall where they may. And I think that the majority of Canadians disagree with that position. We've seen the success from the Tragically Hip, and I'll always use that as my reference. We've seen the success that they had in getting into the Canadian market, in becoming known as one of Canada's best bands, as a result of having that incredible opportunity to be exposed where it would have been difficult otherwise. And so, you know, I can't help but wonder, why are the Conservatives doing this? Why are they so insistent on this? And it was quite obvious to me when I saw just a couple days ago, an email that they had screenshotted one of my tweets, the Conservatives, and sent it out as a fundraising email. Basically saying, and I was agreeing with a reporter in their assessment of Bill C-11, and the Conservatives just loved it. They know they can raise money off this. That's what this comes down to. Just politics, as usual. You hear me say this so many times in this House, Madam Speaker, because it's true. All they're interested in the politics around it. But you should read the email, Madam Speaker. It talked about censorship. It talked about the right to freedom of expression. It talked about the fact that, according to them, they know that they're not telling the truth. Help us kill the bill. And then a big donate now button underneath. That's what this is about for Conservatives. That's it. That is it. Because if you will recall, Madam Speaker, when the first version of this legislation came about, when, in all honesty, the Conservatives were able to get a lot more attention on the issue than they are now, quite frankly, because I think Canadians have now seen through them. But if you recall, when it first came out, they were not as interested in this until they were able to make it a sensational issue like they are now. Like they did that time. And I don't even think that they're really that successful at doing it now, because I think that the vast majority of Canadians realize that Bill C-11 is not about censorship. It's not about infringing on rights. It's not about trying to prevent or trying to do anything malicious. It is about ensuring Canadian content continues to get exposed and ensuring that we have the opportunity for Canadian content creators to have their material shared. Now, if you don't agree with that, and if you don't think that government should play a role in it, it's a legitimate policy. It's a legitimate policy, and it's a legitimate position to take. That is at least taking a position. That is at least coming in here and saying, we don't believe in CanCon. We don't think it's relevant anymore. We don't think it's necessary anymore. We think that artists should just fend for themselves. If that's the Conservatives' position, which really the writing on the wall looks like it is, then they just need to become clean about that and just say that. But don't dress it up with these words about censorship and the freedom of expression being infringed upon. Come on. That's absolutely ludicrous. The member from Lethbridge, although she was quoting somebody else, said that Canada going down this road likens us to North Korea. Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker? Can you imagine that? Like what? Like you talk about talking to your fringe base. What Canadian witnessing that would actually sit there and say, oh yeah, Canada, we're going to be like North Korea if this passes? Nobody. Nobody would ever actually think that, except, and they're heckling me, except their base. Well, good news. The fringe in your base is super duper happy with your position on this, and you are definitely, representing them, and I'm sure that they'll raise a little bit more money off this when they tweet out or they send out by email the Leader of the Opposition speech today. But it's doing nothing for Canadians. It's certainly doing nothing for content creators. And it's certainly doing nothing to advance, protect, and enhance the cultural identity of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague. And he talked about Conservatives are only listening to our fringe base. But Margaret Atwood, one of the most famous authors in Canadian history, I would argue is certainly not a fringe-based Conservative supporter. But her comments were, this bill is a step towards dictatorship and authoritarianism. So to my colleague, would he agree that Margaret Atwood is a fringe Conservative supporter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I never said they're listening. See, you didn't even listen to what I said. I never said they're only listening to the fringe Conservative alt-right base. What I said is that's who they're playing to. They're playing to those individuals. And if I said it differently, then I certainly apologize right now, and I thank the member for allowing me to correct the record, because what I said is I said that that is the case. Now, do I agree with the quote that the member read from Margaret Atwood? No, I don't. I think that it's wrong. I think it's off base, and I don't think that it represents the realities of this bill.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. The NDP support an amendment that ensures that it is the CRTC, not the cabinet, on what kind of content that media can produce. Can the member explain why this is not a form of government control that other parties are talking about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, what I get a real kick out of, Madam Speaker, is when I hear the Conservatives go on about the fact that it's Cabinet that's going to make these decisions on what people listen to, as if suddenly the Conservatives are willing to say that the Bloc, of all parties with all due respect, and the NDP would be going along with this plan if they really thought that was... Let's talk about just taking a leg out of the credibility of that argument. You know, you have two other established parties in this House which are basically saying, no, this is not Cabinet that's making these decisions. This is not the way that the Conservatives are portraying it. The reality is that this is about ensuring that Canadian content is out there. So to answer the member's question a little bit more directly, Madam Speaker, I agree that with her position on this. I think that it is important that we don't give the impression, or certainly not allow policymakers to decide which songs are cool and which ones aren't, because I mean that's the way that the Conservatives would like you to believe it. We should be ensuring that the content that is put out there has certain amounts of it that are Canadian content. We should be ensuring that money and revenue is generated to continue supporting Canadian art and Canadian culture and Canadian identity, just like we've been doing for the last since 1970. We have just expanded this to include online streaming services.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just like to put this to the member across the floor. The former Bill C-10, in its original version, included an exemption for programs that users upload onto their social media, or as it was called, user-generated content. The Liberals voted to take it out of their own bill in committee. That really builds confidence in Canadians, and resisted Conservative attempts to reintroduce it. They then put it back into Bill C-11, but then put in an exemption to the exemption that basically makes it meaningless. So if Canadians are supposed to trust this government and believe what they're saying, this flies in the face of that. So will they put that amendment back in and make it very clear to Canadians?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
I don't know what the particular discussions were at committee. I'm not on this committee. I don't know how exactly every amendment was debated and voted upon, and how it ended up in the final production of a piece of legislation, or the amendments to the legislation that ended up before this House. But what I will say, Madam Speaker, is I have great confidence in the work that the committee did. I feel as though the committee has properly represented to make sure that Canadian content will be preserved. And I even have more confidence knowing that both the Bloc and the NDP are supportive of this too, because it shows that there is multi-party support around this, and that gives me confidence. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's great to be here this afternoon, and I hope everyone is, all my colleagues are having a productive day. I hear a little bit of heckling or something going on the other side, but nonetheless, let's continue the debate. Madame la Présidente, I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act. This important piece of legislation will level the playing field by requiring online streaming services to support Canadian artists and culture, just as Canadian broadcasters have been doing so for decades. As you've all heard many times, the last time the Broadcasting Act was updated was over 30 years ago in 1991. when yours truly just finished high school, I believe. Since then, the way content is broadcast to audiences has changed dramatically, but our system is stuck in the 20th century and needs to be updated. After over a year of thorough study in both houses of Parliament, the finish line, yes, is in sight. Conservatives have recently started claiming that parts of this bill have not yet received the appropriate scrutiny by parliamentarians. I beg to differ, Madame la Présidente. With all due respect, I fail to understand how they can genuinely suggest that this bill has not been studied enough. At every step of the process, they have attempted to delay and distract from the issue at hand, bringing the Broadcasting Act into the 21st century to support Canadian artists and creators. To show just how much this bill has been studied, let's take a trip down memory lane. On February 2nd, 2022, Bill C-11 was tabled in the House of Commons. Second reading debate started on February 16th. Over the course of 5 days of debate, we heard over 15 hours of speeches from 48 members of Parliament in all recognized parties, including 29 Conservatives. Conservatives then claimed that they did not have enough time to debate, but then moved concurrence motions that blocked their own ability to speak and debate on the bill. They did this during the previous iteration of the bill in the last Parliament, and on Bill C-11 in this Parliament, when they cut 3 hours of debate time and prevented their own members from having the opportunity to speak. The irony. Ultimately, these obstructionist tactics have only hurt the Canadian artists and creators that the Online Streaming Act, Bill C-11, seeks to support. But fortunately, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11 finally
Order.
Giving our colleagues the opportunity to study the bill with much closer scrutiny. That study lasted 12 meetings, where the committee heard from 80 witnesses and received 52 written briefs. But don't worry, the Conservatives still managed to delay and distract. They filibustered during the meeting that the minister was supposed to appear, and they filibustered the committee's clause-by-clause consideration. They could try to deny it today, but the member of Lethbridge admitted it herself. She said, and this is a direct quote, "I did filibuster at committee." Fortunately, our colleagues in the Bloc and the NDP have decided to join us in modernizing Canada's broadcasting system through Bill C-11. 38 amendments passed at the Heritage Committee, which included amendments from all recognized parties. Despite the Conservatives' best efforts, the bill made its way to the Senate. Very well. At this point, I think it is valuable to remind my colleagues that the Conservative Party of Canada is the only political party recognized in both the House of Commons and the Senate. Senator Leo Houstakis, the proud Spartan, who is both a Conservative critic for the bill in the Senate and the chair of the committee that reviewed it, is a regular in Kill Bill C-11 videos posted by the leader of the opposition on social media. Ironically, those videos, I might add, would not be impacted whatsoever by this bill, no matter what he claims. The best word to describe the Senate committee's study of Bill C-11 is robust. Starting in June, the committee spent over 6 months reviewing the subject matter of C-11, hearing from 138 witnesses over 40 meetings. You did not mishear me, Madame la Présidente. I said 40 meetings dedicated to considering the subject of this very important bill. Senators spent 9 of those meetings in clause-by-clause consideration of C-11, including 3-hour meetings, making it the longest clause-by-clause consideration in Senate history. The bill emerged with amendments from all recognized parties and groups in the Senate, of which we are pleased to support. We are pleased to support close to 80%. And so here we are, Madame la Présidente, over a year later, hearing concerns urging us to send the bill back to committee. After over 100 hours of committee study, over 200 witnesses, and dozens of written briefs, including from Tele Latino in Toronto, and I know the folks at Tele Latino produce great ethnocultural broadcasting, and they're in support of this wonderful bill. This doesn't even include the countless hours of debate and a study of the previous version of the bill that contributed to the Online Streaming Act. As it stands, this bill has amendments from all recognized parties and groups in both houses of Parliament. It has truly been a group effort, and the future of Canada's broadcasting system is better for it. The Conservatives are now bringing up Quebec. It's great that they're finally paying attention, but they must have missed the 2 unanimous motions passed by the National Assembly to support the Broadcasting Act and the entire Quebec cultural industry pushing for the bill's swift passage. The reality is that throughout this process, there have been endless opportunities for Conservatives to work collaboratively to defend Canadian artists and creators. Every time they've chosen to side with foreign tech giants to maintain the status quo. On this side of the House, Madame la Présidente, we believe in doing more for Canadian culture, not less. And we know in the prior Conservative administration how much less they did for Canadian artists and culture, and how they cut spending on Canadian culture and on Canadian artists and Canadian content creators. And we will not do that, and we have not done that. We will continue to support the Canadian arts sector, the Canadian culture sector, and those Canadian content creators. I know that this has been brought up many times throughout the debate, but there is an urgent need for this legislation. It cannot be overstated, Madame la Présidente. The integrity of Canada's arts and culture system is at risk. We owe it to the tens of thousands of Canadians working in the arts and culture sector across the country. We've done the work as parliamentarians. Now it's time to pass C11. And on the note on this, Madame la Présidente, many of us watch streaming services that provide content over what are called non-traditional methods. I know my wife and I really enjoy Ted Lasso. The third season of Ted Lasso is coming out on March 15th, and we very much enjoy it. It's very well written. It comes across, I believe it's Apple TV+, and we pay a monthly fee for that. That service, that content provider, would now be subject to the Broadcasting Act, and it should be, much like Canadian broadcasters have been subject to the Broadcasting Act for decades. And finally, Madame la Présidente, to end off, the Broadcasting Act has not been revised since 1991, and I wish to applaud all members of both the House and the Senate on those committees that have worked so judiciously, even when their opinions did not converge to be unified, even when they disagreed vehemently and passionately from different potentially ideological bends on how they view the Broadcasting Act, how they view the CRTC. But they did the work that Canadians sent them here to do, particularly in the House of Commons. They did the work that our constituents elected us to do, judiciously, diligently, to bring forth the best possible legislation with regards to the sector we're talking to, which is broadcasting and updating the Broadcasting Act after 3 decades, or since 1991. I look forward to questions and comments from my colleagues, and I hope everyone is having a wonderful and productive day and week. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I invite the member to follow along with me. Clause 7 of the legislation says that the Cabinet can issue a directive in order to the CRTC because it amends certain sections of the Act. When I go into the original Act, it actually gives the right to Cabinet to set policy objectives for licensing, for service fees, and for access. The way I read that legislation, the way I read C11 right now, it will allow the government to censor content it doesn't like because of clause number 7 in the bill. Members have repeatedly mentioned that. This bill is bad. We need to kill Bill C11. We've been consistent on this message. Does the member agree with me on the reading of clause 7 that in fact it does give the Cabinet the ability to direct the CRTC on licensing, on content, and on fees?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais merci beaucoup.
I would like to.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Shepherd, who I have known for many years since I was elected a member of Parliament. I have a great deal of respect for him. I will say this, that the content creation is not impacted in any way by Bill C11. That is not the intent of the bill. In no way content creation by Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We encourage it, we value it, and so forth. This is a bill to modernize our Broadcasting Act and ensure that technological advances that have allowed streaming services like Netflix or Crave or Apple TV Plus are brought under the Broadcasting Act, much like the Canadian homegrown broadcasters have been so for many, many decades. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So how does my colleague explain that in Quebec, all creators and artists in all areas are awaiting this bill anxiously? And really, if there are people who are sensitive to censorship, it is our creators and artists. So how can he explain that they are waiting impatiently for Bill C11 to be adopted and only Conservatives see censorship in it? Thank you. The member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I would say that all of the artists
perhaps.
It is my duty to...
It is my...
Journellement ce soir. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Democratic Institutions. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, Finance. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands, Families, Children and Social Development. Resuming debate on the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak in the House today on this very important bill that will certainly impact Canada for generations to come. I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Foothills. And so it really is about the internet. That's what we're talking about today, and it's such a marvelous thing. It's led to the creation of Canadian content being shared around the globe. It is truly the definition of free market, merit-based, hard work, and consistency, what it can do for Canadians and their content to share it globally with the world. From the palm of your hand, all you need is the internet or a data subscription package, and you can share your ideas with everyone with the push of a button. It really is an incredible time that we're living in, and it's only been about 15 years that Canadian content creators, producers can share their ideas so freely and so easily all around the world, which really begs the question, we've had this much success, we have this much freedom. Why is the government looking to regulate that? Why is it looking to put constraints on the freedom that's generated so much success for homegrown Canadian content? That is the question that we're looking to answer today, and the answers I've heard from government have not satisfied me that this bill is worth the risk of what it may do and what it will likely do to Canadian content creators. And through this piece of legislation, the government, in essence, is about to give itself authority to control what Canadians see on the internet. So rather than Canadians getting to decide what they see. It'll be the government dictating what they see when they open up their smartphones, when they pull up their YouTube app. That will be dictated based on CRTC criteria, and I will go into that in a minute. And it won't just impact what you and I see online, Madam Speaker. It'll also impact the content that Canadians themselves put online. And thousands of videos from Canadians is uploaded every minute. So we're talking about a huge impact on Canadian content creators and those who enjoy watching that content. And it's not just the Canadian content within our own national borders. It's anything that you're looking to view on YouTube from around the world that will be regulated by this bill. And so why are they doing this? Well, the Liberals are claiming that this is, they're the government and they're here to help content creators. They want to promote, as they say, Canadian content with government regulation, which as a Conservative, that immediately brings up a lot of red flags. It also brings up a lot of red flags for Canadian content creators, regardless of their political views. And how are they going to do this is what really is the concerning part of this bill, Madam Speaker. The bill gives the government, certainly through the CRTC, the power to force social media platforms, streaming platforms, to manipulate their algorithms so that the discoverability of what they deem Canadian content is sort of pushed up the ranks. And so this is concerning in a sense that the CRTC, you have to remember, the Canada Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, which controls what you and I see on traditional television and radio and has done so for the last 50 years. It's really the ultimate gatekeeper of content in Canada in the traditional formats. That comes into play in Section 9 and 10 of the bill. It's called Discoverability Regulations. And as I mentioned, that's what's really going to determine what we're seeing when we open our YouTube page, for example. And it's going to be based on what is Canadian content, which is yet to be defined, which to me really means it's going to be some Ottawa bureaucrat deciding what is Canadian content. And from what I understand, things like Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale, which is a world phenomenon Netflix show from her book that she wrote, of course, very notable and famous Canadian author, that wouldn't really be considered Canadian content. So that wouldn't be something that's promoted based on these discoverability rules. And you would think that if this was for Canadian content creators to sort of help them, give them a boost, that Canadian content creators would be over the moon about this, but in fact, it's quite the opposite. There's been over 40,000 content creators. 40,000, and it's incredible because there's a lot of content creators, but not that many. People who actively contribute online, looking to influence and share their ideas. 40,000 of them in Canada, affiliated with Digital First Canada, signed letters calling for the discoverability rules of Bill C-11 to be removed from the bill. Again, 40,000 people who will be directly impacted by this, who are supposed to be the ones that the government's saying it's helping, said we don't want this. That, to me, in itself is enough to say that maybe we should park this bill, shelve it, throw it in the trash for good. But the government's continued on for the better part of the last 3 years. And it's not just Conservatives or these content creators that are sounding the alarm. It's other experts in this field as well. Scott Benzie from Digital First Canada explained, most Canadian creators do not care solely about the Canadian market. The platforms are built for global discovery, local discovery, which is what Bill C-11 will target and promote through the algorithms and the manipulation of them, is a recipe for failure that jeopardizes successes like in the Indigenous creator renaissance, Canadian musicians seeing global recognition, and the world-class gaming industry. We've all had success without the need of any government control from the CRTC. Maria Wolf for the Canadian Press, who did extensive research on this, said YouTube itself has warned that Canadian digital creators including influencers and streamers, could lose foreign revenue if the government forces digital platforms to promote Canadian content. And that is because the proposed legislation would force YouTube and other streaming platforms to actively promote Canadian content, which risks downgrading the popularity of that same content abroad. And again, it's important to know the data from YouTube says that 9 out of 10 people watching the stuff that our Canadian creators put online are not from Canada. So this has serious consequences for those who are looking to be successful online. It will limit their global audience just based on the basic algorithms of YouTube. And again, a lot of money and livelihoods are dependent on this. The number of YouTubers from Canada earning $100,000 or more is growing steadily every single year. People are already having a lot of success, again, without the government's control and so-called support, Madam Speaker. Morgan Fortier, co-owner of the CEO of Skyship Entertainment, said, "We've seen firsthand when barriers are removed and Canadians are given equal free access to an open platform and a global audience, they can take on the world," she says. For Canadian creators, YouTube is a level playing field on a world stage. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like. Any Canadian with an idea and a smartphone can be a creator and find an audience on YouTube. That's what it is today. That's not what it will be tomorrow, Madam Speaker, once Bill C, or whenever Bill C-11 passes. She went on to say, if this bill passes as written, the CRTC could determine what content should be promoted in Canada through discoverability obligations. This approach puts the regulator between the viewers and the creators, handing the CRTC the power to decide who wins and who loses. So obviously this will have an impact on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the freedom of speech that we enjoy. And Michael Geist outlined this very well. Michael Geist is the foremost expert in this area in Canada. He said, to be clear, the risk with these rules is not that the government will restrict the ability for Canadians to speak, but rather that the bill could impact their ability to be heard. In other words, he says the CRTC will not be positioned to stop Canadians from posting content, but will have the power to establish regulations that could prioritize or deprioritize certain content, mandating warning labels or establish other conditions. The government has insisted that this isn't the goal of the bill. He finishes by saying, but if that's the case, the solution is obvious. No other country in the world seeks to regulate user content in this way, and it should be removed from the bill because it does not belong in the Broadcasting Act. Many, many people have outlined the threat that this poses to free speech. And as someone who loves our charter rights, that is of grave concern to me and the Conservative Party. And certainly the elephant in the room here, as Monica Auer says, who's the Executive Director for Forum for Research and Policy and Communications, she said, if the government bureaucrats get to choose what contents to push on Canadians, there's a very real risk the government will be tempted to use its filtering power to silence its critics, which we've seen since time immemorial from governing authorities looking to quash dissent. It's happening right now in China and Russia, North Korea and Iran. Why would we open the door in Canada for a government to do that? I really don't understand. But yet here it is in the bill. And so if we don't need this, then why are we doing it? Content creators don't need it. They've had lots of success already. Why are we doing this? I don't know. I've yet to be convinced of the need for it at all. And I'll just conclude, Madam Speaker, with my final minute here on a quote from the leader of Canada's Conservatives, who said this very well, and the threat that this poses to the liberties that Canadians enjoy and the success that they've received online with the freedoms we, at least today, have for now. He said, we live in a free country. Every day, ordinary Canadians should be allowed their own megaphone, and the only limit on how loud and how vast their voices should be whether people choose to listen to them. Everyday Canadians should be able to decide what they like by voting with their clicks. That is the kind of liberty we should extend to the Canadian people. In the marketplace of ideas, there is no role for state coercion and intimidation. There is no role for nameless, faceless government bureaucrats to decide who is heard and who is not. Everyday Canadian people should have the freedom to do that for themselves. Madam Speaker, after 8 years, it's time for a government that protects freedom of speech and consumer choice and encourages Canadian creators instead of getting in their way. And that's what Bill C-11 is going to do, and that's why Conservatives will fight it every step of the way, and we will repeal it when we are in government, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've indicated earlier, there is nothing within this legislation that threatens Canadian freedoms and rights, and that's been very well established. And the members and the Conservative members know that, yet they continue to want to give that false impression. In fact, Madam Speaker, given that we have a minority government, we are very dependent on opposition parties, whether it's the Bloc, members from the Green or the New Democratic Party. We're all saying the same thing in terms of there is no infringement on rights and freedom of speech. Yet the Conservatives continue to say that. I wonder if they applied the same principles that they're applying today on the Broadcasting Act, or going back to the traditional act where there was a Canadian content, or is Canadian content, for example, mandates. Is it the Conservative Party's policy today that they would actually get rid of that also, so that there won't be a level?
I have to give the Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul a chance to answer.
Thank Thank you, Madam Speaker. The control is right in the bill. So Section 9, for example, is the one where I talked about in my speech, dictates the discoverability. It provides the CRTC, the ultimate gatekeeper of traditional content platforms. It provides the CRTC the ability to force online streaming platforms and social media platforms the ability, or they have to comply under pain of a $10 million fine, I will add, with enforcing discoverability laws. So they will downgrade a video that doesn't meet this government's definition of Canadian, and they will upgrade a video that does. To me, that is absolutely a limit on the free speech of the individual who is deemed not Canadian enough by this government's vision of Canada, which, as the Conservative Party has made very clear, we take great issue with over and over again. So that's in the bill itself. I don't know what to tell the member, Madam Speaker.
Exactly.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In her speech, our colleague said that C11 opens the door to manipulating algorithms. That's concerning, and I would like to ask her, on a technical basis, how is it possible to manipulate algorithms? And what enables her to say, from a technical perspective in C11, that there would be that access to manipulating the algorithm? Thank you.
St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's the reading of the bill, and it's the experts in Canada who have been telling us this. I mentioned a number of expert opinions, whether it's Michael Geist or other legal experts, that have explained to Canadians that it's the discoverability rules that would force social media and streaming platforms of what they can do with their algorithms to ensure they're meeting the standard of what is Canadian. And I will say to the Bloc Québécois, I am surprised that they're supporting this. They seem very keen to separate themselves from Canada, and yet they're handing over the power of their own content creators to be dictated by a major Canadian gatekeeper, the CRTC. So it really doesn't make sense in line with what they believe and how independent they want Quebec to be. Yet this bill is going to ensure that Quebec content creators, what they get to share online and what other Quebecers get to see of theirs will get dictated by a major Canadian gatekeeper. So I can't really square that circle, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the member saying that the algorithms and access to the algorithms is something that is easy to understand? Is that what she's saying? If I understand correctly, what her logic is, if we want to avoid all intrusion into the area of broadcasting, we would have to abolish the CRTC, according to her logic. Is that not so?
St. Paul.
I think the member is asking me the same question twice, so I'll just repeat. Section 9 and 10 in the bill is what will dictate to social media platforms about discoverability. As I said 3 times now, actually 4 if you include it in my speech, what this will mean that when we open our YouTube page, if it is not Canadian enough, based on the criteria from the CRTC dictated as in Section 7 of the bill, if it's not Canadian enough, it will not be promoted based on the algorithms. So I don't know, perhaps the member is not aware what an algorithm is. That's okay. But an algorithm is something that's determined in the very software of the legislation. He may want to just Google that quick if it's still available online.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I am very proud, as the Member of Parliament for Foothills, to see the incredible growth in the film and television industry in Alberta, where we've just had The Last of Us, the largest production in the world, has just finished filming much of it in my riding. But what this has done is inspired a whole new generation of content creators who are going out on their own once they've learned the craft and they've learned the trade with some of these massive productions, and they're doing it on their own. Many of them from rural communities across my riding in southern Alberta, but I know that's happening across this country. But we've had dozens of emails from many of those same people involved in the film and television industry in Alberta who are raising grave concerns about the direction of C11 and the impact potentially it could have on their ability to grow their viewership, grow their subscribers, and be successful artists and entrepreneurs. So myself as an elected official when you have hundreds, if not thousands, of these content creators and artists raising the alarm about potential legislation, that should be all we need as parliamentarians to slam the brakes and say, clearly, there is something wrong with this legislation being proposed. If anything, this House of Commons should be doing everything we possibly can to raise awareness, promote, and showcase the incredible Canadian talent that we have across this country. However, clearly, in BC 11, raised by experts from a wide variety of genres, are raising concerns about the potential of this legislation, and it comes across the political spectrum. I found it very interesting that my Liberal colleague earlier in his presentation said, well, the Conservatives are only listening to the fringe base of their party. I would argue that Margaret Atwood is definitely not what one would consider a fringe supporter of a right-wing Canadian party. But we also have young content creators and entrepreneurs from across this country who are also saying that this legislation is pushing the Canadian government and how we deal with Canadian content as totalitarianism. That we are going in the direction of somewhere that I thought we would certainly never go in Canada. And the government would like to say, well, Canadian talent will not succeed in Canada or on the international stage unless they are coddled by the government and this massive bureaucracy. But we're hearing from those the Canadian artists themselves that we want to be successful on the international stage, and we can and we are being successful on an international stage without your help. And in fact, you are going to put up obstacles for us to reach those international viewers. J.J. McCall, a content creator, YouTube content creator, who appeared at the committee, a professional YouTuber from New Westminster, BC, was talking about the hundreds of Canadians who have millions of subscribers and more than 1 billion views on their YouTube channels. And they have done this without massive government intervention. They have done this without the Liberal government putting their thumb on the weigh scales of the algorithms on the internet. They have done this because they are incredibly talented, and they know how to use the internet, and they know how to find those followers, and they are finding unique and entertaining content to put up online. And I would just like to quote Mr. McCullough he's from BC. Given the broad powers to the CRTC, which Bill C-11 expands to include digital platforms, the Canadian YouTuber community is right to worry that the continued success of their channels could soon depend on their ability to make content that's Canadian enough to obtain the government's endorsement. It really makes me wish that we could just erect this big wall between old media and new media. I, as a new media creator, do not want to live in the world of the old media. There's so much regulation. They have all these financing issues, and they want these subsidies. In the new world media, there is much more dynamic. We're independent. We're self-employed. We don't deal with the government. We don't have these huge teams of lawyers to navigate all these media regulations. If we feel like we want to work with Americans, we just do it. We don't have a big existential crisis about it, and we've been very successful doing it. It's based on our ability to produce content that the masses want to watch, not only Canadian, but a global audience. No Canadian YouTuber is successful just by appealing to Canadians. They are successful because they appeal to a global audience. That is the way the new media works in the 21st century. So can you imagine, Madam Speaker, that we have a Canadian story told by a Canadian for Canadians, but we're going to have a bureaucratic monster, the CRTC, that is going to make that decision on what is Canadian and what isn't. So that story, again, a Canadian story told by a Canadian for Canadians, may not be deemed Canadian content by the Liberal government and the CRTC. That's not right, and that's not what this should be intended for. Canadian content creators shouldn't have to be filtered through the CRTC and this bureaucracy that has a political or an ideological lens. They are successful because why? Because what they're doing is unique and it's showing their talent. And that's all they should need to be successful. And we should be proud of that, not suppressing that. And that's what worries me about C11, is that you are politicizing the whole idea of Canadian culture, Canadian identity, and Canadian artists. Canadian culture and what constitutes being Canadian is about being grassroots. It's about coming from the bottom up. But what C11 does is it's created from the top down. You're going to have this bureaucracy that is going to be dictating to Canadians, this is what Canadian content is. This is what you should be watching. And it is clear in Section 7 and Section 9 of Bill C11, that the CRTC will have the authority to dictate to what content will rise to the top and what won't, and what constitutes Canadian content. What is worse is Section 7 clearly states that Cabinet will have the authority to influence the CRTC and how those algorithms are set and what is deemed as Canadian content. And I want to be clear here, Madam Speaker. No government, no political party, no level of bureaucracy should have that kind of power and that kind of authority. Canadian content should be dictated by Canadians. What Canadians want to see, what Canadians want to support, and what Canadians are willing to purchase with their hard-earned tax dollars. This is about the integrity and the public trust, not only in government, but certainly within government, Canadian broadcasting and Canadian content. If there is even the whiff that what people are seeing on their YouTube channel, their Facebook page, or their Twitter account is influenced by any level of government or any bureaucrat, that's wrong. And we are going to lessen that trust and that integrity in what we're seeing online. Now, the Liberals have a chance here to prove to Canadians that what their arguments are is that this is not the fact, that what we're actually seeing in the writing of the bill is not really what's going to happen, which I find to be odd. But if the Liberals truly believe that what's in the bill is not accurate, then they would support the amendment that they put in the bill, then have taken out the bill, and that clearly exempts social media content from the implications of C11. But they have refused to support that amendment. To me, what that clearly states, and what clearly states to Canadians who are raising concerns of this, is that the Liberal government isn't being honest. It isn't truly being supportive of the fact that those YouTube creators, those artists, are going to be impacted by this bill. So they can say what they want, but they're not putting their words to their action. They should be supporting this amendment to ensure that our talented content creators are not being impacted. Again, I'll finish with this, Madam Speaker. No government, no bureaucrat, no political party should have the authority over dictating what is Canadian content and what Canadians can see, hear, and read online. That should be up to Canadians and Canadians alone.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There is nothing in the legislation that prevents Canadians from uploading or watching whatever it is that they want to watch. There is nothing within this legislation that impedes upon the rights or freedoms in Canadians, contrary to what the Conservative Party continues to espouse. Madam Speaker, the issue for me is why it is that the Conservative Party continues to not want to support Canadian content, modernizing the Act. He talks about the old system versus the new system. We are modernizing the Act. 1991 was a long time ago. There weren't iPhones. There wasn't Facebook. The need to modernize the Act is there today. Does the Conservative Party believe, ultimately, that
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But modernizing the Act does not mean modernizing it and putting all the power within government and the CRTC. That is not what Canadian content providers want. And to my colleague's question, nothing in this bill suppresses the power and influence of Facebook, YouTube, Bell, Rogers. None of that, what they're professing saying, actually happens. The entire intent of Bill C-11 is to provide more control and more influence to the CRTC and the Liberal government over what Canadians watch, see, and read on the internet. It's that simple.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member from Mirabel. This has already been mentioned a number of times in the House. There is legislation dating back to 91 that allows local content to be showcased, and that includes Quebec content. Now, what happened is that legislation from 91 has become obsolete, and there's an inequality between different platforms. And in order to protect Quebec culture, we have to update this law. Now, that's what we're trying to do with C-11. Another option would be to leave the old law in place and turn into Americans, or the third would be to try and do what certain Conservatives are trying to do, that is to remove any kind of regulation and to become culturally American even quicker. So he doesn't want to use option one, so does he want to become an American?
Hills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm a very proud Albertan, as I know my colleague is a very proud Quebecer, which I find it interesting that the Bloc is so supportive of this legislation, and he's very intent about protecting Quebec artists and Quebec culture, which I would agree is a very admirable goal. But then why would you be putting the authority to protect Quebec culture, Alberta culture, but Canadian culture as a whole? Why would you be putting that in the hands of an autocratic, ballooning bureaucracy, and one political party in particular, by supporting Bill C-11, which clearly puts the authority, gives the Cabinet the authority to influence the decisions of the CRTC?
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
I believe my colleague from Foothills said something like, we are going to have a bureaucratic monster that decides what is Canadian content and what isn't. And, looking past the hyperbole of that statement, I hope that my colleague is aware that for longer than I've been alive, Canada has been regulating content as to whether it is Canadian content or not. And so much of the debate that we've heard today, particularly from the Conservative Party, has been a criticism of this idea of Canadian content. And that perhaps is a debate that we should have. But if we already have it for radio, and we already have it for television, should there not be a level playing field for other broadcasters as well? And I believe that's the aim of this bill, if I understand it correctly.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much. And I was actually involved in the radio business for quite a few years as a high school student, doing the midnight to 6 in the morning shift at Town and Country Radio GX94. I'd use the radio voice, but it's a little sketch. So I know exactly, but those things were meant as your local radio station. We absolutely had, I think, 35 or 25% Canadian content. But it's changed. Our Canadian YouTube and content generations aren't worried about southeastern Saskatchewan. They're going around the world. This is a completely different game. So absolutely, there was a time when the CRTC had a role in controlling what content was out there and promoting Canadian content. But now we're playing on a world stage, not a regional stage.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Silk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to say from the outset that I will be splitting my time with the member for Nunavut. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise in this debate, and I will try to talk about Bill C-11 instead of all kinds of other things that aren't Bill C-11, which seem to get into the debate today, because I think it's very fundamentally important to our Canadian identity. The way we learn to understand our country and ourselves depends on the stories we tell to each other, the movies we watch, the music we listen to. And so it's very important that there be a space created in this, what I would call cacophonous world media that's emerging for Canadian content. Otherwise, we will lose our identity as Canadians. And so this bill, it looks at amending the Broadcast Act to update it and it looks at making sure there's a level playing field for the new streaming services who have taken a great deal of control of what's happening. And so I think it is a very important bill. And I think that the fact that this bill asks the streaming services, who take an enormous amount of revenue out of Canada without paying taxes here for the most part, be obliged to contribute funds so that Canadian creators can continue to create that content. Now, we have the Conservatives focusing on a lot of people who are creating content themselves on the internet. But what I'm talking about is music. I'm talking about publishing. I'm talking about television and movies. And those, to me, are essential that we have that Canadian content. But if you say it's go ahead, create your Canadian content, but the money's already been sucked out of the economy that would go to finance that, then that content will not exist. It can't exist. The money will be invested, the decisions will be made by the streaming services, and they'll invest it wherever around the world. They'll take those Canadian revenues and invest them wherever they think they can make the most profit. And so this bill asks that they make an equal contribution to the revenues they're taking out of this country to make sure that Canadian content in movies, in television, and in radio continues to exist. And to me, that's the importance of this bill. A secondary part of this bill that's very important to me is the part that updates the broadcasting policy to add a requirement that when we're looking at Canadian content, it include diversity. And in particular, one of the things that's never been recognized is the importance of Indigenous culture and Indigenous languages in this country. And so this bill updates the Broadcast Act to include an obligation that Canadian content that's being protected be inclusive of Indigenous culture and Indigenous languages. And I think that's a very important step forward. It also acknowledges other forms of diversity, and no one will be surprised that I belong to one of those minority communities, where I think it's important that all of us, whether it's sexual orientation, whether it's gender identity, whether it's ethnic or racial background, whether it's religious background, that diversity is represented in Canadian content. And what this bill does is update those regulations to recognize how important that diversity is to who we are as Canadians. And so for that reason, I am supporting this bill. I have supported it from the beginning. Do I think the government's done the best job of communicating its messages here? Frankly, no, I don't. Do I think they've done the best job of getting this done in a timely fashion? Obviously not. We had an unnecessary election that caused us to start over on this bill. But that doesn't make any difference to the final outcome here. Now, we've talked about, we're talking about Senate amendments today, and everyone knows what a great fan I am of that other place. Not at all. I guess I would say most of the time, I think the House should reject all the amendments from the Senate. Very few senators actually even show up to vote on legislation, and they are not accountable to anyone. So I have no hesitation at all in saying that we will look carefully at amendments that come forward, but if we in this House don't think that they're good amendments, we have every right to reject those amendments because we are the elected members who represent Canadians in this House. So I have no problem at all in sending things back to the Senate saying, no, thank you very much. We, the elected members, will decide on legislation. Now, having said all those positive things, I can't avoid talking for a minute about this other world that the Conservative caucus seems to be living in. They live in a world where the internet is unregulated in a free market where quality rises to the top. I don't live in that world. That's not the real world. The web giants control the content and who rises to the top already. Through their algorithms, they determine what Canadians can see. Google decides in their search engine what will be prioritized. And I belong to the interparliamentary group working on online anti-Semitism. And we've been trying to get those web giants to acknowledge their role in this particular case in promoting anti-Semitism in the way that their algorithms function. And we've had a great deal of trouble getting their attention. We have parliamentarians from 12 countries getting their attention to this problem which they create through their algorithms. And they say, oh, those algorithms, those are a business secret. We can't share how this works to you. We can't let anyone have any role in those algorithms. They're ours, and we make profit out of them. And so what this bill does is says that in terms of, Conservatives like to point to it, discoverability, that there actually be a way that Canadian content created in Canada can be discovered through those search engines. So yes, there's going to be an intervention. There is an intervention about content and what you see. It's not an attempt to censor. It's an attempt to create opportunities for diverse material to make its way forward through the business-controlled algorithms that determine what people see and watch now. So it's not, there's no wild frontier out there where everybody competes equally on the internet. And again, we hear the Conservatives saying there's an attempt to censor. There's an attempt to create an opening for more diversity and an opening for Canadian content. That's not censorship. And we've heard very extreme statements about Canadian content here, which would, I guess I would say, throw the baby out with the bathwater. They're saying all these years we've had Canadian content, which has helped Canadian filmmakers, Canadian singers, establish a base which they've been able to use to go on to become stars on the world stage. They want to throw that away. They want to throw that away and say, no, level playing field, no resources for Canadians against the rest of the big streaming giants who are funding things elsewhere. That's not the Canada I want to live in, and that's not the way I think we should approach what is absolutely a changed environment. And that's what this bill tries to do. It tries to respond to that changed environment that the streaming companies have created and to make sure there's a role for our stories, our music, our movies, and for us as Canadians on the world stage. So that's why I will continue to support C11, and I hope that the Conservative motive, I guess I'm saying I hope they believe what they're saying. I'm not sure they do, but I hope that they are arguing from a very honest perspective. I just don't understand how creating opportunities for Canadians is censorship. And so on that note, I'd like to conclude my remarks on the bill and be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Mississauga. Mississauga Streetsville.
Merci, Madame Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. In my writing, I've met with many news and content creators from many diverse backgrounds, and they share very important news and stories from their local communities to ensure that there is strong representation in media. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what would be the consequence if this bill doesn't pass, if it's something that he hasn't mentioned already? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saint-Luc.
Well, I thank the member very much for that question because I think it's quite important. I think what happens here and what again, the Conservatives are failing to recognize is that this business-dominated streaming services and internet results in the most homogenous material going the farthest. And so it actually works against diversity. So those who have a smaller market because they're appealing to serving their own local communities, their own local culture, will not advance as far in this free competition that the Conservatives see out there. And what we need is a bill like this, which creates that opening and that opportunity and the funding for Canadian content that will respond to the diversity of Canada.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill has been going back and forth in this House for a long time. And the NDP's position before today was completely different than what it is today. If the honourable member can tell us what kind of revelation that happened so the NDP have changed their mind all of a sudden.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saint-Luc.
Well, we started with a bill called C10, which was definitely a worse bill. And I think what the member's referring back to is our concerns we were expressing at that time. And so some of the changes that came in C11 reassured us. And one of those changes is the very one the Conservatives are harping on, and that is the changes that made sure that user-generated content is not affected by this bill. Now, I think what they're ignoring there is there's an exception. If you're creating your own content and you have 1 million followers, 1 million subscribers, and you're making money out of that, then yes, we are going to have the CRTC have an ability to look at that. So it's not what the Conservatives are saying is that we should have a blanket exemption that nobody who's making money on the internet has to report to anybody or be accountable for anything. And really that was one of the major improvements between the first version of the bill and the bill that we're now supporting.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Here we are in Ottawa trying to overhaul a streaming bill to protect our local content. We're trying to defend Quebec artists. The Conservatives say that they're proud Albertans and they don't want any regulation. And then today during question period, the minister was asked whether he was going to respect Quebec's demands to be consulted because Quebec culture is going to be on the table. Madam Speaker, this is all very complicated, and I like things to be simple. Now, does the member realize that if Quebec was independent, things would be so much better?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a bit of a perplexing question for me. Quebecers have decided in referendums a couple of times that they wish to be part of Canada, so I'll go with what they've decided. But I do think that an important point we were raising in debate about this bill outside the chamber, and that was whether Celine Dion, which the Conservatives like to cite, would be such a big star without Canadian content. And we were having a debate whether it was the Eurovision Song Contest or the Canadian content requirements that allowed Celine Dion to build her world fan base, and I don't have an answer to that question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Pension.
I want to thank the honourable colleague for making a lot of sense out of this bill. It can be complicated, and there's certainly a lot of back and forth that has made this bill seem different than what it actually is. But I'm glad that he was able to nail that down, and I appreciate that. One of the things, of course, that Democrats consistently talk about are that those big companies, those big CEOs, they're paying their fair share. And one of the things that a big part of what we are pushing for in this type of legislation is exactly that those big web giants are actually paying their fair share, not getting away with taking advantage of the tax loopholes and contributing fairly to Canadian.
I have to give the Honourable Member for Squamish-Shannon-Circle a few seconds to answer.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. I think it's an important question because we do already require Canadian broadcasters to make those contributions that help support Canadian content, and it's just not fair that we allow the web giants to get away without making a similar contribution.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill. C-39, loi modifiant...
C-39, an act to amend the criminal code, medical assistance in dying.
Nunavut.
I am pleased to represent Nunavut in speaking to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act again. I spoke to this bill before it reached the other place, and I am pleased to speak to the amendments made upon its return to this place. I have heard some of the debate this morning throughout the day and have heard the word, quotes, misinformation used by all parties. It is really unfortunate that the bill is being used as a way to pit Canadians against each other. I am glad to see that supports for Indigenous creators will still be supported in this bill so they can share their talents online. It is important that small content creators can share their art. They need to be able to reach a larger audience. This is where they can be discovered and profit from their own talents. Uvagot TV and Isuma TV are Inuit media channels that provide great Inuit content. Their content is made by Inuit for Inuit and can be easily watched in Nunavut and abroad. They do not have the same ability to compete with web giants such as Netflix and the Disney+. Canada's broadcasting system offers very little content that reflects Inuit lives and even less content in Inuktitut, despite the fact that 2/3 of Inuit speak Inuktitut. Online streaming services such as Netflix and Disney Plus are not required to play Canadian artists on their channels. Very little Indigenous content is being added to these streaming services. Bill C-11 will ensure that Canadian media broadcasters are obligated to produce programming that includes Indigenous languages. This change would enable more Indigenous people to access the programming in their languages. This will also expose Indigenous creators and artists to a broader viewership. Many people in this room have never watched TV programming that is not in French or in English. For my grandchildren, I want them to see and hear Inuktitut wherever they go. I want Inuit programming on Netflix and Disney created by Inuit. When content is not created with and by Indigenous peoples, mistakes will happen. We must create a better future for generations of Indigenous content creators. A way to learn about someone is through their media. Indigenous people need to be represented through mainstream media. With better funding, Indigenous programming can have French and English subtitles. This bill is not perfect, but it does help create a space for small independent creators to showcase their work. Streaming companies hold a lot of power in what we watch. They need to be pushed to be inclusive. It is not enough that Indigenous programming is only shown when it is convenient to them. Indigenous creators exist in Canada. They need our support. Promotion of Indigenous art and media is an essential part of reconciliation. Call to Action 84 calls for representation of Indigenous languages, cultures, and perspectives. Bill C-11 could expand on this call to action. It could ensure that all media channels are promoting Indigenous content. I turn back to today's debate. Using fear-mongering language is causing confusion and fear for Canadians. The Senate's amendments are supported by large corporations, including YouTube and TikTok. They say that Bill C-11 would cause the CRTC to police content. However, this is not factual. I will conclude by quoting what Alex Levine, president of the Writers Guild of Canada, was reported in saying regarding Bill C-11, quote, "We only work on Canadian content. We don't work when, for example, Netflix or HBO decides to shoot a show here." The report goes on to say, without the bill, Levine says market forces mean Canadians, in quotes, will see a world reflected back to them that is determined by studio executives in Los Angeles and not by Canadian artists. Like Mr. Levine, I prefer to see a world reflected back from Indigenous peoples and Canadians and not studio executives in other countries.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Nunavut, a good friend and colleague of mine and a strong member of the New Democratic Party. And I want to thank her for her tremendous work in ensuring that the digital kind of media, both audio and visual work of Indigenous people is valued and also heard in this place, and the importance of making sure it's truly funded and governed and regulated in such a way that would bring to light the incredible contributions of Indigenous artists. Would the member like to highlight some of the remarkable artists in her riding of Nunavut that are contributing to the arts in phenomenal ways?
The honourable member for Nunavut.
To the member for that great question. I've mentioned two of them, Isuma TV and Uvagut TV. They highlight the great talent that do exist from Nunavut, and I hope that more Canadians go to their websites to watch what they can to learn about Inuit culture and what we do to make sure that Canada is a better place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that the member has put on the record with regards to C-11. And I just want to ask her in terms of her thoughts in regards to, there's a certain sector of society that's starting to buy into a lot of misinformation that somehow you have people concerned about individual rights and freedom of speech and not being able to watch what they want on the internet, which is all false information. We have the Conservative Party that's promoting that misinformation, and I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to how that is, from my perspective, unhealthy when you get people that are promoting false information.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. I guess to put it simply, I very much prefer to have the CRTC determine what is reflected back, what they regulate regarding online streaming, as opposed to studio executives that are outside of this country. And that is what we're talking about in this bill. There's already been content regulation for TV. There's been content regulation for radio, and that content regulation needs to happen for online streaming because so many Canadians are online every day.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
I want to thank the honourable member for, I think, highlighting some of the important organizations that the member just mentioned. I do want to also mention how important it is that corporations, particularly American-owned corporations like Disney Plus, Netflix, and some of the other major producers and streaming services, they would seek to ensure that they are not regulated or not having any kind of contribution to our existing art scene here in Canada. This legislation would ensure that parts of making sure that regulation to ensure Canadian content is present on those services. An important piece of Canadiana, something we see on our cable television, something that's required in our radio, but something that's not required on our streaming services. We also see conservatives continuously defend these corporations that would otherwise have finances derived from their profits that would go into the hands of small producers and small artists across the country. Would the member speak to how important it is to support artists on the ground, grassroots artists, and to ensure that they have the financial ability to do that?
Honourable member for Nunavut.
To respond to a great question by the member, this bill will help make sure that those major corporations like Netflix and Disney Plus do share in their profits. They are making huge profits by helping to entertain Canadians. And not only should they be allowed to hire and ensure that there are Indigenous content, but they should also be contributing some of their profits back to Indigenous broadcasting in Canada, as well as really just making sure that as Canadians, we are proud of our heritage that is founded on Indigenous peoples' lands, and to showcase why it's important to recognize Canada as a place of Indigenous peoples.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd, and I'll have to unfortunately interrupt him at some point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Yiddish proverb will have to then wait till after we resume. I know, members. The best, I'm saving it for next time. What I want to do, Madam Speaker, when addressing C11, which is in fact a censorship bill, is go into the legislation. I'm going to start with Clause 7 of the legislation that's being proposed, which is it amends and adds to subsection 6 for greater certainty clause, which generally I like these types of clauses, but not this one. It says, for greater certainty, an order may be made under subsection 1 with respect to orders made under subsection 9.11 or 11.12 or regulations made under subsection 10.1 or 11.11, which is, since I'm not burdened with legal education, I then had to go back to the Broadcasting Act to discover what exactly are we amending. So policy directions. The Cabinet will be able to order any of the objectives of the broadcasting policy set out in subsection 3.1, any of the objectives of the regulatory policy set out in subsection 5.2. Licensing, fees, access will all be determined. If the Cabinet chooses to direct the CRTC what they can and cannot do when it comes to licensing content creators, who gets to be a content creator in Canada, who gets to be Canadian content. In fact, let me go on to regulations generally, which is section 10 of the actual Broadcasting Act. It goes into quite a bit of detail on what the Cabinet will be able to order the Commission to do. So when members of this House are getting up and saying, no, this isn't what it does, people like Michael Geist, the professor who's, I think, renowned in Canada as the leading internet law expert, he's wrong. The government is saying, ignore the experts. They're all wrong. In fact, at the Senate and the House committee, all members, I see, Madam Speaker, you're rising to cut me off here. I'll continue next time.
Yes, the honourable member will have 18 minutes to finish his speech the next time this matter is before the House. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Resuming a debate at second reading of Bill C-289, an act to amend the Criminal Code, identify verification, the bill standing in the name of Mr. Chambers.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me begin by acknowledging that we're gathered here on the traditional lands of the Algonquin people, and I am pleased to join this debate on Bill C-289, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Identity and Verification, which was introduced by the member for Simcoe North on June 16, 2022 of this year. And I want to thank and congratulate the member for all of his work. Although this bill proposes only one change, it seeks to address an important and topical issue in Canada, combating the serious crime of money laundering. The bill aims to discourage money laundering through the provision of false identity information to certain financial institutions and business professions. It would amend the Criminal Code to add an offense of knowingly providing false or misleading information to these regulated entities when they collect and verify the identity of their clients under the rules set out in the Proceeds of Crime, which is Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Act. Money laundering is a serious challenge faced by all countries. It compromises the integrity of the financial system and represents a threat to global safety and security. By its very nature as unlawful activity, the scale and scope of money laundering is difficult to measure. Nonetheless, a 2020 study entitled Estimating Money Laundering Flows with a Gravity Model-Based Simulation estimated that US $37.8 billion may be laundered annually in Canada, which represents over Canadian $50 billion. As highlighted a moment ago, the bill proposes one change to address the provision of false information to regulated entities. It is important to consider that an entity responsible for verifying identification under the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Act may face significant administrative monetary penalties or criminal prosecution if it fails to carry out its regulatory requirements to identify and verify its clients. Another important consideration is examining this bill is that there are already offenses in the Criminal Code that address the activity and its target. The offense of uttering a forged document can apply where a person opens a bank account or purchases real estate for the purpose of money laundering and knowingly uses forged identification documents. The offense of fraud can only apply where a person provides false or misleading identification or other information to a real estate agent or other regulated entity, and that entity faces economic loss as a result. And of course, laundering the proceeds of crime itself is a criminal offense. That offense consists of any dealing in proceeds with the intent to conceal or convert those proceeds while knowing or being reckless as to whether all or part of the proceeds were derived from the commission of an offense. An important feature of the offense I mentioned is that they're broad in scope and can apply to a wide range of conduct. We're aware that money launderers continually shift their methods and approaches to evade regulation and law enforcement. The final report of the Commission of Inquiry into Money Laundering in British Columbia, known as the Cullen Commission Report, highlighted the nature of the problem of money laundering in that province in the casino, real estate, and luxury goods sectors. It also considered less well-known but equally serious aspects of the problem, such as trade-based money laundering, and it examined the fast-growing options for money launderers, including the use of cryptocurrencies, private exchanges, and cryptocurrency ATMs. Responses to the challenge of money laundering may be more effective if they are sufficiently flexible to respond to a variety of situations. New offenses are likely to be more effective if they become from numerous ancillary tools in the criminal code that are available to investigators and prosecutors. Relevant examples include the use of wiretaps, inappropriate circumstances, or the ability to rely on copies of stolen identity documents in a court proceeding so that the originals can be returned to the rightful owner or destroyed if appropriate. Bill C-289 does not propose any amendments that would enable the use of these tools for the investigation or prosecution of the offense proposed in this bill. This undermines its effectiveness. Money laundering can compromise the integrity of financial institutions, businesses across the economy, and the investment climate. When states fail to take concerted and coordinated action, the risks are clearly significant. Rightly so, the government has made concerted efforts in recent years to address the risk of money laundering and has been active in international forums. I'm aware that it works to advance international anti-money laundering initiatives through the G7, the G20, the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Units, an international organization that facilitates cooperation and intelligence sharing between national financial intelligence units, and through the leadership role that it plays in the Financial Action Task Force, of which Canada was a founding member. Not only that, Madam Speaker, Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist fundraising measures are regularly reviewed by its peers through the FATF. I was pleased to have learned that in October 2021, a follow-up review under this body placed Canada amongst the best performing jurisdictions in the world. Canada's results as the FATF recognize the impact of this government's ongoing commitment to address the problem of money laundering in Canada. The government has continued to step up its efforts. A few important examples of its efforts since 2020 include new regulation that apply to virtual currency service providers, including foreign providers operating in Canada, and new rules that apply to virtual currency transactions, which entered into force in 2020. Furthermore, to assist in strengthening Canada's response to financial crime, the Financial Crime Coordination Centre, or FC3, was established as a 5-year pilot initiative led by Public Safety Canada in 2019. It brings together anti-money laundering professionals from across jurisdictions with the aim of enhancing interagency collaboration and capacity building through a number of means, including training and expertise development, legislative and policy initiatives, and partner support and best practice resources. Another example includes a commitment of approximately $28 million over 4 years and $10 million ongoing to create a multidisciplinary trade, fraud, and trade-based money laundering center of expertise at the Canada Border Services Agency to strengthen our capacity to tackle this borderless crime. Also, the government committed $98.9 million in 2020 to support the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in strengthening its federal policing capacity. This investment included $19.8 million to establish new integrated money laundering investigative teams across Canada. These teams include police officers, lawyers, forensic accountants, and other specialized experts led by the RCMP. And they investigate crimes using capital markets to harm the economic interests of Canada. Most recently, in budget tabled on April 7th of this last year, the government accelerated its earlier commitment to implement a public and searchable beneficial ownership registry, which will now be accessible before the end of 2023. The government also committed to working with provincial and territorial partners to advance a national approach to a beneficial ownership registry of real property. And finally, the government has committed to establish a new Canada Financial Crimes Agency, which was also announced in the most recent budget. This agency will respond quickly to complex and fast-moving cases of financial crime and is intended to become Canada's lead enforcement agency in this area. So, Madam Speaker, I share my colleagues' concern about the serious challenges of money laundering in Canada. However, this bill risks duplicating existing offences in the criminal code. For this reason, I oppose this bill. It risks being a less effective option for law enforcement and prosecutors, therefore weakening the administration of justice. The government has shown and continues to show through its action that it's committed to adopting its strategies and responses to the significant and rapidly evolving crime of money laundering. I look forward to continuing our efforts to respond to this important societal challenge, and I want to thank the member for Simcoe North for bringing this forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Well, first of all, I'd just like to say that I just can't understand the Liberal government's position on this bill and the weakness of its arguments. It's very upsetting. I'm very pleased today to speak about C-289 presented by my friend and colleague on the Finance Committee, the member for Simcoe North. As my colleague for Rivière-du-Nord said in October, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this important bill, which aims to amend the criminal code in order to make it an offense to make a false or misleading statement or to knowingly provide false or misleading information to a person or entity listed in the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act. As we know, the Act requires financial institutions to verify the identity of their client and the origin of their funds under certain circumstances, and they must report to the government of possibly suspect transactions to ensure that FINTRAC can carry out the necessary checks, prevent money laundering from illicit activities, or money from activities like terrorism. The problem with the current situation is the lack of monitoring, and the Liberals don't seem to understand this. So I think that this bill would be a step in the right direction in order to reduce the current lax attitude. There is just not enough monitoring, although this is extremely important. Tracking dirty money is very, very important. Currently, if a client makes a false statement to their bank, they can easily get away with it because there aren't many checks. We need to do more to fight the laundering of dirty money. The problem with the current situation is that if a client makes an intentionally misleading statement, there aren't really any consequences for criminals, and they can easily slip through the cracks. Moreover, the information received by FINTRAC is incomplete, and so its work is less effective, which is why there are such bad results in Canada, despite what the Liberals are saying. And with all this, dirty money ends up being laundered into the rest of the economy. And that's what this bill, C-289, would fix. It doesn't fix everything, but it would at least do something to fight money laundering. Madam Speaker, let me give an example having to do with sanctions on Russia. This is not directly about dirty money laundering, but it is an example of the lack of monitoring. Recently, 2 Montreal companies were sanctioned by the U.S. because they were trying to get around the sanctions on Russia. They say that they are distributors of electronic parts, but in fact, by tracking the money, the U.S. found that they were actually using this as a stratagem to get around the sanctions. Why was it the U.S. that decided, or that discovered rather, this stratagem and not Canada's authorities? It's because of a lack of monitoring and a lax attitude. Currently, we're hearing a lot about Chinese interference. Well, we need to be able to better track funds in order to ensure that we remain independent. We need to change our mentality about this subject, and that's what this bill aims to do. Madam Speaker, last May, the Consulate of Italy in Montreal organized an event to celebrate the success of an extremely broad anti-mafia, anti-money laundering operation, in the context of which 2 Italian judges were murdered. A prominent Italian in the area came to Montreal to tell us that Montreal and Canada had become a haven for mafiosi and money launderers. He warned us and told us we should stop being naive, increase our monitoring, and not be afraid to apply the laws in their full severity, because money laundering in Canada and Quebec is a real scourge. According to Transparency International, And I do apologize for my accent when I say things in English. But in any case, the amount of money we're talking about could total as much as $113 billion. Due to criminal activities domestically and abroad that is laundered into our economy. And this is causing distortion in the economy. For example, the skyrocketing real estate prices. The current situation is deplorable. We need to do more. In fact, BC has struck a commission of inquiry in order to look into this. And it's probably the most exhaustive research that has been done so far to understand the phenomenon of money laundering in Canada, its effects, its causes, and how to better prevent it in the future. The report came out in June, after more than 2 years of work and hundreds of witnesses. And it states that FINTRAC and the RCMP are not taking money laundering seriously enough. And it also criticizes banks for sometimes turning a blind eye. A lot of people are responsible. There have been many cases, for example, the Hong Kai-Chen case. Despite having declared an income of about $40,000 a year, he built a real estate empire worth tens of millions of dollars. Because, in fact, he was actually a money launderer, a straw man responsible for laundering money from China. He would often take money from abroad and reinvest it in real estate. He made false statements to our financial institutions, which did not ask any further questions. No Canadian bank raised the alarm. Not Royal Bank, not Bank of Montreal, not CIBC. In fact, it was a foreign financial institution which ultimately alerted FINTRAC, which discovered what had happened. So foreign institutions are actually more vigilant than our institutions about dirty money that's being laundered here. It's shocking. And that's what this judge that I referred to, Judge Scarpinato, referred to when he said that we need to develop our skills for doing something about this. And yet we already have a great many of the tools that we need for this. For example, the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act, which is a powerful tool. Under the Act, banks are responsible for verifying the identity of their clients and the origin of funds, and they have the power to freeze funds that they think are suspect. They can also check when there are deposits from abroad when they can't identify the source. They can also check when there are large cash deposits. They have these obligations, but in many cases depends on the vigilance of the institution and the good faith of clients. By ensuring that clients have to make true and exhaustive statements to financial institutions, and by creating criminal offenses to ensure that this is done, this is going to do more to allow banks to verify the identity of clients, and it will create a virtuous cycle where financial institutions will be more rigorous and where government institutions will be more informed, and better able to use the tools at their disposal. This is what we need to do to develop the full resources that could reduce the scourge of money laundering. That is why we will be supporting this critical bill. And once again, I would like to denounce the fallacious and weak arguments that we've heard from the Liberal Party in opposing this bill. There's really a lack of rigor and vigilance when it comes to tracking dirty money. We need to take action. C-289 is an excellent example of the kind of thing we need on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Langley Aldergrove. Good job.
Thank you. Canada has a significant money laundering problem, and corrupted money comes flooding into our economy on account of that. Nowhere is that more evident than in Vancouver. Professional money launderers have a term for it. It's called the Vancouver model. It usually involves a lot of foreign corrupt money, and it is distorting our economy. Now, we learned a lot about money laundering in British Columbia recently with the release of the report from retired Judge Austin Cullen, who had been appointed by the provincial government to head up the Commission of Inquiry into Money Laundering in BC. He heard from 199 witnesses, produced a report of 1,800 pages, and he summed up his work succinctly with this statement. This inquiry explored the myriad ways in which the greedy and the devious seek to make their crime-stained money appear legitimate. The Cullen Commission found that between 2008 and 2014, those were the years of his focus, billions of dollars were laundered through BC casinos. The report stated that in 2014 alone, BC casinos accepted nearly $1.2 billion in cash transactions of $10,000 or more, including almost 2,000 individual cash buy-ins of $100,000 or more. And the report noted that that is an average of 5 per day. Now, we are all, at least in British Columbia, we're all familiar with the scenes that we saw on television, clips taken from the security cameras in casinos of people walking in with hockey bags full of money, $20 bills all neatly stacked up for easy counting and managing, and those are used to buy casino chips. The Commission found that these transactions usually happen late at night or early in the morning when law enforcement people weren't paying attention. Judge Cullen put it this way: it would have been apparent to anyone with an awareness of the size and character of these transactions that the Lower Mainland casinos were accepting vast quantities of proceeds of crime during this period, just to state the obvious. You don't need to be a law enforcement specialist to know that that didn't pass the smell test. And as a matter of fact, a senior investigator with BC's gambling regulator told this to the Commission. He said, in his words, "The cash smells like drug money." But then he went on to note that it simply wasn't the practice of casino operators to make any inquiries with their patrons about the source of cash. We won't ask, you don't tell. Now, I don't want to be too hard on the BC Lottery Commission. They've done a lot of things right, and people have the right to go to casinos and lose money. So I want to make just a couple of important points about things that they did correctly. In February 2015, the Lottery Commission called on the RCMP to investigate a number of people that they suspected of organized crime. And following that investigation, the BC Lotteries Corporation put certain persons, about 600, on a watch list, requiring them to prove source of funds. A couple of years later, they expanded their source of funds procedures based on recommendations from Dr. Peter German, who had been appointed by the provincial government to investigate this. So it's not that the Lottery Commission did nothing. They just did not do enough. And one of their representatives giving evidence at the Cullen Commission put it this way: viewed from the lens of what we now know, everyone could have and should have responded more quickly to those large cash transactions. Now, the BC government has taken this seriously, I'm happy to say. And they've attempted to prosecute at least one bad actor who they felt that they had enough evidence about significant amounts of money laundering activity. The Joint Illegal Gaming Investigation Team conducted the investigation, and they recommended charges to the BC Prosecution Service. But the Crown Counsel, looking at all the evidence, said, well, we don't have enough evidence here to prove that there's not a substantial likelihood of conviction. That's their standard test. So the current Premier, David Eby, who was the Attorney General at the time, and this was his file, he wasn't going to take that laying down, so he tried again. He told his Assistant Deputy Attorney General to retain the services of a special prosecutor to look at it once again, and this time to, if necessary, use the exceptional evidentiary test of a reasonable prospect of conviction, so a much lower standard. So here's a political lesson: if you don't succeed the first time, try it again, but lower the bar. This is a political decision, and I think it was the right one. There was a very real concern in British Columbia that something had to be done in order to stop the erosion of public confidence in our justice system. Now, the result of the independent special prosecutor investigation with the lower bar now, unfortunately, was still a no. In his words, the critical question is whether the Crown would be able to demonstrate beyond a reasonable doubt that this cash was itself the proceeds of crime. He concluded that they would not be able to do that. There's lots of smoke, but he couldn't put his fingers on the fire. So he said, and this is just very recently, he told the provincial government, don't waste your time. Don't waste your money. Don't waste human resources trying to chase this. You will be unsuccessful. Instead, change the law. And he said this, that in his conclusions, that if Canada had laws, anti-money laundering laws, similar to what the UK and Australia has, his opinion might well have been different. And that brings me to the debate of the day, and that is a private member's bill from my colleague, the member for Simcoe North, and I want to thank him for introducing Bill C-289, which would amend the criminal code to make it an offense to knowingly make a false or misleading statement or to provide false and misleading information to a person or entity listed in Section 5 of the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act. False information with respect to verification of individuals. So in other words, don't lie to the bank, don't lie to the credit union, don't lie to other financial institutions, and importantly, don't lie to casinos about whose money you're dealing with. We want to know. There needs to be transparency. That would have made a difference if we had that law to whether or not we would be prosecuting some of these cases of obvious money laundering. It's a very serious crime. If this legislation passes, it would make it an indictable offense with a fine of up to $1 million or jail time of 10 years, or the Crown Council could decide to go by way of summary conviction with a possible fine of $10,000 and 2 years less a day in jail. I'm pleased. People in British Columbia are pleased with this type of legislation because that is exactly what needs to be done. It is a small step, but it is an important step in the right direction. But now more needs to be done. And I'm happy to hear that the Liberal government is again saying that they're going to bring forward legislation for transparency in corporate registries, because we do not, to use the words of Justice Cullen, we do not want the greedy and the devious to hide behind numbered companies as they seek to make their crime-stained money appear legitimate. Mr. Justice Cullen had a few other recommendations from a federal. He had 101 recommendations altogether, but not all of them were federal jurisdiction, but here are a couple that were, which I think this part of it needs to be paying attention to in the near future. It's not for today, but soon. Fighting trade-based money laundering, closer scrutiny of money service businesses, better regulation of the mortgage industry, and procedures for unexplained wealth orders. This is legislation that other countries and jurisdictions around the world have adopted as for their anti-money laundering tools. We should be doing the same. But today, I'm happy to say we are taking a small, important step in the right direction. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like my colleagues, I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-289, but I think there'll be no surprise. The Bloc will be supporting this bill at second reading with a view to suggesting some improvements when it goes to committee, perhaps from a broader perspective than what the bill actually deals with. So what context is this bill part of? Well, money laundering in Canada has reached alarming heights. Institutions have noticed this by conducting analysis, and we're talking about some $100 billion that comes from drug trafficking, human trafficking. So that is laundered every year in Canada, in order to inject it into the legitimate economy. And that has obviously impacts on local residents, people for example, where people live where there's a low vacancy rates, and people are trying to purchase property, because we know that real estate is a way of laundering money. And so these are things that are being property that's being acquired by frontmen or strawmen, and so it has an impact on everyone. We also know that, unfortunately, Canada doesn't have a particularly shining record in terms of legislation to fight money laundering. We're a bit of a laggard on the in the global ranking, because we're not very good at catching these offenders. Now, this bill won't solve everything, but that's what it targets, and it's a step in the right direction. And it might be a good way of stimulating the debate on what more could be done within C-289. So the bill as such, I like to read what's in the bill, and it's quite short, so I'm just going to talk about the bill, which is an addition to the Criminal Code, 462-311-1, and there are so many new sections in the Criminal Code over the past year that it might be a good idea to for an overhaul. Now, the addition says, everyone commits an offense who knowingly makes a false or misleading statement or knowingly provides false or misleading information, including by omission, whether directly or indirectly, obviously it's quite broad, to a person or entity referred to in Section 5 of the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act, respecting the identity of a person or entity to be verified under Section 6.1 of that Act, including with respect to the ownership, control, or structure of that entity. So, who are we referring to when we talk about Section 6.1? Those are people whose identity must be checked. Well, that's just about anyone who exists in terms or any entity that exists with regard to financial transactions. So I'm not going to go through the whole list of who that includes, but banks, credit unions, and savings unions, life insurance companies, trust companies governed by provincial legislation, loan companies, portfolio management companies, companies that transact currency and virtual currency. So if money needs to be transacted, then the identity of the person transacting there needs to be verified. But the problem is that the person who has to provide that information, if that person provides false information, then that is not punishable, and that's what this bill seeks to correct. So there's an obligation added to provide accurate information, or else the person in question or the entity in question is liable to summary conviction and people could also be imprisoned for up to 10 years. So that's where we're talking about fines of some $10,000 and rather imprisonment of 2 years minus a day. So that's it's interesting because that is one of the objectives of this bill, and we hope it works, is to crack down on frontmen, because right now there is no punishment for someone who is using a straw man to launder money. So these people need to be held accountable. So the bill wants to ensure that there are sanctions for false information that is provided. The bill also wants to give more flexible to the authorities, so it wants to put in place deterrence so that people are punished when they engage in large-scale money laundering activities. We're not talking about petty criminals. We're talking about people running large-scale operations. It also paves the way for other steps that could be taken in future. For example, the implementation of a public registry, which would oblige companies under Canadian law to disclose the identity of their owners, and we hope that comes to the House of Commons soon. So I'm just coming back to the obligation of financial entities that I mentioned earlier, that are set out in Bill 6.1 of the Proceeds of Crime Act. What Section 7 calls for is that under Section 7, every person or entity referred to in Section 5 shall declare that where there are reasonable grounds to suspect that the transaction is related to the commission or attempted commission of a money laundering offense, or the attempted commission of a terrorist activity financing offense. And in the current context, where we've talked about China's foreign meddling on the part of China, this is something that could be suggested to the committee that will study the bill. That is the use of funds that do not necessarily come from money laundering or terrorist activities, but might be used in election meddling. So perhaps there might be witnesses who could appear, who might suggest adding in the Proceeds of Crime Act, not in this act, something to Section 7 to cover the transaction of money that might target illegal donations under the Election Act. That might be one way of doing it. But within the bill itself, within Bill C-289, there might be ways of amending it to create an offense for people who lie regarding a donation that is made and on the origin of the money that makes up the donation, especially given what is happening right now. We always, when we're in the House of Commons, we try to keep up with current events, and perhaps this might be a good opportunity not to lag too far behind, not to delay. We're already studying this bill, so perhaps we could hear from witnesses who could give us perhaps something that is a more visionary solution in terms of what sanctions might be put in place for false or misleading information with regard to election donations. I just have a few seconds left, so I'm just going to reiterate the fact that we are going to support Bill C-289 at second reading, and that there is still progress to be made, even though it's a step in the right direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and support Bill C-289 from my colleague, the member for Simcoe North. I want to congratulate him for taking on this important issue. This is a bill aimed at combating money laundering. And as we move towards the second reading vote on this bill, I did want to share a few thoughts that reflect conversations I've had, in particular conversations I've had with people in Canada's cultural communities about their concern about the issue of money laundering, especially involving money from foreign hostile regimes, sometimes even that are using those resources to threaten and to hurt people from cultural communities here in Canada. I did want to just say parenthetically, Madam Speaker, as it's Thursday, that I've had my son Judah with me all week. It's been wonderful to have him here. I want to thank him. He's 7 years old, and he's been to committee meetings, he's been to the House, he's watched question period, and he knows the rules and procedures, I think, better than some members anyways. So Now, Madam Speaker, on the subject of Bill C-289, this excellent bill that I'll certainly be supporting on money laundering, I wanted to reflect a little bit on just some of the conversations I've had. When I first got elected in 2015, I had a role involving human rights and religious freedom, and in that context, I spent a lot of time getting to know leaders in various cultural communities in Canada. And right away, the issue of money laundering came up, and it came up sort of in this context, that we have people who flee authoritarian, hostile regimes, who face persecution, and forms of that persecution also involve having their property confiscated and taken from them in various ways. And then they have fled to Canada, sought a new life, and they're working hard to prosper and succeed here. And then at the same time, they see or they perceive agents of that same hostile regime that are bringing stolen money to Canada and trying to launder that money here in Canada and try to create a safe haven for agents of that regime here in Canada. Probably most prominently in my mind in terms of these conversations are the folks from the Iranian community that I've spoken to. Regularly, repeatedly, the issue of how the Iranian community here in Canada is concerned about how the Iranian regime is, from their perception, laundering money here in Canada, and that Canada, while rightly being a place where those fleeing that regime and other hostile regimes can come, seeing how members of that regime have been able to try to use Canada as well. And we have put forward various measures to try to respond to this. For instance, I put forward a motion about approaching 5 years ago now to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization in Canada, effectively to shut down the IRGC's operations here in Canada. Unfortunately, while the government voted for that motion, they never implemented it. If we are going to shut down the activities of hostile foreign regimes here in Canada, we need to take a series of measures. Those include listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Those include expelling foreign diplomats involved in foreign interference, and we've been calling for that in the context of the regime in Beijing. And this government has actually failed to expel any diplomats from any country for foreign interference. They haven't expelled any diplomats associated with the Beijing's Communist Party, but they also haven't expelled any Russian diplomats, any diplomats from any country because of involvement in foreign interference. And as well then, as part of the suite of measures that we need to prevent hostile regimes, malign foreign actors from operating in Canada, as part of our response to that, we need to combat this issue of money laundering, combat the financing of these regimes, perhaps financing of their operations in Canada, but also their efforts to launder money for various other purposes here in Canada. Now, it's been striking to me that when we as Conservatives have tried to reflect these concerns that we're hearing from people in cultural communities about how they have been victims of foreign interference, about money laundering in particular as part of that victimization, but other areas as well. One of the government's tactics for dismissing this is to suggest that it's somehow racist to talk about the very real and obvious problem of foreign interference. And I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that the opposite is true. It's actually a form of racism to not respond to the serious problem of foreign interference, because the primary victims of foreign interference have often been cultural communities. Communities where there may be family members back home, and people are threatened by the fact that their family members will be hurt if they don't cease to speak up about certain issues. And I know people personally, their family members have been negatively affected abroad because of political activity they've been involved in here in Canada. And I know that those threats can be frequent, can be put forward by hostile regimes, and it's generally Canadians that have those family members that are in a potentially vulnerable situation who are most likely to be victims. People who are recent immigrants to Canada who face persecution, who face confiscation of their property, and then they see that money laundered in Canada, and they see a government that is perversely claiming it's racist to talk about this problem. What I would say it's actually a form of racism to fail to address this problem that may not be directly impacting the lives of people whose families have been in Canada for a long time, but is much more likely to impact the lives, the security, the well-being of people that are relative newcomers to Canada, depending on, of course, the country they come from. So there are many reasons to support this bill. This is a common sense measure to make it easier for law enforcement to target those who are involved in criminal offenses and to hold them accountable for those offenses. But I think particularly in a context where we're seeing this pressing issue of foreign interference taking various forms, and where we need stronger measures here in Canada to combat the scourge of foreign state-backed interference, one thing we could do is support this bill, support it through to committee at least for further study if members have doubts about some of the provisions. I think it's great the way it is, but in any event, support it through to committee so that it can be further studied, perhaps strengthened at the committee stage. But unfortunately, while the government wants to now talk about being concerned about foreign interference, they seem intent on missing this golden opportunity to support a good piece of legislation, which would take a constructive step towards, among other things, combating the problem of foreign interference. And it underlines again that while the government is happy to talk tough, that ultimately their talk is cheap, that ultimately they are not prepared to take the measures that are required. They have refused to call a public inquiry into what happened in the last two elections. They are instead trying to bury this issue with fake new positions, and by sending the issue to a committee that has in fact already studied the issue of foreign interference, but that is severely limited by secrecy rules, that can't report publicly. It must report first to the Prime Minister, and then it can only publish the information that the Prime Minister allows it to publish. And incredibly, today on Bill C-289, the government and their coalition partners in the NDP seem intent on opposing a common-sense piece of legislation to combat money laundering. But I appeal to individual members of the Liberal and NDP parties to think about what they're hearing from their constituents, to think about how many Canadians of Iranian origin, Canadians of Chinese origin, Canadians of Russian or Ukrainian origin have seen the impact on their lives of threats from hostile foreign powers. That if we listen to those concerns, we should do all we can, in fact, to combat the scourge of foreign state-backed interference. And one critical way of doing that would be to support C-289. So I hope we see individual members of the governing party of the NDP searching their conscience, thinking about what their constituents would actually want them to do, and not blindly defer their judgment on such critical issues to a front bench that frankly has been totally obtuse when it comes to crime, when it comes to foreign interference, when it comes to national security. I do hope that, notwithstanding the positions of those two parties officially, that we'll see members have the courage to help us pass this bill, send it to committee, and continue to do the work that is required to stand with all Canadians of all backgrounds, in defending justice and human rights, and in opposing foreign interference via money laundering and other means. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Simcoe North has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here again with you today to talk about a very important issue. I want to thank all members who participated in this debate, whether they agree with the piece of legislation or whether they don't, but in particular, my friends from the bloc who spoke in favor of this piece of legislation, which I think is very important. But I would like to just touch on a few things for members to reflect. The NDP position is that the bill is somehow not worthy of supporting because it was not a specific recommendation of the Cullen Commission. The Cullen Commission went to great lengths to make sure everybody knew that it did not have the resources or the ability to make recommendations with respect to federal jurisdiction with its commission. And I did my homework, Madam Speaker. I spoke to members of the Cullen Commission, and I asked them, would a bill like this be something that would make it easier for law enforcement? Yes, was the answer. So I would only ask, if members of the NDP don't, not to take my word for it, but spend the next week, especially those from British Columbia, and ask an NDP MLA in British Columbia whether they support this piece of legislation. That's all I ask. It's just for a fair hearing on that point. Because the Premier of British Columbia has said, and I quote, "It is a shocking example of the shortfalls of federal financial crime law that they cannot prosecute and convict money launderers in British Columbia." That is the issue. These cases are incredibly complex. In the United States, more often than not, people are convicted for lying to the authorities or committing perjury than they are for the actual offense for which they are being investigated. With respect to the position of the government, which I understand should meet any changes to the criminal code with high scrutiny, they referred to the offenses of uttering and fraud, which do not carry a very significant penalty. The provision that I'm putting forward, Madam Speaker, is one that has up to 10 years in prison, up to $1 million in fine. It's actually a hybrid offense. And don't worry, there are no mandatory minimums in this criminal code provision, Madam Speaker. The government also mentioned the money laundering as administration proceeds of crime, laundering the proceeds of crime. And I would just say this. The example we've just had in BC is the reason why we need simpler criminal code provisions to prosecute, to catch, prosecute, and convict money launderers. These cases take multiple years and often yield absolutely no results. I would just like to quote the C.D. Howe Institute. Kevin Como says that that lack of legal accountability in our anti-money laundering system weakens the quality of information received from clients, places our financial, commercial, and real estate markets at greater risk of money laundering, and undermines the ability of law enforcement and agencies to investigate money laundering and terrorist financing. The federal government can reduce these risks by enacting and attaching serious sanctions to false reports of beneficial ownership made to persons who are legally required to collect that information. Madam Chair, the government's going to release beneficial ownership legislation, and this is what's going to be in it. It's going to be an administrative penalty that money launderers will just view as a cost of doing business and a tax. It won't be a serious penalty, and money launderers are going to continue to view Canada as a safe haven to do their dirty business. I would ask and implore all members in this House to reflect on some of these comments, and in particular those members of the NDP, to go back to British Columbia and ask their provincial counterparts if they support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Pass, move that Bill C-289, an act to amend the Criminal Code, identity verification, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Si un député d'un parti reconnu
If a member from a recognized party present in the House would like to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Member Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I would just assume that this bill passed right now, but I would request a recorded division if there is no agreement to pass the bill at all stages.
June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 9th day of March 2023 at 5:10 p.m. Yours sincerely, Ian McCowan, Secretary to the Governor-General and Herald Chancellor. Bill assented to Thursday, March 9th, 2023, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, Bill C-39.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication, the text of which is this. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to notify you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent through written statement to the bill in the annex to the current letter on March 9th, 2023 at 5:10 p.m. Please receive my fondest consideration, the Secretary of the Governor-General and Ian McGowan. The bill that received royal assent on Thursday, March 9th, 2023, is the Act amending the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, Bill C-39. At this moment, pursuant to Order 38, the bill is deemed tabled and approved, and it is now proposed that the House now adjourn.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister is under immense pressure on the issue of foreign interference, and no wonder, when he cannot answer very simple, very basic questions, and instead he has resorted to feigning outrage on every possible pretext. How dare the opposition ask these questions? How dare we insinuate that the people involved are failing to put the national interest first? And how dare we suggest that ministers have not been sufficiently strong or definitive on this important issue? And my question is, how dare this government persist in trying to hide the truth? Because if they persist in obfuscating and hiding what happened, then Canadians are going to legitimately wonder why. Why can't Liberals come clean on the issue of election interference? Why won't they work with us to find out what happened and help root out foreign interference, instead of flailing around trying to blame everyone else? In all likelihood, it is because they already know things that if the public found out, they would be very disappointed in the government's failure to stand up for national security. As has been widely reported, based on information shared with the media by CSIS, the communist regime in Beijing sought to interfere in Canadian elections. In many ways, this is not surprising to those who have been following the operations of the communist regime, but the details are particularly troubling. This regime wanted, reports indicate, to re-elect Liberals and defeat Conservatives, especially to defeat certain Conservatives. Now, this is not surprising this would be the case, since former Liberal Minister John McCallum actually directly invited this kind of interference right before it happened. He told the South China Morning Post, quote, "Anything that is more negative against Canada will help Conservatives who are much less friendly to China than the Liberals. I hope I don't see any reason why things will get worse. It might be nice if things got better between now and the election." So Liberals directly and publicly invited foreign interference, and they knew about that foreign interference. Liberals were in fact briefed that one of their candidates was believed to have been complicit with the communist regime in getting illegal foreign support in a nomination race. Liberals were briefed on this, and they did nothing. Madam Speaker, the sad reality is that Liberals are increasingly behaving as if foreign governments are stakeholders to woo for support in domestic elections. That is dead wrong, and it is a grave threat to our national security. Now, clearly, many who are responsible for protecting our security have become frustrated with the approach of this government. They have increasingly spoken to the media directly, and according to media reports, CSIS has begun an outreach program directly to MPs, and now we are seeing leaks from CSIS to multiple media outlets. The government should be listening to our security agencies and addressing their pressing concerns about foreign interference, rather than dismissing them and trying to distract from them with all manner of baseless excuses. Conservatives believe that Canada needs a public inquiry into what happened, a public inquiry with the capacity to hold powerful people, and in particular to hold powerful members of this government accountable. Liberals have tried to obfuscate by creating a new made-up position, a special rapporteur that they would appoint and they would set the terms of, and they've also said NSICOP should look further into this. Well, Madam Speaker, we know NSICOP has in fact been working on issues to do with foreign interference for a very long time, but this is a secret committee with no mandate to report anything publicly unless they have the permission of the Prime Minister to report it first. Speaker, foreign state-backed interference has been the greatest threat to our national security for a long time. Liberals like to say that the purpose of such interference is to cause chaos and confusion. That is sometimes, but not always, the case. Sometimes the purpose of foreign interference is simply for another country to advance their interests, steal information, elect more pliant politicians, and punish their critics. These are the kinds of things that the Beijing regime is doing. It must stop, and we need a government that is actually prepared to put a stop to it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to share maybe a few thoughts that I have on the issue. It's been interesting as the Conservatives have really been beating the drum on this particular issue as if it's something completely new and it's never happened before. International foreign issues of this nature have actually taken place in the past. In fact, it predates this government. When Stephen Harper was Prime Minister and the current leader of the Conservative Party was responsible for democratic reform, they were aware of foreign interference. Today's leader of the Conservative Party, when he was in the position to take some action, chose to do nothing, chose to completely ignore the issue. It wasn't until the federal election of 2015 that we actually had a government that recognized that there was a need for us to do something on the issue. In fact, shortly after that, a member would recall that we had the establishment of the National Security and Intelligence Committee. Parliamentarians on all sides of the House. They have incredible power to be able to investigate. They've all been cleared, Madam Speaker. These members of Parliament, including Conservative members of Parliament, have been cleared top secret so that they can actually meet with the different security agencies that Canada has and get the information that's necessary. Madam Speaker, we also, back in 2009, established a panel of independent civil servants to ultimately protect any potential threats to our national elections, Madam Speaker. We have had professionals indicate, whether it was the 2021 or 2019, that there was not any form of international interference that affected the outcome of the election. It seems to me, Madam Speaker, that for the first time, we have a Prime Minister and a government that has actually acted on the issue of foreign interference. And that's why I think it's important that we contrast that to the lack of action from the previous administration. And if you take a look at it, yesterday in question period, I don't know how many questions, the leader of the Conservative Party stood up, 15, 20 times in question period? Challenging the Prime Minister? When he was in fact the Minister of Democracy and did absolutely squat, Madam Speaker. Even though he was aware that there was foreign interference taking place. But the Conservative Party will continue to beat its drum. We have now indicated, because we can understand and appreciate the apprehension that Canadians might have or do have in regards to the issue. So we talk about an independent, and I'll get into that in my last minute, I guess, Madam Speaker, because you're already saying that my time has expired. But establishing an independent special rapporteur I think, is a responsible way of dealing with it. Maybe not quite as political as the members in the Conservative Party would like it, given that it's an independent.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if they plan to make Jerry Butts the rapporteur. Their sense of independence seems to be off the charts, Madam Speaker. But in all seriousness, the absurdity of the member's response. He says, his government's been in power for 8 years. And he says, well, why didn't the Conservatives see this problem coming and fix it beforehand? They're the ones that are responsible. We've been in power for 8 years, but we can't be blamed for what has happened since. Clearly, foreign interference has existed in various forms for all of human history. But the fact that we have CSIS that is telling multiple media outlets that the government was directly briefed on interference that was aimed at helping them politically, and the government, when they received that information, when they realized they were benefiting from foreign interference, that they did nothing to stop it. Madam Speaker, that is quite incredible. The level of frustration from our intelligence agencies is quite incredible. NSICOM is not able to release information without the Prime Minister's prior approval. The government is doing nothing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, do you see the silliness in terms of even the question the member puts forward? He tries to give the impression, well, 7 years ago or 8 years ago, no way the Conservatives would have seen this coming. Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party, the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and their current leader were aware of it because it was happening even when they were in government. The security agency had advised the Conservative government that there was foreign interference, and what did the current leader of the Conservative Party do? Zippo. Nothing. The only changes that he made was to make it harder for Canadians to actually participate in elections, Madam Speaker. I sat in the PROC committee when they were trying to stuff through the anti-democratic legislation. What we're seeing isn't only happening in Canada, whether it's France or the USA. It's not just one country, it's many countries, Madam Speaker. I think the Conservatives need to be more honest.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, we're in a cost of living crisis in Canada, and we've heard that one of the driving factors for that cost of living crisis is the contribution to inflation of things like the carbon tax. It's a tax on everything. But that's not the only area that this government is ignoring the serious situation that Canadians find themselves in. Take a look at the lack of prudence that this government is approaching the taxpayer dollar. Now, Canadians work extremely hard, and when they have to remit that hard-earned money to the federal government, they expect that it's for the purpose of furthering the national interest for basic services that only the federal government can provide. But when you look a little closer and you scratch just beneath the surface, you'll see that an absence of care or concern for where that tax dollar comes from. And it comes from the pocket of a Canadian who, like the average Canadian family, is paying more than $1,000 in increases in their grocery bill this year. And that price would be higher for Canadian families if we didn't have many Canadians skipping meals to help drive down their grocery costs. But this government hasn't found a tax dollar that they're not prepared to waste. Now, they're not using the increase in tax revenue that they're getting from inflation to do things like reduce wait times for passports that have seen people camping outside for passports. They're not doing it to improve services at our airports when we've seen people stranded and delayed and just unprecedented wait times and disruptions to our airline industry. We're not seeing it with improvements to the interdiction of firearms at our borders and to end gun smuggling from the United States, because we've seen the scourge of gun violence that's being perpetrated with smuggled firearms across Canada.
But the government also is spending wild sums of money on projects with no care or concern for where that dollar comes from. Like the $54 million that they spent on the Arrive scam. That's an app that was supposed to cost many orders of magnitude less than that. And it didn't even work right. It arbitrarily detained Canadians in the thousands. And we've recently learned that the Prime Minister was charging $6,000 per night for his hotel room in London, and he didn't just stay a single night. Meanwhile, Canadians are struggling to keep the heat on, to feed themselves, and to be able to put enough gas in the tank of their truck to get to work or the minivan to get to the doctor's appointment or to an after-school activity for their children. This government needs to approach the serious issue of the affordability crisis that we're facing in Canada, and they need to hold up the mirror and ask themselves, what are we doing to make life more affordable for Canadians? Where are we going to find the savings? And when are we going to stop raising taxes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think you'll give me enough time in order to properly respond to the members' statements. You know, when you think about it in terms of inflation, starting point, yes, we are concerned about inflation. But when you put it in the world perspective, after what we see that's happening in Europe, a war, after the pandemic, worldwide impacts, where we have seen inflation rates in the U.S., Germany, the G20 countries in most part. Canada's inflation rate is less than that. But that doesn't mean that we sit on our backs and just ride it through. This is a government that has in fact demonstrated its caring attitudes and concern. That's why we've brought in program after program to support Canadians. I can talk about the dental program for kids under the age of 12, in which the Conservatives voted against. I can talk about the rental program to support low-income individuals that are finding it difficult, $500 type program, in which the Conservatives don't support. The member talks about these big, expensive programs. Yes, we are a government that understands the true value of what Canadians want and expect of the government. That's why we brought in $10 a day childcare. We now, just the other day, I was with the Prime Minister and the Premier of Manitoba announcing that we'll hit the $10 a day daycare in April. Well ahead of the targeted amount. And yes, that did cost billions of dollars, but it's going to enable an expanded workforce, Madam Speaker. It's going to enable a better quality of life. And I'll tell you what, we might be spending billions, but it's only the Conservative Party in Canada here in the House of Commons that says it's going to throw out the program, because we have Conservative governments and NDP governments, Liberal governments at the provincial level that are all buying into it and developing the $10 a day child care program. We can talk in terms of the billions of dollars, $198 billion over 10 years. Yes, that is a lot of money, but Canadians expect us, Madam Speaker, to be able to ensure that that core healthcare system that we have grown to love and appreciate is going to continue to be there, and the federal government will continue to play a strong role in that system. I could talk in terms of when the member talks about inflation, which compared to the rest of the world, Canada's doing relatively well, but we continue to work on it, Madam Speaker. There were expenses in which the government is doing to try to alleviate some of those pressures. Remember, the Conservatives had to be shamed into supporting our initiative to double the GST rebate for a 6-month period of time. Initially, the Conservatives were against it, but then they realized, no, that's a bad thing to be against, so they came on side to support that, Madam Speaker. Yes, the government is, in fact, very much aware of the importance of the tax dollar. The government is very much aware of the importance of our economy and the types of services that we must and need to support, and we will continue, Madam Speaker, We have a deputy prime minister, a minister of finance that is aggressively getting us into a position so that we will be able to continue to lead in many ways the G20 over the next number of years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, no government has ever spent so much to achieve so little. What did they get for the piles of money that they threw on the inflationary fire? What's the result for Canadians? The cost to rent an apartment has doubled. The cost of a mortgage payment doubled. The dream of home ownership evaporated. That's the legacy of this government. It literally took the Prime Minister years to answer the request from provinces to even meet to discuss health care funding. It took years for them to come up with support for the provinces. Madam Speaker, if this is what help looks like, Canadians are crying for them to stop. Raising taxes when Canadians are struggling is the very last thing that they need. They need help, not hurt.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, what the member just said is just completely inaccurate. It's just not true. Within a couple of years, we had a federal government, unlike Stephen Harper's government, that negotiated health care accords with the different provinces, providing secured funding. And then, Madam Speaker, we just had a major announcement in regards to health care, historic amounts of money that are currently going to health care, but an additional $198 billion. When the member says that we're not spending money where we should be spending money, or implies that we're wasting money, tell that to the hundreds of thousands going into millions of Canadians that received CERB payments, Madam Speaker, during the pandemic. Tell that to the businesses that received literally billions through wage subsidy so that we can keep Canadians working during the pandemic. Canada was in a great position to be able to rebound out of the pandemic because the government of Canada supported the economy, supported Canadians. And that is why, in comparison to the rest of the world, Madam Speaker, we're doing relatively well.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise this evening in adjournment proceedings to pick up on a question I asked on the occasion of World Children's Day. On the closest opportunity to that day, I asked the Honourable Minister responsible for children and families whether this government was finally making any progress towards creating at the federal level a position to advocate for the rights of children. I pointed out that under the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, under the Convention for the Rights of Children, which Canada signed on to, which most countries have signed on to since 1989, it has virtually the entire world committed. Strangely enough, not the United States, but most countries around the world have adopted the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And the committee that oversees that convention has been asking Canada for some time when we plan to fulfill one of our obligations, which is to create a position within the government that advocates for the rights of the child and oversees, monitors, and promotes the well-being of children, a children's advocate. Now, Madam Speaker, since I first asked that question in November of last year, Canada lost one of our most extraordinary advocates for children. Senator Landon Pearson, who I had the honor to know and work with, passed away. She was perennially in the other place, making the same points I'm making here tonight, that Canada is letting down our children, that we need to have, at the federal level, an advocate for children. I'm going to say, why? Well, people say, well, Canadian children are doing great. Well, we don't know if we don't advocate, if we don't collect data, if we don't know. I found the following. This is fairly recent. This is statistics from last year only, 2022, a report called the Kids' Rights Index. I kind of hoped that, because I'm a proud Canadian, I like it when we rate really high. So I immediately looked up the top 10 countries in the world The top, by the way, Iceland, second, Sweden, third, Finland, fourth, Netherlands. Well, I won't keep going because we weren't in the top 10. We weren't in the top 20. We weren't in the top 30. We rank in the world community number 48 in terms of measurable commitments, measurable achievements to ensure the rights of the child. Now, what are the rights of the child? To life, to health, to education, to protection from harm, and from enjoying an enabling environment that supports them as they grow. Now, we would think that Canadian children must be pretty well off because Canada's an industrialized society that's wealthy. A recent report on poverty among Canadian children found that thanks to the CERB, the special COVID benefits, poverty in Canadian children dropped by 40% when the CERB was reaching families. But even with that, we had 1 million Canadian children living in poverty. Globally, 1.1 billion children live in poverty. We're not doing what must be done. And in the wake of the pandemic, we see increasing mental health issues for our children. We know we need to do more. And I'd like to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, what progress is being made for the rights of the children?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her advocacy on behalf of children and so many important issues in this chamber. It's a pleasure to always hear her speak. Madam Speaker, the principle of establishing a National Children's Commissioner has been proposed and is in line with Canada signing and ratifying the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I'd like to start my comments this evening by stating that our government reaffirms its commitment to the Convention and ensuring every child gets the best start in life. But how do we ensure that? It requires a holistic approach that considers the key determinants for resiliency and well-being. And that is why several mechanisms already exist to achieve these goals. We've taken a whole-of-government approach to advancing the rights of children since 2015, specifically in 3 key areas. The Canada Child Benefit recently celebrated its 6th anniversary, Madam Speaker. The positive impact is that now, each year, over 3.5 million Canadian families receive more than $25 billion tax-free. We've done this because we're committed to helping parents with the high costs of raising their kids, and it's making a real difference. More than 5 years ago, the government started creating a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system because we believe that high-quality, inclusive, and affordable childcare is something that every family and child should have access to. And we've signed agreements with every province and territory, and we're seeing positive results. As of April 2nd, 2023, families in nearly half of Canada's provinces and territories will be benefiting from regulated early learning and childcare at an average of $10 a day or less. Fees have been cut by at least 50% in all other jurisdictions, with work on track to deliver $10 a day on average regulated childcare on average by March 2026. This is putting money back in the pockets of thousands of families with young children. And finally, Madam Speaker, I think everyone here agrees that no child should go to school hungry. Yet on any given day, 1 in 5 children in Canada do. Regular access to nutritious food is a key determinant for a child's health, growth, and well-being. Because food insecurity is something our children should not have to face each day when they arrive at school. School meal programs support and improve the overall health of our children, but programs currently only serve 21% of school-aged children. That's why we're developing a national school food policy to help more Canadian children get a better start every day. Madam Speaker, we all know that raising a child to their fullest potential it's the goal of every Canadian parent. And that's why we are focused on goals relating to no poverty, zero hunger, and reduced inequalities among children and youth. And while we are seeing results from our efforts, we know there's still a lot more work to do. And that's why we continue working with our provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners across Canada to make sure that all our children have the resources they need to succeed.
With regards to a children's advocate, as the member is well aware, there are multiple levels of jurisdiction that are involved in the safety, well-being, and growth of a child. We will continue to actively explore other initiatives to advance the rights and interests of children in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for her important question and her advocacy. And as a parent to 2 daughters, I too am among the fans of the beloved baby beluga. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I want to both thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for her kind words and also wish her a very happy birthday and apologize for the fact that I've kept her late on her birthday tonight. But back to the matter at hand, I think we have a tremendous opportunity right now. We have a minister who's committed, we have a parliamentary secretary who's committed. Let's finally get this done and get an advocate for children at the federal level. Yes, the Canada Child Benefit is great. Yes, it's good to see, and at long last, universal child care, $10 a day, agreements with the provinces. Yes, it's great to see progress, although it's not yet fully delivered, on a child's benefit in terms of school nutrition. Very important. But let's have someone at the federal level keeping track of where things are falling through the cracks, where we're not delivering what we need to. Let's make poverty history here and around the world, and a child's advocate is a key part of that solution.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. We can all agree in this House that every child deserves the best possible start, but also access to the things that they deserve to have each and every day, to not live in poverty, to not go hungry, to have access to a good education and a safe environment to study in. And that's why the government is working tirelessly to establish legislation and programs that protect children in all of those contexts and environments. But that's why the Canada Child Benefit has helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. That's why we're building the nationwide child care system that's affordable, flexible, and inclusive child care that's regulated, that creates safe spaces. And that's also, Madam Speaker, I didn't mention it earlier, but that's why we've created a Canada Dental Benefit for children under 12, because we know health and safety of our children, to make sure that they have the best start in life, is a universal priority. That's why we'll continue on the National School Food Program for our children as well, because a healthy start to the day starts with good food. These pillars matter, and Madam Speaker, we're committed to working on that common goal. Thank you.
Thank you, and I also want to wish the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Services, Social Development, a very happy birthday. La motion portant que la
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.